You're the seduction. I finally reached a point. I'm the dysfunction. Just trying to fill a void. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah. No one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure.
Oh, you know what my guilty pleasure is. You ready for it? Can you hear it? Oh. Guess what that was? What up? Happy Thursday, everyone. Weekend draws a step closer, and with it, the second weekend of Red Bull World LOL action. Damn, I can't believe it's already almost past the halfway mark. Hopefully you all had a good Wednesday, and hopefully I can help improve the first day a little bit by providing a little bit of Age of Empires for entertainment. We're going to aim to be live for probably, I'd say 5 hours bare minimum. I'm hoping to lean towards 8. You know how I go, though. It depends on how much content there is available. So pray that the players have been queuing and they are ready to have their bloodbaths caught in HD. I know, right? We're streaming. So we have got a big announcement today. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to be that person. So I will announce it. Oh, should I put a time on it? I'll announce it probably about 2 hours in, I think is good. Yeah, that's right. You got to keep people around. You got to keep them tempted. But, you know, you won't have an exact time. So if you leave, you'll never know. It is a pretty big deal. I can promise you that. No small feat. And I think it's something that a lot of people in the community have been curious on. So, definitely hang around. That neck piece, can see the clasp. What? I like to show a bit of cleavage, dude. Don't shame me. Well, you mean this? Oh, it's because it rotates round, because it never comes off. But the clasp makes it more connected. I don't know. I'm going to make up some BS on that one. But yes, hopefully people get the treat they're looking for. By the way, big shout out to Protein Works. Those babies came through. We got something new to try. I haven't had this before. This is the cookies and cream meal replacement shake. So let's see. Very cookie and creamy. That works. I'd say it's very quite chocolatey. I'm not a big fan of chocolate milkshakes, but I actually like this. Yeah. Big cheers on that. I'm not getting as much out as I want to because I put ice cubes in there and the ice cubes are blocking every time I pour. But definitely recommend checking those out. Remember, guys, they're with us for a third month in a row now. Protein Works clearly believe that it's something worth investing in here. So be sure to go across their website. Protein Works will get you there. And you can use my code KillerPigeon at checkout for an extra 10% off. That's the cookies and cream. I think it's called Diet Extreme Replacement. Sounds dangerous. It's not. Basically, extreme just means that it's like very low on calories. But even though they're low on calories, I do like them for the kind of snacking element. I use them because otherwise, halfway through a broadcast, I have to go and get some snacks to eat because I'm burning too many calories. So that actually fills that gap. Love that they're working with us once more. So with that in mind, they also did send me some new tropics to try. So we'll be trying those in the next week or so. I had their pancakes this morning, and I'm not a big pancake fan, but they were pretty decent, actually. I enjoyed them. I put some... What's it called? The choc... It's like a choc brownie peanut butter. I put that on top, and that actually popped pretty well. That was actually really, really cool breakfast. So here you go. I'll show you what I'm talking about, what I got. And then we're going to hop into the AoE4 action afterwards. So I bought... So they sent me, rather, these. It was the protein pancakes, which... You can get in flavors. So they sent me cookies and cream, which is their best seller. I can see why. Like, once again, I don't really go for pancakes usually, but I quite like these. And then we put, if I can find it. I know what I'm looking for. Yes. We put the loaded nuts on. So we loaded our nuts on. Oh, wait. Was it loaded? Yeah, we loaded our nuts on top, the choc brownie. So we put them together. I posted it on Twitter if you guys want to see what that looked like. Not bad. Especially considering that Emma was doing the pancakes, and she'll admit she kind of plebbed on getting them circular, so they still came out pretty nice despite that. Big shout out to Emma for sorting that. But yeah, I'll be having more of those. Dude, I'll tell you what, guys, I was really surprised. This stuff, like, it came, so I got an 8 servings, and I was like, it's a lot of protein for one pancake. There's not much there. But then we popped it on a thingy. I'll set here. I'll quickly show you guys. Need to make sure my DMs aren't showing. Because I think for some reason, obnoxiously, it usually pops up by default. Okay, so yeah. So, here you go. This is people liking it. Yeah. That was just one serving. That was a lot of pancake. I felt pretty full after that. And that's the loaded nuts on top. I was like, should I put this? Because it's brown and it's probably going to look like crap. It wasn't whipped creamy type stuff, but I think it looks good. These were tasty, though. I like those. And I will be trying this later. Chicken Korean noodle. Dude. I didn't mind the chicken noodle, but the problem was I needed something more spicy. So hopefully that'll be able to kick up the taste a notch and give me what I want. But yeah, so with that in mind, screw the ads that are playing on Spotify in the background. We'll mute that quickly. Let's get ready to open up AoE4 because there was a game from the Dragavan Voldemar series that caught my attention. And yes, the announcement hasn't been announced yet, Philly. So you have to wait. Not going to give it to you that easily. But yes, there's going to be some Voldemar versus Dragavan. I'm already eyeing up games from Donati, Core, Elyona, Revan, and a few others in there. And we should hopefully be able to catch some fun games live as well. I do notice that we're getting closer to the launch of Stormgate. I think we will look to check that out next week at some point and see how the launch is looking into early access. A lot of potential promise for that game, a lot of promises and a lot of distance that has to be covered though, so we'll see how that actually comes out. We'll definitely be checking in on that. And then hopefully the Monday we'll have extra Wollo games to cast. I need to double check if everything is now cast on the Wollo channel. If it is, then obviously we'll have to find someone else to do. But let me quickly, first things first actually, before I do go into the Dragavan Voldemar replay I was talking about, which is I think from the tournament series, I want to double check there isn't anyone sneaking into lobbies. Because if there's a big clash happening, we want to catch it. These damn ice cubes are getting in the way. Usually the ice cubes aren't this annoying. I don't think so. I think everyone needs to wake up. We are online a little bit earlier than usual, right? Do you miss the announcement? Nope. Gonna do it about like 2 hours or so into the stream. Should give everyone enough time to get in there. Then I'd have to repeat myself every 5 minutes. Oh. But let me bring it back to me for a second because I don't want to spoil the outcome of this game. Let me get Dragavan's profile open because this was from the Rebel Warlord series. It was a very intriguing looking game because I noticed that it was on Kawasan and there was a Byzantine pick. I had to check it out. Announcement of announcement. Those are your favorite? Nah, we already done that. We already done that on Tuesday, the announcement. So people should know to be here. And if they're not here, that's their own fault. I mean, what else are you going to go watch? Someone play like the 15th queued game of the pit? I'd rather be here for the announcement when it happens. Just saying. Going full AoE 4 Pro. Ah, yes. A perfect time to go full AoE 4 Pro when there's less money in the scene. Dude, I feel bad for anyone who is actually trying to go full-time pro on AoE4 right now. I mean, in fairness, I reckon there's going to be a few slots opening up. I can already think of 1 or 2 names that I'm expecting to exodus towards Myth, and then a few others are going to exodus towards Stormgate. So, might be opportunity for some rising stars in the coming months due to others moving out of the way. But I'm going to move my face out of the way, and we're going to get ready for this. Ooh, let me turn off the overlay. Man, everything's loading really slow. Is my PC just dying? It might be. Very well could be. All right. That in mind, let's get ready to go. Oh, wait. I thought I just toggled the score off. There we go. Byzantines on a water map. Could it finally be viable? This is the question that I have been racking in my brain for the last few weeks, and I still wonder why we haven't seen more experimentation. So, of course, Dragvan will be the one to deliver the answer to us. Welcome back to the AO4 action, folks. We have got a battle between the toddler and the kid. And the kid is going to be on the signature Civ here. The Abbasid Dynasty, a Civ that both of these players covet and love to play on a great map for it. We're on Kawasan here, and this was from the Red Bull Wallol series between Voldemar and Dragavan. Now, when I looked at the games back and I had a look, I had to have a look at this one, right? I believed for a while that Byzantines have some viability on maps that aren't truly about water fighting. What I mean is maps like Four Lakes, for example. When the whole idea is just to fish and use that food to funnel it into more troops, I think there is some credence behind the Byzantines on water maps. It is possible that we get to see more than that, though, right? Remember, the Dromans just recently got buffed. I still don't know if it's going to be good enough, but maybe Dragavan's found something crafty. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think this is the battle of the kind of cheese versus the methodical. Voldemar plays something a bit more of an aggressive line at the moment, but he plays more akin to your normal form of AoE4. Then you've got Dragavan that goes off the rails. This is the guy that does the clown car strategies. We've had him in our free-for-alls, had him in 1v1s, team games. All of them always end up with a bunch of archers inside of a ram. But what are we going to get him inside today? Looks like we're going to have a bunch of villagers inside the water for a paddling because we are moving out. Wait. He wouldn't Grand Winery this, right? Right? No, dude, that would be insane. That wouldn't even be logical. 3 villagers to do a Grand Winery. Oh my god, he's actually doing it. The absolute mad lad is Grand Winerying the center of the map. Of course, how could I doubt it for a second, right? Most players wouldn't do this because it would just be a Grand Winery. But this is Dragavan, as chat has correctly said. This is the man that will probably build archery ranges here, a merc house, everything will be here. I know the type of player we're dealing with, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by this choice. It is wildly far out there, though. And keep in mind that he's not going to have the full power of the gathering, right? Because you're not going to have 6 to 8 villagers gathering underneath this Grand Winery. However, if you do bring them out, there's a lot of reason to hang around. And Voldemar on the other side, oh my god, he enabled this. Look at what he done. He went Culture Wing. This is so unfortunate for Voldemar. Had this been a military wing play, he could have punished. Look at the timings here, right? He would have his tech up in time to arrive here before Tag could go up. Instead, Dragavan's going to get away with blind murder here. I can't believe this. 8 villagers now walking out to the center of the map. Dock now being dropped. You got to ask that question. What's better, olive oil or fish? Dude, this is the type of thing that actually gets Byzantines nerfed. And yeah, if it was military wing, it would be GG. But that's the thing about Dragavan. That's why we love watching him. This guy is like the person that just turns up the roulette table. You shouldn't find it entertaining. But there is something weirdly engaging about someone basically putting their mortgage worth of money on black and seeing what the outcome is. This is the man that in a tournament series on LAN decided to gamble with the trade wing of the Iabids, not knowing what tickets he was going to get. So I'm not really surprised. In the road to Red Bull Wallol, we've got him doing this. Archer range immediately dropped. Siston as well. So that's going to give him the Conscriptio buff to pump out archers quicker, but it's also going to give him a buff up on the gathering rate on all these berries. This is actually dirty. And you still got room for the military afterwards, right? You can add in the Merc House on a delay. You don't want it straight away. You don't have the olive oil to justify it straight away. You want to scout in. Voldemar has actually got a stables now starting to pump horsemen, so it has the correct response. But Dragavan can very quickly just pivot into Arax now, right? Once he sees this, he can just stop producing archers. The cool thing about opening archers is you'll always end up having enough resources to build a different production building because you need loads of wood to build archers in the first place. What a wild build. I'm wondering, has this been scouted? It must have been. There's no way Voldemar still hasn't seen this, right? I mean, even if you don't check the center of the map, the thing you got to keep in mind is going to become obvious when you enter the base and don't see a landmark. So either way, Voldemar now knows what's happening. The question mark is, what can he do about it? worried it won't be much. He's only building horsemen right now. Limitane already getting added in. Oy, oy, oy. Is he going to move for the fishing? Oh, that's kind of sick. Look at where the deep water fish spawned here. You can actually camp the fishing and force them deeper and away. And that's going to make them less efficient, right? Because you want this quick drop-off. She's not going to be able to get it. Garrison is going to be forced. That should force a reaction into a boat here. Voldemar's going to have to choose, right? He either keeps adding on land or he goes for a sea-type defense. And most players in that situation will take the naval defense because it's more efficient, right? Like, if you think about it, over here, for a Dow, you pay 230 resources. But by doing so, you have the effective firepower of 5 archers. 5 archers would normally cost you 400 resources. That's before we talk about the fact you could heal, the movement speed, the difficulty taking you down. There's just so many reasons why players will typically go for the archer ship instead. I can't believe what he's doing here. This is so stupid. But remember what they say, guys. It's stupid until it works. And then you're a genius. Boy Genius is looking to make it work. Archer Limitana count looking decent here. Voldemar now getting into the double archery range reaction. So this is the correct approach, right? Like, now that he sees the issue, you want to try to limit horseman scaling and get as many archers as possible. That means you pretty much want to pull everyone on land across to wood, bar maybe 4 or 5, right? Because, like, you shouldn't need that much food to get this pumping when you have the fishing to supplement. Dragavan hasn't made a contract choice yet, guys. I actually think you go Keshiks here. Like, Keshiks is kind of dirty. It sounds wild, right? Longbows can work as well. But I think if you're looking for the strongest hit in Feudal Age, Keshiks is really powerful. It sounds weird because you're up against a civ that can build a camel, they can build spearmen, yes, but they're already into archer horsemen. And because of the amount of olive oil you're consistently getting in one spot, you actually have a very efficient pump timing. The biggest issue with going Keshiks is usually the numbers crawl up too slowly because the olive oil runs out and you have to move to a new one quick. And wait, what the... What? I didn't even see him do this. The dock drop into the Droman. Are you actually kidding me? Why build a carrier siphon when you can get a carrier siphon on water? Voldemar, as a result of this, is going to make his move, though. And it looks like it's going to be javelins. That makes a bit more sense considering you added in Dromans. I think if you're all on land, Keshiks makes sense to raid. But because you just invested a hell of a lot of resources into a Droman, you can't really afford the extra Limitanian archers to back up cavalry. Can't actually believe this. Oh my god, if Voldemar loses this game. I'm getting flashbacks to the LAN experience he had against Clown Carring when he played Japanese up against, I think it was Ibids. Archer Limitane, stand their ground here. Horseman, I'm going to go for the engagement. And what is up, Tasteless? What a legend! Thank you very much, my friend. I hope the our Billions session ended well. It looked like you were getting ready for the big assault. We're on a big assault here. For those that are coming across and are unfamiliar with AoE 4, this is not normal. This is absolutely catastrophic what we're seeing here. Villagers on the front line. This is actually looking more like StarCraft gameplay right now. The defense with the eco. Horseman trying to fin it out. Javelin count is starting to get intercepted a little bit. And Dragavan, because of the villagers, is funnily enough going to be able to hold here. At least for the time being. Most of the horsemen have been cleaned up. Now, keep in mind, Dragavan using his villagers on the front line like that has a negative. He no longer has much olive oil coming in. For those that don't know, this olive oil is important. It allows you to pump out these mercenaries, which are a unique element of the Byzantines. They can basically get qualities of other civs. For anyone come from a StarCraft background, imagine if you had a civ that could get a marine from the Terrans and then could get their hands on, let's say, a stalker from the Protoss, right? Like, that's the kind of thing you get here with the Byzantines. And what Dragavan has done in this game is kind of unheard of. Building your Age 2 landmark in the center of the map when it's an eco landmark is absurd. But because of all of this olive oil around him, it's actually working out. And meanwhile, the fishing has now been shut down. So Dragavan can now escalate his eco on the fishing side to afford the extra Limitane now to hold this area. And that's very important because he actually lost a lot of Javelins in that engagement. Javelins are the unique Merc unit he got here, right? These are slow to scale because you have to wait for so much olive oil to buy them, right? So the whole idea around why Lombos and Javelin contracts are really good for the Byzantines is because they're ranged units, they should be the last thing to die. Unfortunately, when your front line evaporates and you have to use villagers in lieu of it, you don't tend to scale your specialist unit too much. Archers are going to get wiped out here. I think Voldemar has kind of misread the timing, but he's feeling a little bit desperate here, right? It's so difficult. You've only got 3 horsemen. You have to push into choke points where you can't use mass melee. And on top of that, Limitane are going to keep getting pumped. The only upside I'm seeing right now is Undermesh isn't in yet. But as soon as I say that, Dragavan about to get the upgrades, to get the armor, to not even care. This game is wild. Dude, what a crazy game. You know, the thing about Dragavan is he's a very unconventional player, and I find that really cool and fascinating, but I was discussing this with one or two of the pro players, and they argued that, you know, you need to learn the fundamentals of the game and execute them well before you can get creative like this, and I am somewhat inclined to agree. I think I mentioned this directly to Dragavan, is like, I love all this weird, twisty behavior, right? This unpredictableness. But the thing is, when you're always unpredictable, that means you're actually predictable. I may not know exactly what you're going to do, but I know it's not going to be meta, right? And that's something that I think time and time again, players have started to catch on to. It has served Dragavan really well in his inception, right? At the early points of his career, he's been able to get absurd wins over the likes of Vortex. He's been able to get wins against players like Voldemar and others before. But long term, when people switch on and get attuned to this, they open the game, they see your name, like, okay, it's going to get weird. I think Dumu is a perfect example of this. I don't know if Dragavan has ever beaten Dumu more than maybe once. Because Dumu very quickly understands the type of player he is, and he looks for the weirdness. Funnily enough, you wouldn't have to look far for this weirdness. Villagers on the front line again. Archers are going to go for the dive in. Now, keep in mind, Voldemar's on the clock here. Fishing is escalating for Dragavan. And Akratoy once again! I cannot believe this. This is pretty absurd in AoE 4 terms. I know I mentioned, like, you know, when you look at StarCraft, you might see this a lot with things like the SCV pull, right, to hold a line. But with Age of Empires 4, your villages are not very tanky, especially when you don't have textiles, which gives the 50% extra health. Akratoy is making them tanky, though. It's giving them the +2 armor temporarily to frontline like that. Even then, it's absolutely absurd that he's doing this against archers, because meleeing with villages can work against melee units, right? Like horsemen, spearmen, it's not too bad. Against Matt's archers, it's absolutely bonkers. Things are starting to get a bit shaky for Voldemar. Archer count, he has to keep trading out, but the problem is, like, he doesn't have blacksmith techs. I think this is starting to turn into a bit of an oversight for Voldy. It looks like he's trying to recalibrate for it now with the gold gathering as it is. I'm hoping this is him getting blacksmith techs and not trying to go castle, because I feel like that would be a death sentence. Like I said, looks like Micro on point here. Voldemar getting better trades. And we actually have horsemen now being added in. Extra javelins just came out. And remember, they've got +4 armor. They don't care. That might have just saved his bacon from getting cooked here. Look how long it takes them to kill just one javelin. I cannot believe that timing, man. And this is exactly why Byzantines has become such a frustrating civ for a lot of people. The ability to just pump out a bunch of units at once makes it easier to counter plays in this situation, right? Like, it warps your idea of progress in AoE 4. Because usually you're used to, okay, he's got 2 archer rangers, who, you know, in the next minute he'll have an extra 8 archers, right? And you know he's going to have 8 archers the next minute, but you know it's going to escalate over time. But with javelin throwers, with any of these contract mercs, they pump out as a group. It makes it a lot easier to stabilize and not kind of Congo line to your death, right? Like, we've all seen those games where you have a military building that's producing, and every time a unit comes out, it just dies. You don't get that as often with the Merc House. It's still a risk to try and spawn these units in the enemy's face, but as you just saw there, it can completely recover a lost game. And agree, Crackety. We were highlighting this at the beginning. The military wing would have been the play. He would have blocked the Grand Winery and it would have been over. But this is what Dragonman's so good at. And it's crazy because Voldemar was one of the players that, like, understood this very well. He knows this is what Dragonman tries to do to win. Kind of crazy he played culture wing instead of military wing. Voldemar now having to get creative himself. Looks like he's going to split the west side, try and gather resources. He's trying to sneak onto another pond. Meantime, though, he's got pressure coming towards his base. That's so nice to get a raid from Tasteless. I was just saying earlier, by the way, people come across from Tasteless. We will be looking to stream some Stormgate next week as well. I'm very excited for the early access. I'm curious to check in on the Celestials. I've tried to minimize my exposure so that my reactions on stream are going to be more genuine. So while I feel I took a slight ganders at that civ, I haven't like gone deep into it. But we'll definitely be looking to cast some games at that. Voldemar. Now getting into the Camel Archer. This is really important, right? You're seeing Mass Horseman in your face. You know you can afford it due to the fact that he has got the fishing on his side. So you need that Camel unease to reduce the damage by 20%. Wild game. The interesting thing is Dragoman could just actually just dot drop on the South Pond as well to intercept this. There is an archer ship now coming though, so it looks like his window of opportunity has started to disappear here. One thing I haven't tested, I'm sure someone else has in the chat. I know Crackety's pretty nerdy about this. Conscripto does not work on docks, right? I mean, no, it does, right? It works on military boats, but not fishing. I wonder if that's the secret to making Byzantines work on water. Probably not, because you still probably couldn't afford that level of production. Could give you kind of a disgusting timing on your first boat, though. I guess it needs the right map. It basically needs a map where your water starts next to your base. Kind of like a archipelago type design or Warring Islands, but those provide other issues to the Byzantines because then you're playing full in on Dromans, which are absolutely trash. Voldy. Got a demo ship coming. It looks like the dock was snuck up. Well done, Dragovan. I mean, funnily enough, it's quite easy to get a dock up when you've got 8 villages in the center of the map. I can't believe this, man. Credit to Voldemar, though. The fact that he's keeping up on military like this is impressive. The issue is going to be in the quality. Dragoman, half of his army is just better. Outright better. And the one area you should have an edge should be in infantry, right? But with no boot camp, you don't have the extra health. You don't have anything on your side here. Clash now comes in. Horseman bait the spearman out of position here. Voldemar has none to frontline with here. And the Horseman can now surge in. Now, keep in mind, the Cabalonese is going to reduce the damage, but if they hit onto the archers, you do not care. The Matane also just absorbing so many blows. They died now in towards the economy. A great migration to Voldemar has to shift all the villages to the north side, and it looks like the army is just going to get wiped out here. Dragovan, with an overwhelming lead, is going to take this map in the most unexpected of fashions. Proxy Center Grand Winery. Get drunk on that. You know, 40% of the time it works 50% of the time, and when it does work for Dragovan, it delivers some of the most entertaining Age of Empires 4 you will ever see. Dude, that was so sick. Oh my god, man. That was actually incredible. I'm proud of him, man. Like, he's done this against a player that should know better. That was the best part. And also, like, I mean, I've been saying that I think there is something to Byzantines on those style of water maps, but not in that style. Time for announcement. What do you think? Do we do our announcement in honor of Tasteless's raid? Do we announce it? Now show his free losses. I was going to do the whole series, Voldy, but like the order of the series didn't make sense to me. It looks like there was a gap or something. All right, you guys ready? Wait, we need glorious music. Do we have glorious music? Oh no, I don't know if it's like DMCA safe is the only problem. Have we got anything on our approved list that fits the vibe? Maybe we'll go Korra. Oh, so there's been some questions in the Age of Empires 4 community. Some curious thoughts about what we're going to do come Waterloo. Are we going to have AoE 2 people casting it? Are we going to have them talking about AoE 4, having not touched the game for over 2 years? That just ain't right. What we need is someone from the community to be there in Spain, to attend El Renado, to do justice by Age of Empires 4. Hey, we're back. That's right. Guess who is going to be commentating the Age of Empires 4 action online in Spain? Yours truly. That's right. I just clicked it off, didn't I? Let me just get that in the background. Dude, I like that as the background in the chat. I actually might keep that perm up. That is correct, though. I am going to be the commentator for the grand finals of Age of Empires 4 in Spain later this year, October. I will also... Do you want me to make it better? Do you want me to make it even better? I can make it even better. Let me make it better. Can I find it?
Malista.
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 Malista. Malista.
Malista.
Esto.
Esto. I'm going to have to get used to those lines because that's right. Guess what? I'm not just there for Age of Empires 4. I am also going to be there for Age of Mythology, which is why I'm outraged I did not get to do it justice with my boy Vodka when we were in Bergen. So yes, I will be the official commentator for Age of Empires 4 as well as Age of Mythology, and I'm sure you'll be able to catch me in September for the qualifiers of that. So pretty cool time. There will be some familiar faces involved in the entirety of Age of Empires Red Bull Wall, but there will also be a new face. I don't want to spoil that for them. I'll let them introduce themselves to the community as a whole. That's not just for 4, that's for everyone. Honestly, I'm familiar with the person's work, and I'll say it'll be an absolute pleasure and privilege to work for them. You're going to show me basic Spanish? I know all the swear words. Have I ever told you guys the story of how, like, I tried to be romantic when we were in high school? So my partner was studying Spanish and I wasn't. But I went and learned a bunch of Spanish. So I learned things like, obviously, te amo is the easy thing. I learned, ¿Qué significa el mundo para mí? Right? Which means in Spanish, you mean the world to me. And I went and told that to my partner. And as I said it to her, she paused and then went, huh? And that's when I realized that she was failing Spanish. But yeah, I then made good with the use of the skills I developed and learned all the swear words. And about this weekend, you comment the match this weekend? This weekend, I will be on hosting duty. So for the remainder of the online portion of Red Bull Wall, I will be your host and companion presenter for all 4 remaining days. So pleasure to be back in that role. I do love the hosting role. I'm fine with it. Hey, look at that. Appropriate. Now you understand why they sent me that big-ass care package. Am I going to leak the Australian dodo? Who said there's any Australian dodo? By the way, I legit think I might actually keep... Okay, what do you guys think? Does my banner as the background on the chat look kind of sick? I was tweaking the values, and I was like, that actually looks really cool. I'm going to keep that. I asked them to... I'm trying to find out if they still have the digital version of this. Because we already have one banner. So I just like to point someone out to people. All right? Pretty intriguing little detail here. I'm not saying I'm as good as Marine Lord, but I do have as many Red Bull Warlord banners for Age of Empires 4 as he does. Just saying. The prettiest hostess in the scene. But yeah, no. Actually, guys, I'm not saying I'm as good as Dumu or Beastie or Voldemar, Anatans, all these people. But I have qualified for as many Warlord lands as they have. Why did you name me? Why not? Dude, that's like I put you in the same lieu as... That's a compliment. You should name Dragon. That's true. Also, not saying I'm as good as Marine Lord, but this also does mean that I've been to more lands this year for Age of Empires 4 than he has. All right. Yeah, Wow, I love how humble Dragavan is. Guys, does that mean we need to cast another Voldemar Dragavan game because he's so humble? I think it does, right? What do you think? Which one, Voldemar? Golden Heights? Frisian Marshes? Which one? We can't watch the entire set because you've played too many games and his is bugged. So he has 4 games listed for the 20th, and one of them's up against an account called Blame Your Mum. So I don't know what happened there, but something happened. You want to do Frisian? Dude, I love the tornness here. One wants Frisian, one wants Golden Heights. It was a beautiful game. Okay, there we go. Oh, hold on a second. I need to name that one from earlier.
Means up to 273 miles of range for all those pickups and drop-offs. It means charging up in the time it takes to stop for a coffee. And it means unparalleled after-sales care. To keep your van on the road, everything to help drive your
The most
drive electric. Talk to your local dealer today.
illogical. Wait, do we just flat out call it the stupidest? No, I don't know if I would go that hard. I'm trying to think what we call this on YouTube. Most absurd Byzantine opener build ever, I guess. Listening to car ads? Yeah, I'm a cheapskate. I can't afford Spotify. I don't make enough money for that. So, we're doing Frisian, are we? What? Dragavan? Don't spoil it. Wait, also, yeah, your series just doesn't make any sense, either. I'm so confused because you've got 2 Roos picks. Like, what? Yeah, for some reason you have weirdly littered in other games, as far as I can tell. And then you played a bunch of scrims together. Like, dude, your data is so confusing to me. I don't even know what game I'm meant to be casting here. Are we just gonna, like, let's have a look. Is Frisian, I mean, dude, Frisian looks like it probably played out like a normal Frisian. I'm more curious towards Golden Heights. Screw it, we're gonna do Golden Heights. I override. I looked at that timeline without spoiling it to myself. I was like, I can already tell how this is gonna play out. I'm gonna guess that Dragavan would have played full feudal, and then you rush castle and spam men arms. I've got a feeling that's what happened. What do you think, chat? Do we just go to Golden Height instead, or do we see if I'm 100% correct? Choices. Damn, I don't want to leave that scene. It has all the flags. Surely it was a standard meta. Okay, fine. You know what? Screw it. We'll go Frisian. Only because I hate watching China. Alright, let me load the Frisian game. Damn, not gonna lie, watching Tasteless play some They Are Billions earlier kind of got me curious to play it again. You know what else I've been doing, guys? I've actually been playing through the Age of Mythology campaign. Damn, the memories. Love that game. Gotta prep myself. I'm a caster for Age of Myth. Alright. Should we get ready to go? Let me pause the music. I have been promised an absolutely normal meta game, which means absolutely nothing about this is going to be normal or meta. Welcome back to the AoE4 action, folks. We have got Voldemar on the Roos going up against Dragavan the HRE. Okay, wait, you're right. It won't be a normal game because I just realized I thought Voldemar was in the HRE. I was just saying in a normal state, what would happen here between these two players is Dragavan would play an all-in feudal with Roos, and Voldemar would just try to rush Castle Age and go meta arm spam. But now it's just a completely different affair. So I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I mean, Voldemar, there's no way, after getting completely slapped about and surprised by the most absurd Byzantine opening I've ever witnessed, that he's going to get slapped around by an absurd HRE opening, right? Let's find out. We have got the Hunter Cabin on delay. It was a 2-scout opener, and notice that Voldemar skipped a villager to produce that scout the same way Dragavan did. That's really important on this map. You know your opponent is guaranteed going to go 2 scouts in this matchup because A, you're against Roos, and B, there is so much sheep on the map. And because you're up against the HRE, if you don't go 2nd scout opener, your timing is delayed so much, you're going to give over 2/3 of the sheep at least to your opponent, which is a critical error to make against HRE. So smart read by Voldy to not allow that to happen. The reason you can't give them that many sheep is the Civ loves to rush Castle Age with that type of sheep count. And when they do, they're able to get into a Burgrave, which allows them to just spam up the Wazoos, right? So, smart read overall. Nice little contest going on. Dragavan's actually making the right choice to just ignore this. Voldemar, unless you've got another scout coming, this just doesn't work. Yeah, he's trying to get cheeky, right? Like, oh, he just about got that. Dragavan almost snatched it away. Yeah, this is kind of problematic, right? Because when you attack in melee mode, I'm pretty sure it locks up your range form. So it's kind of screwing him a little bit. Does at least recover 3 of those. So not too bad. Good denial overall. Voldemar does have what he needs to go for the next stage. But that's not proof that he's doing all right in the bounty. Remember, some of that is gold trick from the hunting cabin. The good news is he's not going to be screwing his timing. The other good thing about this is, like, in this matchup, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to go 2TC. Oh, what? That's a wild Kremlin. You're still going to now have to... What? So you gather the wood here, I guess? No. That doesn't sound right. And I love this little detail. More and more players have been doing this with the Roost, by the way. Drop off 1 or 2 sheep initially at the hunting cabin, because the logic is you're running villagers out here to build this, and then they have to run back, which is kind of inefficient. But if you just club here, they can eat the sheep until you're ready for wood, and then they build a lumber camp afterwards. The problem with this particular build that makes it feel a little bit rougher is that he's built his Kremlin far, far away. So even when he goes in for a lumber camp, he's going to not get the 20% extra wood here. Dragavan, just the sheep whisperer. So 17 sheep to 24. Dragavan, I don't feel like he got as much as he was hoping for here, but it's still more than it appears, remember. Because of the prelate, he's been gathering from the sheep quicker than a normal civ would. And wow, okay, that is a very aggressive Archon. I guess he had no other choice, right? The gold's all the way down here. You don't just want to buff the wood, so... Given the position here, Dragavan has 2 options. You can go for like a double outpost defense to kind of hold this area, or I think you go for an all-in feudal attack. And considering that it is Dragavan, it's probably going to be an all-in feudal. Okay, that's kind of sick. I wonder what was happening. We had 0 villagers working on Kremlin at one point. Voldemar got baited into pulling the villagers, which slowed down his tech timing. And in the end, I think he only got about 3 of the deer here. Overall, Voldemar at least gets enough to feel comfortable. I think this is like maybe a 180 bounty game. 190 possibly. We'll check towards the end. If it looks like the game's already over, we can get a glance. But that does mean that he can get into Wilbar if he chooses. I'm not convinced he's going for it. Instead, I think he's going for the knight, right? Yeah, here we go. So, stable's opening. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, when you set up a Kremlin like this, I genuinely think you're just going to 1 TC all in. Which is kind of weird. The reason it feels weird is that this matchup is meant to be heavily Roost favored, guys. And the reason it's typically Roost favored is because you go 2 TC and then more relics, right? Which is pretty feasible here. I think Voldemar's taken a different line because he's on Frisian. And on Frisian, you're more likely to see a Burgrave than almost any other map. Usually, the reason you go and TC and then wall is because your opponent is going to go Regnates and just gather relics. So you block them out, right? But when they go Burgrave, it's risky to try and block relics because they could just flood your base. And also, let's not forget the other really important detail here, guys. It's Dragavan. My playstyle is countered by there not being a patch in months. Wait, Dragavan, by that logic, you should win Wallalol. There was a patch drop just the other week. Huh? So Arch is now getting added in. Brax as well. And wait, Voldemar goes for an outpost rush. If the knight gets here, he could actually ruin this. Villagers have to pull away. Torches are going to be out, but you can't defend it like this. Dragavan has to back away. 1 villager already goes down. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this. He needed to open racks first, not archer range. And as a result, he's now in trouble. Damn, what a play. And it's kind of crazy that Dragavan never got that info. Right? Like, he never saw the stables. And all of a sudden, you're now going to be starved out of gold in a game where you were clearly contemplating Castle Age. No, am I kidding? It's Dragavan. He's never thinking about Castle Age. This is his boon, his existence. You take that gold, you put it into eco upgrades and blacksmith techs and go. Oh my god, this is looking bad. The wall's quite intriguing by Dragavan. It's at least going to stop the knights from diving in as easily, but dude, it's 2 knights and you have no spears yet. And also, keep in mind, those spearmen, when they come out, they're not going to be hardened, right? So they could actually just get killed 2-on-1. Well played, Voldemar. You can tell where his mental was at from that last game on Kawasan, right? When someone does that to you, you've got to get revenge, and this is one way to do it. The villagers are going to run all the way home. Wheelbarrow Tech obviously wasn't there in time, because remember, he prioritized the knights. This is a cool build, though. I wondered, did Voldemar... no, I think this was like at the wrong time to have caught Timu versus Baltoon, but I was just thinking, that was another example of a series where we got this Wooden Fortress rush. It's kind of crazy how powerful it can be. That being said, Voldemar does need to come to defend. Arrow Slits is now on the way, but a bit weird that he just abandoned this place so hard. Is moving in now. Is double hardened Spearman here. Knights are going to dive past, and he's going to go for the garrison, so he needs to clear out the Spearman, and then he can attack. Might be too late for that, though. Instead, he goes off the villagers. Looks like 2 could get killed off here. Another knight is now coming in. Voldemar. I think he just complicated the game here. Dragavan, well played to recover his gold line. But I gotta say, I feel like Voldemar, if he'd been here in the first place, this dive would have been 10 times harder. I mean, it's crazy to me because this dive was done without textiles. Usually that type of burn down on a wooden fortress would require it. But he done it without wheelbarrow, he done it without textiles. That's crazy. 5 vills behind paid off. I mean, you can argue it paid off, but it could have paid off more, right? And that's the bigger point I think you take away from this, is like, the scouts were already seeing that no one's moving out here. It felt like Voldemar was waiting for Dragavan to move onto this tree line. Like, you've got to question why were the knights here instead of here, right? It's still a lead. I just think Voldemar, I think he can see it now as well, looking back at it. There was an opportunity to get a bigger lead there. Question mark is, what is he going to now do with that lead? Looks like we have got double archer range coming. This is still a pretty tough one, right? Like, yes, your opponent is 5 villages behind, but remember, it is the 8 tree villages, and they are buffed heavily. So, in terms of archer mass, they can still mirror you. Raid through. Another villager does go down. Only costs him a scout, so worthwhile exchange there. I say that. Actually, this is the knight on the west side. And I think Dragavan, is he going to TC? That's kind of wild, actually. From this position, going double TC is going to give Voldemar a potential edge in military. I'm wondering if Dragavan suspects that Voldemar's like fast teching, maybe? Because it would make a lot of sense in this matchup, right? Like, both players are thinking about relics. So maybe his logic is, okay, I'll just get a better economy on recovery, and then you can have the relics in the meantime. Surely not. It feels like that just plays too slow. And this TC drop, is it going to be on the deer? Because I feel like you need to secure additional resources. And Dragavan agrees. So it is going to be dropped on the deer and the berries. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Voldemar is starting to stockpile. So it looks like we are going to get Castle Age. What a wild opening this game. I don't know, man. I kind of want to see more players just playing like these two. The wildness of it sometimes. I think you get that more regularly when you have new maps as well, to be honest. When it's Dry Arabia and repeat, people will just play the standard. Archers arriving to try and deal with the spears. Villagers are going to be able to rush up the TC, but it's going to come at another price here, so 2 extra villagers down. That's now somehow a 10 eco lead for Voldemar. Yeah, Dragavan's definitely been skipping villager production. The question mark is whether Voldemar is going to go for High Trade House or Abbey of Trinity here. I think Abbey of Trinity kind of fell off pretty hard. In some ways, it would have made sense if there wasn't a second TC here. But now that there is, I think you very safely go High Trade House. Like, realistically, your opponent is not going to be able to move out for relics anytime soon. And I don't think you can afford to go wall them either because you've got knights. So, yeah, correct choice made. And that's going to be a golden one. Get your numbers in, guys. How much gold per minute is the kid about to get out of this High Trade House? And what options does Dragavan now have? It kind of feels like he's aiming for castle now. Obviously, that's going to take time. Obviously, he has to build up defenses to be safe in the meantime. And yes, stealth forest count. Anything that's a tree counts. I'm pretty sure if a tree also hasn't been permanently removed, it counts. So if it's chopped down but it still exists, it can count. Wall's coming up. Well, Dragavan's actually adding in more archers. This is a bit funky though, right? Like, he doesn't have a scout. He never built stables. He can't afford to miss out on villager production to build scouts. He doesn't know what's happening. If he did, he'd be positioned more aggressively here. My trade house almost complete. Love that fishing is there as well. It allows Voldemar to somewhat compete with the absurd gathering rates that the Achery get. And also, keep in mind the second TC, he's buffing it with prelates, but that has limitations, right? And every time you add more prelates, you are sacrificing villages. Monastery now on the way. So Voldemar, I don't think we're going to be looking at horse archers here. It should just be knights, and probably vet archers makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you could prep crossbows ahead of time, but the problem is if your opponent has a lot of archers in the meantime, you're just taking a bad trade. And keep in mind, Dragavan kind of only has one option here. I don't think he's got that much food, right? Okay, actually, no. Guys, he still has 17 sheep. This could get wild. It could actually be a Burgrave build, which sounds insane, but might be a recovery arc. Do keep in mind, Frisian Marsh's Burgrave builds got nerfed because the sheep count didn't get changed on maps, but the amount of food got reduced from 250 to 200. Another thing to keep in mind is I'm pretty sure that the changes to the amount of sheep spawning, where 2 extras start near your TC, is only a difference that was made on standard maps, not custom maps. Why didn't he rush FC with those sheep? Because his opponent outpost rushed his gold. He literally had to play the edge. This was a forced error. Voldemar should be moving on for this relic soon. Regnitz is going to come in, so Dragavan stays the atypical course here, looks to contest on relics. I mean, in fairness, Voldemar's timing isn't that aggressive because, yeah, this is the weird part, right? He built triple archery range, but he hasn't really been leveraging them. Instead of going double monastery straight away, this build, double monastery, immediately has been growing in popularity. Louis and Beastie in particular have been making it work to an insane degree. So I'm a little bit surprised he didn't lean into it, considering that Dragavan wasn't out on the map. But we have to remember that we have God Vision, and Voldemar was probably thinking that Dragavan was going to come out to contest. The moment he didn't is when alarm bells should have been going off that this is a tech up. And that's where we should have probably seen more crossbows being leaned in here. All in all, though, an opportunity to potentially grab 4 relics. First relic picked up. In fact, that might be the only one he gets here. Dragavan tries to shift away. Archers could just dive in for a snipe here. In fact, the Knights try to lead the charge. Archers are going to move in and gets the snipe. There we go. So he does deny it. Does he go for the pickup, though? It looks like Dragavan doesn't want the fight. So yes, he is indeed going to do it. A 5 relic game now on the horizon for the kid. And Archers are going to get the trade. Dragavan, I don't think you want this. This is a really bad fight, right? Your opponent is vetted up. He's got the +2 damage. This is not the type of fight you can ever take. So he has to forfeit over. And all of a sudden, I'm going to have to peer back to the thoughts of that Burgrave play, that potential option there that Dragavan simply didn't take, that would have given him 5 Raxes of production in one building at the age up. He definitely had the food for it. And I think, now he's in that moment where if I could turn back time... I'm not going to sing that. But if he could turn back time, he would have made a different choice there. Well, might as well make lemonade when life gives you lemons, right? Devoutness is at least going to come in, so Regnitz has one form of value at least. That's going to give him the better gathering speed buff, so now he's going to go up to 50% gathering speed buff on villagers that are affected by it. Dragavan And that fight was even more lopsided. I just realized he never got undermesh. Voldemar in a very cozy position. At this stage, you could even consider going back for a second TC. Instead, Voldemar has this kink. I don't want to shame him about it. But he's a little bit obsessed with erecting very large defensive structures in enemies' bases. He's going for a keep drop. Meantime, Army's going to go for trading. Weird the Dragavan is frontlining with the ranged units while the melee hold back so far, but he's trying to dodge the Archifire. It's just not going to work out. Knight's frontlining here. A few crossbows are layered in, so the men-at-arms trickling out like this is not going to end well for Dragavan. And I think we are about to get the pull of the villagers. Here we go, folks. Voldemar moving across map now for a keep drop to end the game. And there's no denying it, right? Like, the game is basically already over. Dragavan is trying to pump men-at-arms, but you need mass crossbows now to defend. The problem is you're up against archers. It's like you have to somehow now find wood and gold to get mangoes, or the game is over anyway. I love the military academy timing here. Voldemar has the eco to keep on pumping. And let's do a quick check of the tech. He was a 410 bounty boy, but keep in mind that the deer and the boar were killed. So overall, I actually think he was about 210. Maybe 200. But this has to be the end, surely. There's no way out now. Eco line getting harassed. Keep drop coming in. Dragavan has to dive out to defend. I mean, this is the quirkiness, right? Dragavan known for feudal and clown carring. And Voldemar with his signature keep drop. Both players showing you they've got their own stylistic approaches to AoE 4. Oh, we didn't check the high trade house. Uh-oh. 212. There we go. I don't even know if that's the correct answer. We're just going to pretend it is. Oh, we got so distracted. We didn't check. Voldemar's are actually the keep coming. I don't know what you mean. It's just a word, guys. It's just a word. How about those for some words? How about killer pigeon and Wallalow? I know some people asking. There is your answer. All hail the bird. For he is coming to Spain. And that's right. In fact, let me update the stream title. For we are, wait for it, official Red Bull Wallow caster. Bam. Yeah, funny you mentioned that, Don. I glanced that. I glanced that in the match history. We will be checking that out, but thank you for reminding me. Don Artie versus Marine Lord. That'll be a pleasure. Yes, you caught a rare one there, mate. That's the first game he's played in like over a week, I think, on ladder. Big ape energy? Dude, that's perfect. That's what I want in life. Damn, dude. So freaking hyped for good old Warlord. Be good to see a bunch of people I haven't seen in 2 years, which is crazy. And then, of course, what I need to do is we're going to have to take Nilly into a back room and, you know, tie him to a chair and then convince him to give AoE4 more money. It's just the way it works. The French chimp ever play the ladder? Very rarely. But yeah, Anki Vanky Camion. So yeah, so just to recap as well for those that came in now, for the rest of Wallalow's online portion, I'll be the host. So I'll be present both days this weekend and next weekend, but I won't be casting. I'm going to be doing my host role. And then you'll be able to catch me as a caster for the grand finals in October. But with that in mind, look at that beaut. One sec. Man. This has got to be a good one, right? Let's find out. Oh, let me unload the tournament logo. Wait, is there anywhere cool we can stick my banner here? I want it. have a look. Maybe... Ooh. Oh, there you go. Does that look good or bad, chat? Looks bad, right? What if we duplicate it? I have a bunch of them. It's like a back spawn pattern, you know? Right? Good or bad? I mean, that kind of works. What do you mean bad? It's like a funky background. The only downside is I wish I could set it up so it'd be like this. But then it's gonna actually maybe. I think there's a chat. I think there's actually hold up. I think there's a way to do this. Yeah, I think I know a way. So first of all, I'm going to need to group these because otherwise it's going to get messy real fast. Banner, background, boom. And then what we do. Just need to find the right layer. Give me a sec. Maybe like that? No, I don't think that works. And we can't go further because then, yeah. The problem is it's overlaying on the map. There's no easy way to fix that. I'm trying to think now. You don't think people will get annoyed by that on the map? Let's have a look. I don't know. We rock it? I think we rock it. Dude, that looks cool. That actually looks sick. After, like, you know what I can do? After this stream, I can basically edit it and imprint it into the skin, the UI sleeve that I use. It's just I can't, like, I'm not going to do that now while we're live. I mean, what are people talking about? Like the other caster for like AoE4 LAN? I don't know. I think there's like some people that can make a lot of sense. Maybe a Crackety? Who else could make sense? Maybe a Winston? I don't know about Americans. Anyone in America, right? It's pretty far. I'm trying to think Europeans. Maybe a Voldemar? Voldemar to cast AoE 4? And then sound clueless on mythology? Poogers? Alright, let's get ready to go. This player never plays ladder. We caught him red-handed doing the thing that he says is reserved for apes. It had to be the orangutan himself, the chimp, the champion. It is Izzy's... Wait. Gentleman's Marine Lord. I got so used to Izzy over the years. That's right, guys. Orangutan Marine Lord is back at it on the ladder. And when I say this is a rare occasion, I truly mean it. He barely ever touches ladder play. In fact, if I check his profile right now, in the last few days... Yeah. Before this, his last play on the ladder was 22 days ago, then 23 days ago, and then 2 months ago. He never does this. And who would have thunk it? When he does it, he runs into this guy. The Artista is back. Don Artie on the Abbasid Dynasty. Marine Lord, of course, is going to take to the Francais. This has got to be a banger, man. Marine Lord using one of the perceived weakest civs in the game. Don Artie using, honestly, a civ that I think is easily top 6 right now. That's how good the Abbasids are. They're very flexible. They have great utility. Even within specific maps, they have good options on the table. Let's see what Don can do with those particular options. Scanning rotation straight away, I'm kind of curious. Oh, Don, buddy, he's got a chance here to try and dart back down this side, but if he tries to run across the map, it's going to go bad. And I just realized when we go look at Fog of War, I told you guys that UI sleeve, probably not a great idea. I guess we just can't have Fog of War. So how does this one play out? Theoretically, French have to play all in on feudal, right? Probably 2 TC because your opponent's going to do 2 TC. Actually, I think because your opponent does 2 TC, you could potentially play 1 and play pocket resources. It's just always a little bit tricky against Abbasids where if you don't mirror the TCs, their advantage is they spend so little on villagers, they're able to ramp an army to defend quickly. Defender's advantage is a really big deal here. But I could see kind of feudal pressure working to a certain degree. You need to watch for the Abbasids scaling too many archers, because if they do get the archer count up really highly, that's when boot camp becomes a big game changer. Because remember, that extra 15% health might not sound like a lot, but when you've got 50 archers buffed by it, it can actually make the difference. Especially when you get to the tail end of the fight. I find it doesn't matter at the beginning, because at the beginning of the fight, let's say you've both got 50 archers, you're overkilling archers 100% of the time, right? But when you get down to like your final 20 and below, that's where the 15 extra health, the 15% extra health can actually just break the game wide open. And Eco Wing's going to be on the way. Okay, so no military camp whatsoever. It is just greed. Yeah, this isn't too surprising. I know Don historically really prefers Eco Wing. Even in games where he plays 1 TC, his logic is that after he gets an advantage, he can then just build TCs after the fact, right? So, is a bit more greedy and less of a Don approach. I'm already seeing comments like, this is not a tower rush, what's going on? I still remember Don in the early days with Abbasids when they were absolute trash tier civ, just outpost rushing his opponents. Like, was it Avali I think he done that too? Oh my god, yeah, it was Avali. I remember that game. That was fantastic. It was on Lipany. I think it was... Avali was on Chinese, and Dom was on the Abbasids. And he outpost rushed him so hard that Avali had to move his base to a corner. But no outpost shenanigans today. Not against the Chimp. So we're going to hit the speed up a little bit here. Just to get into the H2 and start to see what's going to be happening here. TC drops could be placed on the gold here to kind of secure the wood line, and then another one behind. Usually when you go Eco Wing, you're looking at 3 TC here, right? But I think a lot of players have leaned back towards 2 TC, the logic being that it's just too greedy doing 3. That does kind of pose a problem though, right? Like, I think the only reason you go Eco Wing to do 2 TC is if you want to get into farms as well. Tech up complete. Marine Lord queues up the first knight. Don has to be thinking about the Rax reaction here, right? First of all, he needs to get the wood together to get the town center though. Look at that glorious discount. Was 350. Now cheap 245. Oh, what? Okay, we're basically playing... We're playing poor man's China here, chat. I wasn't expecting a TC this condensed. I thought he'd at least try to lean out maybe towards the other tree line to try and secure this area. But this is about as hunkered down as it gets. First knight does arrive from Marine Lord, and we already have Stone Gathering going on. So it's going to be a 2 TC build out of him as well. Both of these civs have very interesting dynamics when it comes to town center scaling. For the Abbasids, they pay less, right? Like, actually, they pay less on 3 TC than any other civ would on 2 TC. But on the flip side, the French, while they pay full price to their villages, they don't get it. 18 food discount per villager, they do get substantially more villagers, right? 17 seconds per production compared to the 20. So that's where their edge lies here. It does mean that over time, Marine Lord will build a lead. And the other intriguing thing is because Marine Lord inherently has map control, he can offset that additional cost of villagers with better resources to gather from. And you can already see he's doing that. TC on the deer to begin with. Boar is nearby. He's even got flank resources over here that seem very feasible in a game where his opponent is going defensive, right? We have got the rack, Spearman now being queued up. And I think the goal here is for Donati to kind of lock down this back area, get all these berries secure, because that's when you inflate your food income crazily. Let's hit the speed up, though. Seeing as for now, Marine Lord is not going to commit, right? And Don doesn't want to come out either. So you have to start wondering, like, does this end up being a fast castle build from both sides? And if so, who does that favor? Well, the Bastards like can do quite well there, right? If they go in military wing, they'll have the camels to deal with the knights. Crossbow scaling is pretty easy. Boot camp makes it even simpler. The French getting mass arbitrary together can be very scary, though. So I think, you know, Don has to be a little bit worried about that. He needs to have some sort of advantage if they play into the next stage. Because if you can't end the game quickly, your opponent is going to fast in. It looks like we actually have a third TC coming from Don. A lot of wood as well. Keep in mind, he has got Fertile Crescent, though, so transitioning farms is pretty affordable. Looks like we have got the walls coming up, so this is going to be the TC drop right here. Oh, wow, and Marine Lord apparently doesn't have the bandwidth to go check this. Stone Gathering is at least being interrupted. Marine Lord doing decent damage here. Spimnar trying to react, but it's difficult. He does get what he needs, though. 245 stone is what you need for the second or third TC, rather, here for the Abbasids. And a little bit more defensive than I was expecting. I guess he's worried about the Knights raiding round. Oh, darn, no. Okay, coffee break over. Luckily for him, Marine Lord's pulling back because he's going Castle Age. I can't believe that, dude. If he noticed that, that would have been extremely punishing, actually, for Don. Because both the berries are kind of forward spawning, so archers can harass it. What the f... What? Don. Dude, 3 TC was good enough. Why? Why are we on 4 TC now? Don. Dude, what year is this? 4 TC against the #1 player in Age of Empires 4. Dude, this is bold. I'm pretty sure, if, like, Don, if it's just so ballsy, if he slumped him on the table, he'd probably break through the wood. God damn. Why not? It's only 32 food. Please stop. It is kind of funny, right? 128 food per 20-second circulation, right? For 4 TC. That's almost at a 50% discount. Meanwhile, Marine Lord has one idea, one goal in mind. He's heading towards castle. Does he really? He must do, right? He's seen the stone on the front side. He sees his Nico in. He knows that it's quadruple TC. Funnily enough, when you're quadruple TC, guys, you can just afford to lose villagers. Who cares? Just get some textiles. Makes them last long enough. And Marine Lord, this is where he should be rushing relics, right? So I'm expecting him to stockpile a bunch of wood and then probably go double monastery just to try and get all relics quickly. Because Don shouldn't be coming out now. He is scaling Horseman, which is kind of peculiar in this type of situation. Especially considering you've got limited food. And sure, it's a lot of food. You know, you've got the beautiful things such as Fertile Crescent as well as the fresh food stuffs. But I feel like this is keeping you away from going castle. Maybe he's worried about the dive. I mean, Marine Lord could aim for it. Veterancy is on the way. Steel Arrow also being queued up. M-Lord. We do have the first monastery being dropped now. No double monastery pump, but that could change in the coming seconds. I think there is some value in adding an additional archers here, even when you're up against horsemen. This is why I found the horseman detail a bit questionable. Is like veteran archers with blacksmith upgrades will disintegrate the unit that's meant to counter them. It's going to be fully fledged Royal Knights coming in just a second. Horsemen are going to try to ride past. Dude, this is just not the fight you want. Yeah, so it's starting to look like the idea here was to go after economy. But he got scouted really early, so this doesn't hit very hard. And now, because there's a dive coming, you have to add in more units just to hold. Marine Lord starting to hunt. Donai is getting a decent bloat together here. And keep in mind, Spearmen, although they're countered by archers, they can get close enough that you can't start a step. They can trade reasonably. Not crazily well, but they can actually make a difference, especially with some horsemen behind them like this. Remember, though, Don is on the clock. This was a Guildhall build, which means inevitably the French will eventually reach Imperial Age, even if they start putting everything into castle. Don, starting to get raided. See, Don, I don't understand, buddy. Why are we not building more town centers? Right? It produces villages. It's just over 500 resources. It protects almost the value of 2 outposts worth of villages. And it replaces the losses. I think, you know, the issue in this build, Don, is you haven't got enough TCs. Oh my god. His eco lead just melted. He was, what, almost 15 ahead a minute ago. He's about to be behind. I love this as well. Archers just ignore it. Like, okay, no. I know I'm going to lose this army, but before I do, you need to lose everything. Marine Lord doesn't even care about the army. Oh my god. Don. Down by 3 compared to Marine Lord now. And M-Lord, he did lose a lot for that, but keep in mind, he wasn't scaling more archers, right? So, doesn't really seem like a unit he wanted to continue down that path with. Meantime, walls are starting to go up. Another monastery is being dropped here. Marine Lord, I mean, surely men-at-arms makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, here we go. I'm in the mind of a chimp. And he wants to ape send it. So men-at-arms now coming in. Don's entire army gets countered by that. He needs to switch. He needs to identify it quickly. What's the logical switch here? I think crossbows makes the most sense. Which is kind of unfortunate for the guy that has 6 stables and 3 racks. What? Don, you do realize you didn't pick the Zhuji, right? This isn't a Jiangnan build. Men-at-arms are now on the way across the field with knights. More archers also getting added in. So is this just going to be men-at-arms and archers in mass? That's kind of a wacky build, but makes a lot of sense considering what he's up against. Like, knights can go raiding. They can also mirror the horsemen. Please don't queue up lancers. The problem with lancers here is, like, your opponent has access to French knights. They're just better. And although you might think you've got, like, the food to do it, you're only midway through your farm transition, right? Yeah, 23. So he's getting deeper now, and he is doing it. Oh, my God. Has he got enough gold is my other concern here. He's only got 1,800 gold. That's not a lot, guys. Everything else is front-facing, so he needs to win the initial fight to secure these veins. Otherwise, all of this is in vain. Okay, I'm sorry. That was terrible. Then arms. Well, that's a lot of baited aggro onto them, actually. Archer's starting to trade out the spearmen who are chasing. Knights are going to go for the recommitment, but need to be careful. Camelines is going to be there. And is going to be a nuisance. He needs to get more men-at-arms out here. Feels like the production was skipped a little bit by Marine Lord. He's got more across the field now. And I can't... Don lost the whole army, dude. Like, the veterancy's coming through, but there's no spearmen left over. Dude, what a micro by Marine Lord. That aggro switch. Don got wrapped up in it. The 8 clicks onto the men-at-arms dragged way too much aggro. And all of a sudden, we have a situation where Don's overwhelming force. It's quite underwhelming. Oh, my God. Even the final camel likely to go down here. I mean, the knights won't have to care from that point onwards, right? And it is just going to be heavy armor commitment here. Don still reluctant to move towards crossbows in a game where it's the path of least resistance here. The train now being queued up by Marine Lord instead. I think we eventually trend into mass infantry territory here, right? Like maybe you keep 5 or 6 knights just to kind of raid eco. But it's going to be about winning the main fight, right? And men-at-arms plus arbitrary do that very well. Don may need to consider trying to get towards some siege here. The problem right now is Don is playing a very blind game of AoE4. His scout has moved out to sniff out the deer location on the west. He's moving lancers out there now. But he still doesn't know what the comp is. I can't believe this, man. I mean, for those saying, why didn't Don just wait 20 more seconds? Because there was a dive attempt. He knew if he didn't actually contest it there, it would be on his farms and harassing him out. Keep in mind there's this balance of not only trying to protect villages, but also protect info. You don't necessarily want Marine Lord to know that you are 40 farms deep, right? Because that reveals a lot about your intent. Reveals a lot about the state of your economy as well. Don He's trying to get him with a little flank attack here. Lance, in the meantime, have idled out on the west side. And it looks like Orangutan here, Mr. Marine Lord, may have left a gap in the defense line here. Arbitrary were trying to intercept the troops they came across, but he's a little bit late. So will be some idle time inside his base. Marine Lord needs to get a response in quick. Men-at-Arms Arbitrary are now on the way. Finally, Don is able to strike back. Look at that, guys. He just infinitely increased his villager kills. He went from 0 to 3. Marine Lord's lumber camps look like AI. I mean, I always knew he was a bot. Knights coming in. So that's going to be a mop-up of the raid. Some damage was done, and he did scout some critical info. Don now knows the farm transition is underway, which means that it hasn't happened yet. You'd think. Oh, come on, dude. You have to wonder if some of that was intentional from Marine Lord here, right? Like, he looks as if he only just began a farm transition, but he's already 30 deep. So there's going to be an implied weakness here that Don's going to look to exploit that actually doesn't exist. Wolves are also now going up, so that will stop this troop roam happening. It should turn it into more of a funnel, which is exactly what you want when you're massing Arbitrary like this. In the meantime, I'm just going to try to skirt it, but they're in for bad news when they head on over here. Don should realize it now with them rallying towards this location. More crossbows need to arrive here. Knights are coming in to try and protect as well. Looks like a few lancers are going to get in, but the other side, the Knights do the same. Spearmen are waiting, though. So no easy entry there. Will be a shift through for Don, but with Knights chasing, it should be very hard to hang around for long. And a keep drop is now coming in, so next time that won't work. On top of that, this is a huge discount. Remember, we're dealing with the French here, not Jeanne d'Arc. So you have to remember those castles do give you a 20% discount, which can be ramped up to a 25% discount on costs for stable and archer range units. Villagers will shift back. Yeah, this is smart by Don. It's not worth chasing for 1 or 2 villager kills. Realistically, you just want to keep raiding through, stay away from the army mass, and chip villagers over time. And wow, Don's doing something a little bit wild here. We have composite bows on the way, which is surprising against Arbitrary. Red Palace is now coming in, right? So the reason it's surprising against Arbitrary is Arbitrary will have Pavis to protect them, and soon they're going to have the crossbow stirrups as well. I have to wonder, like, Don, should the answer maybe been mangoes here? Army's at least going to march across. He has no clue about the Red Palace. The 13 villagers should be able to get this one up. Meanwhile, a burn at the center as he starts to breach the base. Rax is now being targeted, but Marine Lord definitely has an army that could contest this. The reason he's not is much easier to just wait for the tech up. Because once that tech up comes, Don is going to have to either dive or back away. And considering it's the French, he might consider simply backing off here. And yes, the guild hall was used for the food. Dive begins towards the army. Arbitrary are underprotected here. They do not have garrisons either, so they're a little bit of a liability. The men-at-arms are drawing a lot of attention, and there it is. Confirmation of Imperial Age here. And Don, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? He understands. He needs to see the Red Palace before he has a reason to back away. If he has to back away now, it's over anyway. He doesn't have his tech up. Marine Lord now able to get those drops on the Pavis. Means that frontlining with his crossbowmen, all of a sudden a good move. Don Artie should be running out of steam soon. He's just trying to keep the pump going, but the reality is the upgrades are already on the way. Elite tech in 30 seconds. We've got gambesons as well as crossbow stirrups. I think Don just has to concede this. He has to move into him. Boy, boy. Kind of a rough state of things as well. Like, Don... Wait, what? He's queuing up so many archers here. Against mass men-at-arms and Arbitrary, I'm not convinced this is it. The problem is now Mangoes is a bad move, right? Because your opponent can actually get into Springwolves with shot triggers. And Don just has to keep ramping it, right? I think the logic now behind archers here is they're kind of cost efficient. You're not eating much food and you're not eating any gold, right? Which means you can stockpile that towards Imperial. So it kind of feels like the archers are simply a distraction to keep Marine Lord in his base. For the time being, though, it is working. Stakes made here. No use of the Pavis coming in. A little bit funky that that's actually not happening here. Remember, these archers, they hit for 9 damage. Pavis will give you 5 armor, so that means you reduce them down to 2 damage. You do need to stand your ground. And it seems like Marine Lord doesn't want to do it, so instead he forfeits over the front side of his base. Don Artie now swelling up with an overwhelming advantage here. 22 military to 65. With the castle now in range, the TC as well, these Arbalest emplacements should now set him back. And yeah, finally, we do see the Pavis coming in. Kind of crazy it didn't happen sooner, but credit to Don, man. The mass he had pushing behind this. His army is going to get cleaned up, but he got what he wanted. Culture Wing now on the way for the Abbasids. Well, the argument is whether you have to kite back there versus Pavising, right? Like, if there's mass melee coming in, it makes sense to start a step back. But if it's just ranged on range, Pavising just makes more sense. Because you're never going to get out of range of archers with crossbowmen. They move slower, right? The Horseman switch up now coming in. Marine Lord's done with the Arbitrary. Hand Cannoneers now getting queued. Hand Cannoneers on their own will die here, by the way. Against mass archers, weirdly enough, they will die. So the Horsemen are the key detail here. But they still need to be fully vetted. Elite Tech is now coming in. Weirdly enough, we've actually got Ensnare Arrows on the way, even though he was queuing up Hand Cannoneers. Looks like he's finally going back. I'm fine with this. I think, you know, with the French, it's kind of weird. Like, if you had infinite resources, sure, Hand Cannoneers are better, but you don't. And the reality is, scaling Arbitrary is much more easy to do than Hand Cannoneers. For every 1 Hand Cannoneer, you can get 2 Arbitrary. Gulems? What? Okay, that makes more sense. I'm glad I'm seeing Horsemen here. Gulems is a little bit funky here. It's pretty rough against Arbitrary. Alright, like I can't think of a worse crossbowman type to build Gulems against, because your double strike gets mitigated hard. Right? Arbitrary, if you even reach them, will have a ridiculous 8 melee armor here. Don hates Siege, right? I mean, he has to at some point go to it, right? We've got a key drop now on the way. I'd love to see Siege Workshops behind this, and there we go. Triple workshop from Don. Resonation Knowledge also on the way. That's going to be very helpful at this stage in the game. A lot of imp techs cost a hell of a lot. Remember, they're 1,000 resources, so saving 200 per goes a long way here. Biology tech now on the way. Royal Bloodlines coming in. Marine Lord, it's kind of weird, right? Like, usually with a lot of civs, you see the state of the game, you're like, okay, Don's ahead. It's not the case here. It's so difficult to now really punish anything Marine Lord's doing behind this because the TCs, which you went up to 3, by the way, and the keeps. The Red Palace effect is so oppressive. Tongbin, though, he's going to get a good trade. Mainly because the Horsemen have gone hunting here. Check this, Marine Lord goes after the economy. Okay, this means Don has to make a choice. He's either defending or he's breaching. We have got Bombards now on the way, so that should give him some breach potential. Horsemen, in the meantime, should get mopped up by Golems or Spearmen. Remember, Golems are great at dealing with Horsemen as well, due to the lack of melee armor. But Marine Lord isn't doing this to win a fight, right? This is now drawing attention. He's trying to buy time. Because whenever reinforcements are addressing that, the main army can do this. Dive in. Archer Mass gets wiped out. Don Artie down to just 25. And keep in mind, with mass Horsemen as well as the Royal Bloodlines, you could even camp the keep. So their crossbows go marching forward. Royal Cannon is now on the way. So Marine Lord looking to clear up this forward keep. Don may have happened to him at the worst possible time. He doesn't have the troops in position to stop this. He's still surging forward here. But Marine Lord's still hunting on the back. I don't know, man. I feel like Don just needs walls. This is wild. A stone wall alleviates this problem. Even Palisades slows it for a reaction, but right now he's in trouble. Textile's at least going to offset some of the damage, but those are elite Horsemen. 16 damage per strike. They're going to spill some blood. Don. He's going to go under 100 eco here. Will be a pull away last second. Arbitrary follow-up now comes in. Pavis has been dropped as well, so archer damage is being mitigated. It's going to be a back away. It realizes he can't hang around here as the melee lines do engage. Marine Lord has to back away. Cannon, in the meantime, has not begun its duties yet. It's on the way across from the east side, so keep will be cleared up soon. I'm just looking at the gold state, though, and I see a really big problem here, guys. Don didn't play for the 8k. Which might end up making him look like a 1k. This is really important. You're playing French. French suck in the late game without gold. It's mandatory, really, to exist at that age. And Marine Lord got 16,000 gold secure on this east side. He actually also got the 4K on the west. He has everything. Don, he's running out of everything here. Last of the gold is gone, right? His income should be close to plummeting. In fact, he's trying to move out here now. Bombards are on the way, but this is not going to be a quick, clean clear. Dude, I can't believe this. If Don had the gold, I could see a way in which he could win this. But with this detail in mind, the game just got difficult. Villagers, they could be pulled for the bombards now. Instead, they go for the repair. Keep drop is going to start cleaning this up. Meantime, in the center, Arbitrator are standing their ground. Mass Archer is not able to deal with it. And Cannon has almost cleared a path through. This is slipping. Don needs this cleared ASAP. Castle about to go down. Villagers were hit up, but not enough. Gold now being gathered again, but for how long? The thing you got to keep in mind is what's happening here. Castle return fired as the cannon is going to take it down, so both players losing their keep. But now, considering how close this is to Marine Lord's base, this gold line is going to be the new target, and it's an area where the French should have the advantage. So how does Don switch this up? Because right now he's got horsemen. They're not heading into the economy. Remember, it's very difficult with those Arbalest placements. Very much shotguns down any horsemen that arrive. Another big issue I'm seeing in this game, we have got elite army tactics, but that is it, right? We haven't got incendiary arrows. We haven't got biology. Other side, we're talking about incendiary tech as well as royal bloodlines. It's a big difference. One that really matters here. Arbitrate, able to hold. Donati having to fall back now. So gold likely to be forfeited in the next 20 seconds. At that point, Don even needs to set up trade or he needs to breach. And breaching is difficult, right? He's got 3 bombards, but he can't go off the Red Palace. The 10 tower range guarantees that. Match over here, though. Awesome lines do spread out. He's got to peel it back. Mass Spin is a problem, but Marine Lord now with a switch up. Men-at-Arms are on the way. Just needs to get the Arbitrary out, and then we'll have a healthy comp to clear what's coming, because now Don doesn't have the gold to get either crossbows or hand cannoneers. Awesome raid hits as well, so gold definitely going to be denied out. And Don now in trouble. I don't think he realizes it just yet. The Men-at-Arms have been held in reserve. They're about to start arriving. Arbitrary baiting them in. Men-at-Arms now taking the brunt of the fire here. You can't help but feel this is starting to pitter off. Wood income, underwhelming. Gold, non-existent. Food income, really not where you want it to be to keep the spam going. And I think this is the convergence point. Marine Lord now moving in. Men-at-Arms go for the dive. Arbitrary move in again. And the front line has now been cleared. Don will try to get away, but the bombard's surely too slow to escape this. Yeah, this is rough, man. I think Don, dude, like, he was close to having this if he could just find some extra gold. But that then leads to the question, were you close at all? Marine Lord, this was just so smart. He read the map correctly. Red Pass on the east side secured everything. Don was so busy just trying to get his eco blasted to 140 and then move out. He forfeited the key win condition here. 16,000 gold really was the difference between these two players. It's what allowed Marine Lord to pump Men-at-Arms and crossbows when Donati couldn't. Still a really cool game, dude. I can't believe we had a 4 TC boom. Oh. Mind you, I think Don hasn't had too many games himself this season, right? He's been back on the grind, actually, last few days. Remember, Don was missing for a while before that. But I think this is still an impressive showing, right? We have to remember at the end of the day, this is Marine Lord. Easily the hardest player to actually get a win against. But I can't believe how close Don got at 2 different phases here. But no, I think he's just going through the motions. Gold is all dried up. And he never actually banked that relic either, which could have at least padded him for a while. Still, I don't think 80 gold could have made enough difference here. Maybe it would have been enough to get him over the edge a little bit earlier, but it feels like this is inevitably where we were going as soon as the goal got targeted. Villagers in the front line are being sacrificed. His 4TC build is now taking him below 100 eco. And I think we are just moments away from Dom waving the white flag. The cannon's even ego challenging for the cannon kills on the other side. And the villagers have been found. Men at arms. About to turn it into a massacre. Remember, they got EAT. They hit for 20 per strike. I think we'll hit the fast forward. We'll do him the honor. Don Hardy. An intriguing build. 4TC actually for a moment there convinced me maybe there was a way, but Marine Lord, calm and calculated as always here, reaches his Imperial Age, plays the resource game on the map, and uses Don's fixated aggression against him. Damn. Cool one. What do we call that one? Let me just name those quickly. Okay, so do that, and then what do we call that one? 4TC Abbasid build, right? 2022 Abbasid returns. Alright, there we go. French are back. I don't know if we'll go that far. Yes, French are back. It just requires that your opponent goes 40C. Nani? Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let me do it now because I know I'm going to keep forgetting. I wanted on the content side because we have the whole alerts now. I wanted to... Where is it? I wanted to change them to green. I don't know if there's a quick way to do that across the board. Annoyingly enough, I don't think there is. Let's see if we can find it quickly. There we go. Alright, save changes. So now, let's just do this quickly, because I just realized, like, when people don't know or whatever they're doing, it's very hard to read in purple. I don't know why purple's the default. It's just so ugly. So just give me a sec. Should only take a moment. Oh yeah, if someone uses bits, by the way, we've got a new alert for bits. It's a pretty cool one. I think that's all of them. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I think, yeah, that should be everything. Nice. Okay, fan Dappy Dozy. Let's get chat open again. Alright, who's online? Because we've got a bunch of people turning up.
Feels good.
What's going on there? Let's have a look. Matisse. Who's Matisse against? Got me curious. Oh, Scarlet. Devil Zada again. Let me check the live leaderboard. I do like to catch some live games. I'm doing a lot of recordings at the moment. I want to get back to doing some live ones. Also, I just realized that needs to be popped up a bit. When the hair is so tall that it just disappears. We might come back to this one, though, actually, because it's Himeyama. And I love Himeyama. I kind of miss Himeyama. It's actually a really fun map. I think it takes some of the really cool qualities of Prairies without keeping the limitations that make it that make Prairie a negative, right? Which is like way too open, no safe harbor. Whereas the whole idea is your opening is quite exposed with Himeyama, but you can make it safe over time. Sup, DS? Thank you, buddy. Yeah. Excited for it, man. I'll be heading in. So the goal right now is to head over a day earlier than I normally would. So I'll be able to chill out, catch some of the AV2 and whatnot. As long as my son arrives on time. He better not be late. Well, that does put a kind of a spoke in the wheel. A spoke? A wrench in the wheel. Spokes are usually in wheels for bikes anyway. All right, let's quickly check live ladder and see who we've got. I'm kind of curious. I like to believe that's Marine Lord, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh. Who's pretending to be the chimp? Should we quickly have a look? I've got some other recorded games lined up, but like I said, I prefer to catch live ones. Rank 14th. Who are you? From Norway? Dragavan? Really? No. Who's pretending to be Norwegian? Is that the news? The news is indeed that I am going to be the official Red Bull Warlord caster! Ta-da! Pretty cool, right? Oh, actually, now with that in mind, I am going to remove some of those banner backgrounds because they are a problem being in the way. I still think that's fine. Whoop, whoop. I should actually probably make it so that the entire thingy disappears, actually. So 1 second. Let me just set that up. Yeah, who is this who's pretending to be Norwegian? Like, I mean, is it actually Marine Lord? I could kind of believe that's Marine Lord. 100% win rate. Ooh la la. Alright, 1 sec. So, AV4 casting scene, we want to have the... What was it called? Yeah, so we have the banner background. 1 second. Let me quickly sort this, and then we can hop in. There we go. Hide overlay, and then let's add it to the show overlay. So basically, it's the thing that makes things appear and disappear automatically for me. I'm just adding those to it. Fantastic. All right. Rated Juicy is D tier for land maps. I'm not entirely convinced they're D tier. I don't know, man. I think they're like, they're like C. I think they have some plays. I've been more and more convinced the games I've seen recently. Like, so, it depends on the map, right? Like, Rocky River is surprisingly decent for them. I wonder if they can work on Himayama. Oh, we're in... Oh, God. So, do we know who this is? Like, they are pretending to be Norwegian. They are ranked 73rd in Season 4. So, they skipped a few seasons. This isn't Dragavan. They were ranked... In Season 1, they were ranked 24th. And Season 2. I'm curious who this is. This is like an OG high-ranking player. China's a good civ. China's a broken civ. We should nerf them. You know, kneecap them. I'm trying to figure out who this could be. Because the account, like I said, before recently, it was last active in Season 4, right? So I'm just double-check. Yeah. This is the first time they played since Season 4. BC put China's a C tier? Okay, I 100% disagree with that. That's wild. China's really high up. Like A tier, I'd say. China feels too slow? No way are they slow, dude. China is not slow. Their early game is so much better now. I'm not sure who this is. Could this be the return of Viper to Age of Empires 4? Hera? I don't know who this is. So, little bit of background. This person has not been active since Season 4. In Season 1 and 2, they were ranked 24th in the world. Just think how many people were active back then, right? Yeah, I'm seeing all the names coming. Cyril, Hera, like, your guess is as good as mine, right? I'm not entirely sure exactly who this is. Their account registers from Norway. This could be Viper, right? Like, realistically, because Cyril is Finnish. Wait, I know how to check this. If I can find some games from the start of the patch in 2v2 with Grubby's account, we can confirm that it's Viper. Other side of this, just to kind of highlight this person, they are... Oh, crap. Now I can't check because I'm looking through the data. I think they were quite high ranked, though. I think they were like ranked 70th or something. I'm curious on this, man. Who the hell are they? I don't think it's Viper, because... No, because he has the the Viper account. It could be Viper, but I wouldn't be able to confirm on this account. All right, screw it. Let's redo the intro. Because we got lost in the blah. Well, Viper might live in Germany, but his account might be registered elsewhere. This is a rank 19 account he's up against, so this is very high ranked. Has the Golden Boy returned to us? Could it be him? Is this the return of the Viper? Quite possibly. We've got a Norwegian account that is ranked, I think it's 14th in the world right now. They last played in Season 4, and in Season 1 and 2, they are ranked 24th in the world consistently. The timeline tracks, man. I think Viper might be back with us. I mean, I'm actually going to double check. Is he live right now? Because that would make it more clear, one way or the other. He's not online, so it's possible. I'm not going to 100% say for certain, but whoever the chimp is, they are a player who has previously proven their talent. On the other side, Green is also very capable. They are ranked in the top 20 right now. So Chimp is ranked 14th, and this person I think was ranked, 19th in the world, and their account registers from Germany. So we have a very high skill game here on Hill and Dale. Roos versus Juji is very intriguing to me as well. I don't often see Juji getting picked on this map, but oh my god. That is vile. Dude, are we on Hill and Dale or are we on Holy Island? Because that is a, what? 123? 123 resource meditation garden. Yeah, I need a drink because I'm getting thirsty looking at it. You don't think he gets the stone? Think again. It's most definitely in range. Remember, you only need to touch, you only need to clip the white line box. And he's well and truly in there. Okay, what did I say, 128? Or 123? It's even better. It's going to be 127, I believe. Because he's got a few wood in there as well. Dude, that is wild. What a crazy start. And I'm wondering, does the Reese player know about this? He scoured the area, but you just don't really think about meditation guns this way right now. You used to worry about it, but remember, that was because Yuji used to have a bugged meditation garden where if you killed it and they rebuilt it, they got more resources, so it was a risk. They fixed that bug. So usually a lot of players now are going for meditation gardens at home because if they do a loose one like this, their opponents will snipe it. Roos versus Juji, though, I feel like that's a matchup that should heavily favor the Roos in general. 2TC is much more easily attainable for them, which they're going for. And then you can either fast castle or scale mass archers plus knights. Both work quite well here, but talking of fast castles, look at this time. Dude, this is wild. Chimp, he's going for it. This is a fast castle build, and with Tang Dynasty, it will be insanely fast here. Both in the build time and the cost. Remember, you get a 15% discount as the Juji on your tech up. Now, he's slightly miscalibrated on the gold, but I think that's going to fix itself in a moment. Dude, this is going to be wild. Like, what, 6 minute, 30 seconds tech up? Oh, if he stops walking, yes. Here we go. Shaolin Monastery now on the way. This is just ludicrous, man. And now, because you're ramping castle like this, your opponent's probably going to have to mirror, right? And he's gone 2TC. He can't do anything about this. It's kind of crazy that he hasn't actually moved over looking for the meditation garden yet, because that would be a better target than what he's doing here. Kind of crazy, right? He could have even had a quicker tech up timing. Notice he pulls everyone off the goal for the time being. Has what he needs, the initial Lancer pump. He wants to make sure he can afford the Lancers and the Shaolin Monks here. Meanwhile, villagers are being pulled. Green is looking to lock all the relics out from this fast castle build. 6 minutes, 45 seconds castle age. Juji, what a sif. Yeah, this is the new way that a lot of Juji players have been going on land, by the way. Is, you know, the whole idea of Mass Chiganu was cute before, but there's a lot of matchups where it just doesn't play very well now, and this is one of them. So a very smart read, and just realistically a tech timing that the Roos are never going to catch up with, right? Unless they know it's a Castle Age race and aim for it, they're always going to go for that greedy 2TC, especially on a map like Hillendale. Walls now being built up. Remember, these walls are broken, by the way. They build 33% faster than other Palisade walls and have double the health, while costing the same. Make it make sense. Monk's down the way. Oh, dude, this is one of those situations where if Chimp had actually scouted that detail, you'd probably be going for Palace Guard instead to burn through the walls. Unfortunately, they didn't have scouting vision on the map. That got denied from them. Lancer is now going to arrive. That should shove these guys away. Quick reaction out green as well. Might even get away. Oof. Just about touched it. Rooster so far behind tech up? Sure, but I want you to be like honest with yourself. What does Juji have right now? Right? This is one of those stay calm, don't overreact moments. Oh my god, come on, no. Okay, I'll tell you what Juji have. 2 relics that they can still grab because green didn't wall off this one at all. That's wild. So Chim does get what he needs. So the reason I was highlighting that you don't really have anything is if these walls go up, then this fast castle play is redundant, right? It's like a worse form of HRE. But now, considering the wall timings, Roost actually has an issue here. Green never walled himself in on the front. There is a gap here to flank round towards the gold in the wood line. And that Kremlin is forward-facing. Provides limited protection on the flanks. Looks like the wall is at least going to go up over here. There is a move out now on the east side to deal with that as well. Meanwhile, we have got a disturbance on the piece here. So this absolutely broken landmark is giving slightly less. Thank God. Magic, why pick one when we can have both? We will be the official Wall caster for Age of Empires 4 and Age of Mythology. Question is, are we going to have Magic making back-to-back Wall appearances? Eyebrows, eyebrows. Monk's now just trying to break through. This takes a long time, though. He's also split them, which is kind of weird here, right? And notice it is just Monks and nothing else, which is kind of a Monk at S here. It means that Knights can actually counter you. Knights are pretty good at dealing with shallow Monks. You get a few of them together, you can cycle charge. And thank you for the gifted sub, Fat Plop. You're a legend. Ball's now up, though. I think Green's in a reasonable position here. I think what Chimp really needs now is a TC, desperately. In fact, they're gathering on the stone for it now. And this is going to be 2 TC condensed, right? Like, usually it is because you want to be able to supervise the buildings you want to gather from. So it doesn't make sense to have a town center loose. And yes, relics held by Shallow Monks do not show up in the current UI. Thanks, Capture Age. Which is why you never get the +1 here. Is this Men-at-Arms? Intriguing choice to go Men-at-Arms instead of Knights. Like, you're up against enemy Knights, and also you're up against Shallow Monks. Knights make more sense, because what Knights can do is they can cycle charge in to just instantly kill a Shallow Monk before they can fight back. Make a Ram? Yeah, but the problem is, and this is something that people often forget, because they're Battle Monks, and you're like, well, they're not normal Monks, right? You can't see it because of the way we have our UI skin sleeved, but Shallow Monks cannot build Siege. And he went Knights. So the only way Siege Engineering makes sense is if he had gone for Palace Guard in the first place, which you're never going to do when you're worried about Roost Knights. It's one of those situations where you wish you could because it would have been efficient burning and given you the opportunity to maybe get Rams, but to do so, you would have just got sniped by Knights. Tough situation. Another relic has at least been accessed, though. Now shift over to the west side. Now, High Trade House is being built, so the monastery time is going to be slow, and I don't think you can rush it anyway. The best thing you can do here if you're green is try to intercept the relics before they get pulled back on the west side. Nice thing about these walls, you know exactly when they're going to be pulled back, because you'll see when they break. This meditation god's actually going to get killed. He needs to send something over at some point to push that away. Probably has to consider bringing a villager out to repair as well, which will take a very long time. It's these weird small nitpicks that actually do make a big difference. I want you guys to process that if this was any other Civ than Roos in this situation, Chimp would already have 4 relics, right? Because this wall's already been burned down past the health of Palisade. He killed 2 Palisades worth over here. He would have breached all relics. That's kind of wild, right? And what if I told you you can get these 4 or 5 Palisade walls for the low cost of the same amount of wood and your soul? Dude. This greed is such Viper play? I mean, I am wondering. Like, it adds up, right? People highlight that he lives in Germany. Yeah, but I think his Steam account was originally registered in Norway. So, maybe we have the Norwegian here. Might be able to find himself in a winning position because he's moving across for another relic now. And you notice how scary these monks are. Look at the damage already done there. The other big issue is if you don't kill these monks, they heal. They kiss their own boo-boos better, baby. Back from the wall. Of course it's 2 TC without Song Fei. How else can you afford your cheap Imperial? Knights are coming across now. If Lancers frontline this though, the monks can just destroy it. Yeah, like this is such a hard fight right now. Spearmen are being scaled, but there's not enough here yet. He's looking for the charge in. One of the monks does go down. Behind this though, we've got a secure on the west side, and we have food now being grabbed here. So Chimp, plenty of resources to work with. And that was sick. So because he prioritized this mill to be built by all of them, the woodworkers walk over, and they're able to get that initial drop-off because he doesn't recommand them. Remember, that's the way it works, is you can actually drop off resources at any drop-off building on the build point. You can't drop off past that. It has to be the correct form. Monks. Nice choice there. Clear the knights first, then clear the spears. The problem here is, even if you kill this monk, there's still one left over to pick up the relic. Instead, you're going to lose everything on this. Green hangs around too long. An absolute wipe of the army. Crossbow switch now coming from Jim. Lancers to keep frontlining. Monk is going to prioritize on the Spearman. Saint's Blessing is going to be in, though. Kind of need to focus fire here. This down. The lead on the wall is going to be pulled back. So Green tries to make off with the goodies. Crossbow's now arriving, though. I'm not sure if he's got enough time. The Shallow Monk kind of has to survive this. Lance is trying to do damage, but I think with the extra Spearman coming in, Green will at least be able to pull 1 relic back to make this a 4-1 split. As long as he attacks, that is. Not bad position overall for Chimp, though, right? Trailing by 11 villagers, but when you consider that you've got these beautiful Imperial officials to make things always better, and the fact that you've actually got 4 relics now to buff you on a Civ that can very quickly get into pagodas, it's a pretty good position to find yourself in. Like, I actually wonder if you just skip Song and go Yuan. I know you've still got a farm transition to worry about, but when you've got 4 relics, pagodas are insanely valuable. And by the way, this Meditation Garden died, right? Yeah. Oh, the perfectly timed trade out. I love that. You don't get to see it often, but just basically the insta-flop dead on both sides. It's almost like they meat cleave at each other to the forehead. Yeah, this landmark is not in operation, right? So a long effort to try and repair that. And also an exposed area, so don't expect him to go for it anytime soon. Green, the best thing he can do is capture sacred sites, right? Like, Juji don't want to come out. They're playing mass crossbow. They don't want to rush out. Take advantage of this. And yes, pagodas are better than Bregnants. It's insane. I think we might have mass spears plus crossbows, which makes a lot of sense. Palace Guard isn't very affordable here. I love the fact that they're still adding in Shaolin Monks. Shaolin Monks are actually really good fighters. And if you look at the comp coming from Green, not much of it contests this, right? Like, Body of Iron means you don't care about crossbows. Spearmen are low base damage anyway. Watching Shaolin Monks fight Spearman is like watching an Ona Bagisha in Imp Age fight a Spearman in Feudal. Jiangnan coming in, so we are actually going to get Song Dynasty first out of Jim. So they'll hang around there for what, probably 3 minutes as they get the farm transition in. They've got a lot of wood secured back here, so they can definitely afford it. They could even just drop the farms here safely in the corner. In fact, if they stonewall past this, it's the safest place to be. Winning Fortress on the way. That's a lot of gold. The split on the gold veins means that this isn't the end of the world if Chimp gives it over, but it is going to thrust green to a later phase of the game. That eco lead. I'm starting to wonder if there's been some skipped TC production here. The numbers... Oh, there you go. Green actually went free TC. Horse Archers counter everything. Ha ha ha. Silly Faye. You would lose to the Vipers Nesta Bees, wouldn't you? I'll tell you what, if this is actually the Viper, I'm kind of impressed. Because, like, Zhuji's a really weird Civ to play at the moment. But this build was really cool. I don't think it's optimal if your opponent knows what to look for, but it's challenging sometimes to know, right? Unless you are up against someone who does the same strategy over and over again, right? Like, for example, if you queue into Revan, the Middle Eastern player right now, expect to be, like, aped, right? They're going to send every troop at you. So you can react accordingly. But Paul Green just didn't really know what this was going to be. Even after the fast castle point, it got kind of funky. I think it was because this absurd spawn with the meditation garden. What is useless against range mass? Are you saying Shaolin Monks? They're actually very good at absorbing blows. 15 seconds is a long time in a big fight. And they can reduce damage by 50%. So they're actually not that bad at just frontlining. Especially when you remember that this unit has an absurd 170 health. Oh, yes, Horse Archers. Yeah, Horse Archers suck against mass crossbows. It's a really bad trade. No, unless you have numbers on your side. Because remember, crossbows have the same attack speed, right? But, like, you basically need more. And the problem is, like, if you scale Horse Archers, like, if your opponent has armor and you have armor, crossbows will clear that line before Horse Archers clear that line. Versus crossbows is free low for Horse Archers? Only if your opponent doesn't have a front line. The problem with what you're saying here, FaZe, how do you get that many Horse Archers together in time? Like, you're behind. I feel like you need a Mango play here. I'd agree if he had Horse Archers already, but to build Horse Archers from this point would be a mistake. Spearman stopping the walls going up. That's problematic considering this is where he's looking for his gold and his food now. Other scary thing is you need to farm transition, right? It looks like they're halfway through right now. 26 deep. Meanwhile, other side of this, check this. 22 farms and scaling, 2 granaries already online for Chimp. I think Green is going to try to tech up here. If Chimp rebalances his eco, he can do the same. And remember, they don't get the discount anymore, but the eco is good enough. They've made the savings off of all this, off the farms. That's coming in. Frontline Shaolin Monks. Oh, no Body of Iron activated, though. These guys are not absorbing as much damage as they should be able to, so big mistake made there by Chimp. Has to back away. And a key drop down the way. Good read by Green. Yeah, this is what was missing. Chimp, no Nest to be sooner than this. Feels like a mistake. Gets caught off guard by the Horseman transition and gets pushed back far enough that Green can now secure the gold required for late game. Other cool detail about this. Now that you have a keep here, you don't have to waste your landmark choice on a Spaskaya. You can go for the High Armory. That's a huge advantage. Spearmen are going to dive in, but let's be totally real here, folks. That is 37 villages. You're not stopping it. Chimp now also prepping the trebs. I don't know, man. I think Green has figured this out now. Nestabees is going to arrive. He's going to have to back away. But behind this, the tech up is now ready to rock and roll. Weird placement with high armor, yes, but keep in mind the gold will eventually disappear. He just wants it quickly, and most of his affordable eco that he can idle for this is here, right? Remember, in total, he pulled 36 villages. A third of his eco here. He can't vacate the farms. He needs all that food. He needs as much as he can get here, because this should just be mass horsemen or Streltsy. Either way, like, it's food or gold, right? And because you actually have the gold trickle coming in from things like the high trade house, the hunting cabins, and you still have so many gold workers, that's not going to be your biggest limitation. So, what have we got going on over here? Another keep drop. Has he really? So he's going to have about 50 workers on gold once he's teched up. That is wild. That feels like a little bit of an overcommitment. Wood is just as important for this kind of siege transition, right? I guess the argument is imp techs are very expensive on gold. There's not often you see this many workers committed to it right at the beginning of the age up. Trebs, in the meantime, are beginning the siege, and the villagers having to be idled like this is problematic. So it's just burning stones somewhere other than dropping another keep. I think really actually what green needs is mass horsemen over here. Yeah, and he seems to be aware. So horsemen are going to break through. Once they hit the second wood line, they're going to see the farms. And that's when you should see mass horsemen scaling and sending it south. That's the bees. Oh, to be Chinese when you can actually kill these siege weapons. TC. Or keep rather. TC. Does do the damage. Nesta Bees is going to be taken out. Only one left over. And Russo are going to start standing their ground. Springles have now came out just in the nick of time here to push this back. Villagers are going to have to back away. Question mark, is this enough to hold? Chim feels like he's breaking through here. Springles does arrive. Does get the snipe out in time here. Now, this is the big problem, right? Russo usually coveted for the extra range on Springles. That only matters when you're actually far enough away, but you're spawning in the midst of it right now. I don't know, man. I think you misread this green. The tech up timing is a good idea, but it feels like what you're really missing was extra troops behind this. The Streltsy takes so long to produce. It's going to give an opening here to Chimp. The horsemen have rode in, so it looks like the farms are getting outed up. Chimp, I can't believe this. Just as he's gaining some steam here, food is about to plateau. Or rather, plummet would be more accurate in this situation. Look at the amount of workers. I mean, just get shivs out, dude. You've got to at this stage. The veterans in the boys' fortitude makes this really suboptimal, but you have no other choice right now. Instead, it looks like Chimp is sending it. 19 villagers on the ford. A keep drop's coming in, so he's making a play, a claim for the gold in the center. The problem, though, I don't think Blue realizes that Green has resources here. This is really bad. Like, if Blue slows down because he thinks he's ahead, he's going to lose the game. So he needs to send it. Like, actually, I'd argue you drop 2 siege workshops here, go back to gathering gold, and turn this into a siege ball. That's the one way you can deal with this, right? Because your opponent hasn't prepped more springles yet. He set up all the siege workshops here. So Nesta Bees might give you the opening you need to take control of this game from an age behind, but you need to be fast. Spears and Palace Guard in the meantime are going to raiding onto some farms. This is so weird to watch. And we have indeed got a stone wall. So Chim has got safe food on the farms now. I don't think that's enough villagers for every farm, though. And third granary is coming in. This is what's been missing. If you're wondering why did Chimp wait so long, it's the tree line, right? I think he was trying to clear the resources to be optimal. Same with the berries. But at some point, you just got to pull the trigger. Like, food is the thing killing you right now. Wood and gold is in surplus. In fact, might even be worth selling 1,000 gold to get food here. Bombard is now in the way from green. Strauss-Can is also scaled pretty nicely. I really think 3 Nesta Bees makes a lot of sense here. It's a bit of a gamble because if Springs come out, you're dead. But right now, you have no counter to these Nesta Bees. Other than keeps, which we are deciding to dive very ambitiously. Alright then. I don't know, what do you think? What do you guys think? Is this actually the Viper? The thing that makes me reluctant to say it's the Viper is, hasn't the Viper been grinding to qualify for Warlock? No, he already did, right? So he didn't have to do that. Because this account has been very active the last several days. Is played So far this season, 48 games. I guess it could be Viper just taking a break from AoE too. No, it's not just Tato. It's previous winners, right? So Viper and Tato, I believe, are the two invited. I mean, maybe this is just him relaxing. Like, yeah, he's a new father, right? But maybe when he wants to play a few games? I don't know. This definitely had a very Viper-esque arc to it, right? The Fast Castle Rush Relics was a signature play of his. Although then again, when he was playing back in like 2022, that was the meta as well. So there's going to be a backup here because Temple's Sun on the way. So Chimp bought enough time here. He boxed his opponent in. He did starve the gold somewhat. And that did slow down this timing, but it's starting to come together for Green nonetheless. Streltsy count about to approach 30. Chemistry is on the way. And Chimp needs a fast reaction. And keep in mind, you're playing as the Zhuji. You don't have that hand cannoneer reaction. It has to be something else. Do love that they went Temple of Sun, by the way. I see way too many library builds, and they're always pointless. I think what you do here is maybe you go for... I guess you could prep the library very quickly and go Imperial Guards. That'd be pretty effective here. Gives you kind of tankiness to get on top of your opponent. Mountain Academy is on the way, though. So we're going to get the Pagoda transition that's going to ramp up his eco, and he needs it. Look at the state of this. 142 to 110. Mountain Academy will also give him additional food. You could actually just mass Palace Guard. One of the big weaknesses of Roost here is the fact that they can't Stone Wall, right? So they can't keep Palace Guard floods out. And now, with the Temple of Sun complete, you have got the Divine Haste to get you that Yuan Dynasty type effect that you get with the Chinese. Chimp, some ambitious gathering here, is going to have to back away. The army tactics is being prepped. Mass Spearmen to try and defend. And they are elite, so these horsemen are not going to last long. Yeah, interesting that he's that dedicated to try and kill the Trebs. I don't think that was worth it. These Trebs aren't that valuable right now. Mr. Bees is at least going to scare this off. Sprinkles are on the way, but they're going to be slow. An ambitious fight coming in from Chim, but he does commit to it nonetheless. Nesta Bees isn't attacking, finally gets another flurry out. But Streltsy with 130 HP do not die quickly. The Spearman Mass, however, will. The armor tactics just came in. Divine Haste at least gets him in range quickly here. The Streltsy are frontlining, but they're lasting long enough. Chimp has to start backing up. He needs more production ASAP. Even a keep won't help here. Remember, there's already bombards in your face. Troops are trickling, but feels like they're not good enough. I wonder, does he try it? Does Chimp actually resort to the Grenadiers? Usually they feel pretty bad, but considering you're dealing with a bulk of Streltsy, it could actually be the detail that gets you back in this game. Instead, Chimp leans into Nesta Bees. This is ambitious, though. Chimp doesn't have many spears. Nesta Bees isn't going to get sniped. Keep drop is going to be on the way. Second Nesta Bees comes out, but that is it. GG gets schooled. Chimp realizes he can't deal with the Imperial Ruse Beast here. Damn, what a crazy opening this game, though. Really different approach. It looked like it was coming together for a while, but I think there's just no denying it. When you reach this stage in the game, there are maybe some civs that Juju can deal with, but Ruse simply doesn't feel like one of them. Didn't see that surrender coming? I think it's just inevitable there. Like, what are you meant to do from that point on, right? It's so difficult. The AoE4 world account? Yeah, it's like, here. What's this one? 24th, right? On Season 1, Season 2. Which, I mean, Viper having 2 accounts in the top 30 in Season 1 sounds believable. I can't remember if Viper smurfed much, though. Who else could this be? It's been a very dormant account. See what I mean, right? Season 4. A lot of quick match games over time, but that would be early season, right? Leenock, dude. That's a blast from the past. Kind of adds up. You think Hera? Now, when Baltoon comes in and types curious, it makes me wonder. No, Baltoon, you weren't really playing ME4 1v1s in Season 1-2, right? So it's definitely not you. I think it's Viper. Yeah, I think it's Viper. Yeah, you're right. I think it adds up. What happened to Lean Octopus? I think he just retired, right? I don't think Leanock even plays. I don't think he even plays SC2 anymore. He's last live 9 months ago. I think he's just gone. Moved on. Kind of sad. There's never like a post or anything, right? Kind of a bit of a heartbreaker, actually. Yeah, well, the org he was in kind of sounded scammy, right? Like they were the ones organizing that LAN where they were like, "Yeah, people, we need you to buy tickets to basically fund the LAN." Yeah, the Asian one. Because they had actually contacted EGC about doing the English broadcast for that. And then it's like, it just got more and more suspicious as time went on. And then when they done that whole announcement, like, yeah, we need you guys to fund the LAN, I think that's when EGC were like, okay, I don't think we want to be involved in this. Yeah. I miss this guy though, dude. One of the most wholesome people I've met. Good luck to him, whatever he's doing now. Is there anything interesting on Reddit? Is there ever anything interesting on Reddit? H3 is dominating the Red Bull World Law qualification. Is that true? That's probably deceptive though, right? Let's have a look. Has someone got a link for it? Oh no, there we go. I can find it right here. Wait. There we go. Let's see. Get back to menu so we have some background music. It's getting eerily quiet. 75%. Damn. Yeah, but how many people, like... Who's picking this, though, is what I'm wondering. But I've highlighted this already. This should not be getting through the draft, right? Like, this and this should be the most banned. I think what's happening is there's a lot of, like, maybe less experienced players prioritizing Roos and giving HRE over. That would make sense to me. It's like, because if you... I think if you're outside top 16, you probably still think Roos is, like, just so damn good. And if someone leaves Roos for you and you leave HRE, it's like, it's a really good trade for the HRE player. But, Iabid's, I mean, this doesn't surprise me at all. This is what I call confident stomper. If you're not an absolute top player, you probably struggle to break this. Also, the Iabid's new growth wing build is insane, which is why you see this. See, this is the biggest problem right now, is Deli players are running into Iabid's. We also saw some snipes with Zhone, or, to ruin their day. Ottomans isn't a surprise to me. I'm surprised Mongols is doing this badly. I wonder if people are just kind of using it incorrectly. Like, we did have some weird picks, right? We saw things like, I think what comes to mind is, there was some Holy Island picks, I think. And it was a bit out of place in Khaosan. The Abbasids is like this is I don't know, man. I think this is more indicative of some of the players who play it. Like, no offense to them, but what comes to mind is I know people like Voldemar, Dragavan, etc. very much covet the Civ. And obviously those are players that have been eliminated. But the biggest issue I do see with Japanese and Abbasids is these two Civs heavily struggled on Kawasan in Master of Realms. And I think a lot of people are still running them on on Kawasan, but they haven't really changed the strategy. I do think the Abbasid strategy on that map is being maybe mis-executed. And what I mean by that is like the ram timing, if it happens, is very late. And there's a missed opportunity to deny food very early. But outside that, what, China, yeah, I mean, mixed bag. Like this result is already skewed by the fact I think 3 of those losses were against Yuji on the Holy Island, which I just don't, I don't think China is the answer to Yuji. I think if your opponent gets Yuji, you need to get Japanese. Or you get English. Like, if you see Juji drafted and Holy Island's in, you pick either English or Japanese. You don't pick Chinese as a priority. Marlian's doing well is to be expected. Marlian's is basically the #1 Civ so far for Socotra. Number 2, I'd say, is Mongols. Number 3, probably English. But, like, and then number 4, maybe Ibids. So, like, Marlian's, most of these wins are because it's very selectively picked for one map. Order of the Dragon is Omega LOL. French is Omega LOL. Dude, almonds. All right, Baltoon, how many of these picks were you? Have you won with Ottomans yet? Sorry, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that for a shade. I'm actually curious. I'm trying to remember because you picked it like 2 or 3 times, right? 0. Okay, now I know you're BSing. Or did you pick it but didn't use it? Because you definitely drafted it. I remember. All right, you're not BSing. My apologies. You have been drafting it a lot, though, right? I'm guessing you drafted it in the Mu series. You definitely drafted it in the Dumu series. Who the hell's responsible for that, then? I think Sassy's partly to blame, right? Did he lose his Ottoman game? No, he won his... Oh, that's right. He won it. Drafted what? Did you not draft it? Oh, sorry. My mistake. Was it King of the North that you were drafting a lot? There was definitely a tournament where you kept drafting it. I'm thinking of King of the North, right? Yeah, Otto. Yeah, okay, I'm surprised you actually didn't draft it at all. You did in King of the North, though, right? Like, map pool kind of made more sense because you had, like, Hill and Dale there, which this one doesn't have Hill and Dale. You definitely like, you like it on Hill and Dale. Confess. Yeah, so Baltin is a very big Ottoman fanboy when it comes to Hill and Dale. I think I've watched more Baltin Ottoman games on Hill and Dale than any other player on Hill and Dale. OP strat? Yeah, but except for when it gets him slapped around. Like, what was it? We had that funky game where he walked across the map and built palisade walls next to the enemy's tree line and then hid his archers in there. It's like, wow, this seems really cool, but is absolutely pointless. Because his opponent just didn't engage, right? Because he was TC booming. Because I think that was a Basset versus Ottos. But is there anything here that surprises me? I think a Basset's, but it's to be expected. It's the type of people picking it. That was like, yeah, that one was, I don't think 8 months ago. It's more like 4 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. Belton, dude, like, you got to keep in mind, I, funnily enough, actually have a pretty decent memory. I remember a lot of different games over the years. Still remember a lot of the Dota 2 games I cast years ago. So what else we got here? I think English is a bit surprising. Remember everyone in your games, every detail. It's kind of funny how that works. Like, I remember... Have I maybe still got it? Evil Geniuses Killer Pigeon. Might still have it. Yeah, this was kind of wild. We done a Predict the Play series with the EG boys a few years ago. And they just knew
to be different or what?
No, I don't remember this one, exactly this fight. I don't remember this
If
fight.
I was playing a Storm, there's probably some rampage or something. So likely.
But like,
I thought there was a
we were asking them about
Colleen leaving a classroom.
What the hell was that? We were asking them about like plays from 4 or 5 years ago, and they told you everything that happened before and everything that happened afterwards. It's actually wild how often players can just like everything is so ingrained. Sup, Core? Yeah, dude. Of course, as a player. You want to know how you know I'm a player? Check this. I got my own banner, so clearly, you know, you've all been scammed. I'm going to be the one beating the crap out of Marine Lord. I'm just going to challenge him to an arm wrestle because I hear he's really bad at those. And that'll be how we decide who gets the 20k. Right? Right? And then obviously I've got that one still. I feel like that one, I don't know, man. I'm not sure which one I like more. I'm torn. I do need to straighten that one up. I need to get like a pole hold. Who else is there as a caster? They haven't announced yet, so I'll let that person do it. Well, that one has some Dark Soul vibes. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like the thing was, with AoE 4, if you guys remember Wallalow, we had that style of banner behind the green screen for all the AoE 4 people, and the AoE 2 people had these styles, closer to this style, right? Whereas this time around, I think they've just like kind of regulated it because it's mostly an AoE 2 event, so everyone's got these style of banners now. How are pagodas better than regnets? Because you get stone. You get quite a lot of stone. But damn. You know, it's a shame that the Wall Law qualifiers went like 2 weeks later. Maybe Viper could have turned up to the castle for AoE 4 and AoE 2. Mostly an AOM event. Ah, yes. Because as we know, Age of Mythology games on average go 2 hours. Imagine a pigeon in Dark Souls. Dude, you know what the pigeon in Dark Souls would have to be? Here you go. I know exactly what the pigeon in Dark Souls would have to be. Actually, if you guys want to see what the pigeon in Dark Souls would have to look like, quickly use your Prime sub and you'll see it. Because I think that is what an intimidating pigeon would look like. Quick, someone sub. You'll see it. Wasn't stone nerfed on pagodas too? I think it was slightly nerfed, but it's still better, right? Yeah, AOM's going to be intriguing. I'm not sure. Like, I'm still reserved, and I don't think Age of Mythology is going to, like, outboom AoE 4 or AoE 2. As much as I'd love to see it happen. But I'm still intrigued. Look at that. Ready? That's the Dark Souls pigeon. Just this bird, much bigger than you. That's what we need. Thank you, Faplop. Appreciate it, buddy. What do you mean, thanks, question mark? Where's the appreciation? He just gave you some of the best emotes you're going to find in this directory. I need to check in with my emote artists because they've been a little bit slow, but they're meant to be doing a bunch of flags as well. I'm going to, one sec, I'm bumping them now. Won't have a massive comp scene because too much stuff is automated. I think that's kind of a BS logic, right? Like, I think you can have automated things and still have enough nuances and depth for a game to work, right? The issue is more in that Age of Mythology is a game that's existed before. It's like it's going to be, the perception is it's an old game, not a new game, no matter what you try to do. There's other issues that feed into that very logically. So one that I think people don't really process enough is that it's very elitist. Right? That's why, like, every game you can think of typically has kind of a clock when it comes out to reach its apex before it starts to fizzle. Because the logic is the longer it's out, the better certain people get at it, and the more polarizing it becomes for other people because they're just outclassed. They don't have the experience, right? So that's a very big part of it. Is Age of Myth, even though they're going to change a bunch of things, it still has a lot of legacy experience that should matter. It's a soft reset, not a hard reset. That's why AoE 4 had an opportunity to take the RTS scene by storm in a way that no other title could, is because it was an iconic brand, so it had recognition, but then it had a complete and utter reset. Like, if you had RTS experience, it would help, but you still had to learn all these new things. And you can see that by some of the players that came in, right? Like, you had Nevix come in from Overwatch as a background, and he was doing fantastic in the RTS scene. You had Sio, who was a Hearthstone player, who came in and was doing really well in the early days. think the old game factor is much bigger. No, I think you'd be surprised how important both of them are Warfare. How many people... Okay, one's in chat. Like, I'm curious on this one. One's in chat if you've, like, looked at Counter-Strike before and thought that looks really cool, but then you don't like the idea of getting the crap kicked out of you for 40 hours to learn the basics. I won't believe it if I see less than, like, 10 ones. Because, come on, guys. Counter-Strike is incredible. But, like, it's legit. It's something I notice so often. It's like... Yeah, Balton, you don't count because you already are prepared for FPSs because you play RTSs in an FPS pose, okay? But, you know, like, a lot of people don't want to do that in that environment. I'd say Counter-Strike is more approachable than RTSs. And the reason is RTSs don't focus on team play. So, like, I've been very religious about this. It's been my ongoing statement time and time again. The next big major RTS will be team-focused. Fact. People don't want the elitist vacuum of 1v1. People think they do, because you're like, oh, what? But it's like the purest form of skill. Yeah, we said the same thing about 1v1 mid matchups as show matches for Dota 2 tournaments, and then we done away with them 3 years ago, because they got boring, right? There's so many different mutations that can happen in team games. So many extra rooms for errors, which kind of evens the playing field in people's mind. And at the same time, it gives them blame offset, right? It's like, if I don't want to admit that I suck, I can pretend someone else sucks. Delusion is a very big part of the modern day online community. New AOM is remaster rather than using a new rendering engine like AOE4 is using a new rendering engine. I'm aware of what it is. It's like, it's definitely an update and a difference from the original. You can see that by the gameplay that was being done, but it's also the same thing. It's the same thing, but readjusted in a lot of ways. And on a new engine. By new engine, I mean AOE freeze. They also need to wake up and make sure they address very basic things, which should not go unaddressed. It's like a perfect example is in Age of Mythology. I don't know if you guys realize this, but you know the middle mouse pan? So I'll explain middle mouse pan to people. You know how, like, when I'm like watching a game, for example. In fact, let's quickly check. Is there chimp again? That would be sick if there's chimp again. So like when I'm watching a game. Let me just quickly check for chimp. I don't see him. Sayurge. Alright, but let's hit someone's stuff to spectate. I'll just spectate a randomer. Screw it. So, I use middle mouse panning. And Crackety... Get out of here, your grandpa edge, edge panning. Edge panning is for the old people living in the Stone Age. Oh crap! I didn't choose. Okay, one sec. Let me choose one that's already started. So middle mouse panning is really useful. So when I'm dragging around the map and it's smooth, that's panning, right? And dude, can I just get? Why does it not just keep your filters? I don't know why the game doesn't just lock your filters. So if we open this up though. So middle mouse panning in AoE 3 and Age of Myth for some absolutely moronic reason is on the right mouse button. So like this, look, I'm middle mouse button to do this. This, by the way, is 10 times more efficient than doing this all the time. I have edge panning turned off. The reason it's more efficient... Didn't I talk to you about this, Crackety, or was it Baltin? Maybe both. I'm very big on this. Even for pro players, it's better, because the whole logic is when I move like this, I'm central bound, right? So I lock my cursor location. And being more central is like more efficient than doing this and then coming back, right? Because it's like, if you think about it, there's extra movement. I have to come here, and then I'm probably going to be like overshot potentially, or in a weird position. I have to drag back. But if I'm middle mousing, like I'm just there. And you could argue, well, maybe you want to click something here, but yes. But if my natural position is center of the screen, I'm going to be quicker to then reach across, whatever, right? Like in my experiences, middle mouse changed my life, baby. When I started casting, you had to get used to it, and it's very helpful. And I had a few players that I convinced to try it for a bit, and they hated it at first, and the more they done it, like, actually, this is better. What about keyboard direction key panning? All right, ban that guy. That's an Age of Empires 1 gamer right there. I knew it. He follows up the AU1 comment. But yeah, for some reason, Myth is using a right-click pan, and there's no rebind option. These are small things that worry me because they're very easy fixes that they are ignoring. The reason why right mouse pan is cringe is, for a start, it goes against what every RTS in the last few years has done. But the other reason is, if your right mouse button is your panning for this action, but it's also how you give commands, can you see where I'm going with this? Sometimes you're going to give units commands when you don't mean to, and sometimes you're going to pan when you don't mean to. So, small things like that are an oversight. I think another thing that really a lot of RTS devs don't really understand is how daunting this crap is. This is so... If you aren't an RTS player already, this is so confusing. And if we're being totally real, because of like the feel of things, the tactile nature of like a lot of key bindings, a lot of the defaults aren't necessarily great. Especially with Myth, because it's using more of a legacy system. I prefer this whole QWER system for new players. But like in general, I think one recommendation I've made to RTS devs before is take your most standard like key bindings that you know people usually use and put them on a default tab. So that when I'm a new player, if I want to find out how to like select all military or whatever, I'm not scrolling through everything. I'm just there on that screen straight away, right? Like cycling TCs, cycling idle villages, right? Selecting all army. These are key bindings that people want to use. It's actually something that I noticed when I was playing Battle Aces, is I would always use select all army, and it's just a default natural behavior, right? And it's kind of the same with StarCraft. I think that helps people a lot, as they just know, boom, click it there. So that, these kind of things I think are underrated, is that because usually RTS games are made by RTS devs, they take for granted the things that newbies that aren't RTS players want, right? Because I've known, like, the best way is like when you guys try to explain a game that you've played for years to people, are you very good at dumbing it down, or are you just like going into the more advanced mechanics? Like MOBAs is a great example of this. When I try to introduce someone to Dota, it's very difficult to like not just start getting overcomplicated because there's so much there. And I think like these type of thoughts don't really come into an RTS dev's mind because for years this has been the norm and they just understand it. But dude, like if you have never played an RTS before, this might as well be written in Latin. I'm looking at it now, like as someone who does RTSs, I'm overwhelmed. There's just so many key bindings, right? And it's kind of the idea of like, if you had all this info on if you had all of this info on a website or whatever, right? And you were loading it, like, would you prefer to have it all written out, or would you prefer a tabular design where, when you click and then it cascades, that kind of thing, right? It's almost like enhance. So if you want to find it, you can find it, right? That type of mentality makes a lot more sense to these and is a lot less confusing. It's kind of funny because people really criticized Relic originally for the whole grid design, mainly because they didn't have the other option. But like the grid design itself was a good call, really good call. Yeah, there you go, multi-bait. This kind of makes my point, right? You shouldn't have... Like, if you have to go to... So I think it's a really lazy dev side thing that people still have this mentality. If you want to learn how to do something, go to a YouTube video, right? People are really locked in the dumb Minecraft era where, like, people found it acceptable in Minecraft to just Google what they're looking for, go to the Wikipedia, read it, watch a YouTube video. And it's like, sure, those options are there, but if I have to resort to those options, you as a game designer have failed, right? You've fundamentally failed. One of the best design games from a level design perspective and a game design perspective ever in the world, definitely within its category, is Portal. Because Portal shows you something, teaches you how to use it, then introduces something else, then teaches you how to use that, and then teaches you how to use those things together. If anyone hasn't played Portal in years, go do it again. Trust me, it is genuinely one of the best lessons in design you'll ever get. They intro stuff and work you through them. A lot of games nowadays don't do that. They throw everything at you and just assume you know. RTS is definitely criminal for this. 1 second, I need to send a quick message. just get good. Yeah, dude. It's like this is what I mean though, and I don't think devs mean to be elitist with this, but this is the classic example. When you're an expert in something, you don't explain something like you explain to dummies, right? And just because you're an expert doesn't mean everyone's an expert. You're right. There's no pause option. What the hell? Cringe. All right. Should we quickly check if there's some other games? Sorry. We went in that to prove the point around panning. But yeah, it's like these small things generally get overlooked. I made a tweet the other day that I really do stand by, which is I think the next major RTS will have a lot of character within its units. So I noticed this when I was playing Battle Aces. I was like, man, dude, I love how these units look and how they dance and the lines they speak. It actually matters a lot more than you realize. Think about how many people quote Warcraft this day. I do it. Work all the time, right? It's locked in my brain, right? How many times like have people just heard me randomly just quote a Red Alert 2 line, right? High speed, low drag. These type of things all the time. Shake it, baby. Like, I don't know. It just randomly comes out of nowhere. Games you've played, lines you remember, right? Character matters a lot. Especially in RTSs when you're so disconnected from the individual unit entities. Having a way to drag you back in is big. That's like, and what StarCraft does so well is they have that in terms of quotable lines, but also in the characters they make. It's kind of, I think that's a big issue with like Age of Empires games in general, is they don't have that level of character. Right? Because the campaigns around historical people, they switch all the time. And there are some examples where it's really good, right? Like, how many people have used the Strail Bora line? That's good stuff. But it's like, a lot of the time it kind of feels like an afterthought than a primary thought, right? With a lot of RTSs, not just this one. I think that's going to be big for Stormgate. Stormgate needs to get the character right. So their Megmadons, the big stompy guys, they have character, which is really important. It makes you remember them. So let me quickly check. I wanted to hop into some more games live if we can. We've got replays if not. Where is everyone right now? My boys are meant to be playing. Battle Aces had a lot of good lines. Not just some, it had a lot of good lines. I was actually impressed thinking afterwards just how many of those characters had great lines. Like, was it like the Scorpion had like tailing it? I think it was. And also the voice acting was fantastic. There were not many units I disliked the voices of. Like, what was it? The Bombers? Miko, boom! Right? It's just stupid crap like that. But yeah, Yuri's Master. There's so many lines from Red Alert 2, dude. Red Alert 2 is one of the most iconic RTSs, and I don't think it gets enough praise. May not have been the most competitively viable RTS. Doesn't mean it's not iconic. Strong tops AoE? Oh, dude, like, yeah. How many times have you guys heard me go, wood needed, right? Or, like, my favorite one, Stronghold has, like, easily one of the top 10 strategy lines of all time. And that's the, I hope they like beef, right? That line... Especially with the action and motion of a cow being hauled across the map, sticks with you. It's just like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. I get like, as soon as I say the line, I still in my head can just see it. It's fantastic. All right, one sec. Let's see. Maybe we can cast... Just checking the live. Because sometimes it pops up who's playing. I wish they'd just finally put ranks. Well, we could catch Ben on... Ooh. On Canal, maybe? We'll do a Ben game, and then we'll do some of our replays. Because we've got some stacked up. Let's see the Red Bull Wall ladder for qualifiers. Dude, I saw that, like, Hoang had more games than every single other player combined, which was wild. All the top 4. And he was, like, really far away. Let's have a look. Hera and Lyria, I'm not surprised, man. Sebastian, though, dude. This kid's kind of came out of nowhere, right, in the last year. That's cool to see. That's cool to see some new blood. And then you've got ACCM in there, which is to be expected. But dude, that is tight. Holy crap, that is insanely tight. Yo is so close. Kapoch as well, doing really well. I'm not familiar. I think Hart was a more recent name as well, right? I haven't seen Mihai before. Or Sitaux. MBL, pretty far out there. What if it was MBL coming to play AoE4 all along? Doubt? Wait, where's Doubt? Oh, dude, he's down here pretty far. Wait, why is he show up as... Does Doubt live in the United Kingdom? He's Serbian, right? The Styles boys. I mean, it's kind of tight up in here, so, you know, I'm kind of intrigued to see how that one's going to play out. When does the ladder close? It's got 2 days, right? Is it 2 days? If he's 2 days, and then it's go time to see who's going to be locked in. But the one that was crazy was Hoang. This guy, look at the dude. He has had 932 matches. There is nobody that comes close to that. Right? You got Pella with 452. You've got Doubt with 532. Doubt is the closest. That is just unhinged gaming. Not even 1,000. Faye. Am I going to pull up your data? How many games you played this season so far, Faye? How many games? How many games? Oopsie. Only 109 games, Faye. What's going on? Where's the commitment? You sleep? No sleep. Yeah, nobody comes close to Hoang, though. Is it 28th? Wait, what? Has it locked in already? Well, this isn't the only way that they're qualifying, right? Is it? I think it's top 8. And so far, Viper and Tato have qualified, right? So they've got last chance qualifiers for, I think, 2 slots, if I remember correctly. Because if I remember correctly, the format is 8 for AoE 4 LAN. Oh, whoopsie. AoE 2 rather on LAN is 8. Yeah, 8 is the last chance qualifier. There you go, guys. It's not that bad. We've got a quarter of their number. You guys thought it was worse. All right. We should be ready to go with the demo game in a minute and a half. Yeah, those are rookie numbers. Come on, Faye. Where's those Magadai rushes to get the 10-minute wins? Yeah. Adrian, move! Yeah, someone update the Liquipedia. My ass gets added there and there. How many people can brag that? Wait, is AoE 1 actually happening? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. AoE 1, yeah. AoE 3 is the one that's not happening. Okay, I shouldn't laugh. All 10 of the Age of Empires 3 people must hate me every time I bring them up. What's hot today? Spain. Yo, is Baltoon going to qualify? Oh, wait, no. Wait, isn't it once again only Vietnam? That kind of sucks, actually. I hate that. I hate that. I reckon Baltoon could make it. That's low, KP? I mean, that's true. Their player count is low. Who's going to make it, guys? And why is it going to be Bolt versus Mister in the grand finals? Sorry, Magic. Maybe Magic? Actually, isn't it Husk Soup? I always get his name right. I always assume it's like Sup. I'm going to spell it wrong, but it's going to bring me the right place, right? I think it's going to be like Husk Soup and Bolt are probably the leads for that. Mister or Magic could drop out versus some other good players. Yeah. I'm curious to see how that one's going to cook up. All right, let's switch that off. Hope Lucy makes it. I'm going to be real. I don't think Lucy's going to make it. I think the most realistic players for 4 are Beastie, Poppy Paw, Louis. I think those are the realistic front runners. And then, yeah, I put Anatan just after Louis core. I think it's like Anatan and CSO are just after those that I mentioned. I would put Vortex and Lucifron after those ones. And that's not to discredit Anatan. I just think, like, I don't know. Maybe, actually, I don't know. Louis has been kind of weird today, right? I think Louis has been weird in Master of Realms and now, so it's like, it's kind of different. If we get Elite Classic Louis for the next 2 weekends, he's in a really strong position. Yeah, actually, I'm a relegator. I think I agree with Cause. Beastie, Puppy, Anatan are definitely front runners. Louis would eclipse Anatan if he can find his way to his start of the year form. But that's a big ask with a week difference. I don't know, man. I feel like Louis just stopped playing as much. All right, should we get ready to go? One and all, welcome back there for action. We are checking out some Canal. That's with Team Liquid's Dumu playing on the Deli. A strong pick on a map with 4 Sacred Sites going up against GIF Music, playing in the blue on the Japanese. GIF Music has featured on the channel, I believe, once or twice before. They are fairly decent in the game, right? They were top 300 when we last checked. Let's have a look now. 132nd in the world. A respectable ranking here. They usually play a lot of English, but I've got to say Japan's a pretty good pick here. Usually on a water map, I kind of lean more Japanese, which is interesting because when it's just land, Deli tend to have a very big edge historically. I'm wondering if the recent Deli buffs are good enough to give it back to them, though. There are a few interesting details here. For a start, this dock is just going to be a better dock, right? Remember, they got a nice little buff here. They are pushing out these boats quicker because by default now they have that increased production rate. It used to be a tech called manuscript trade that you had to get in one of your docks. They changed it now so that the Deli begin with that tech. It means you pump out a fishing boat every 25 seconds instead of waiting 30. And your military boats also come out quicker. The other cool detail is to get that effect, you need to have scholars. If you build a dock before you build a mosque, your first scholar will spawn in the dock instead of the mosque. Really cool change there, actually, especially on maps like this, because of the neutral sacred sites. It puts you closer to your win condition and gives you a safer retreat point as well. So really cool to see. I think also another interesting thing is if this turned it into some aggro on both sides, you now have a scholar near the front line to quickly heal and then hide. And they did make sure it was an overwhelming buff because they added an extra garrison spot. So you're not sacrificing safety for your fishing boats to get this now. On top of that, these fishing boats are actually really good at defending against Shinobi play, which we're going to be seeing. Koga Township is on the way, but guys, like this is kind of wild. You know how Shinobi can sometimes just get away with blind murder with the sabotages and getting away? That doesn't work here. When you Shunshin out, it's like you're being targeted by an archer. The fishing boat damage got nerfed by 1, but it now has true accuracy, meaning it cannot miss its shots. So just think about what happens here. You've got, what, 7 fishing boats doing 6 damage each. That's 42 damage. If you see a Shinobi coming in, shoot once, move in range, you'll probably get a second shot off. Shinobi only have, what is it, I think 80 health, if I remember correctly. Still die. And we have got Dome of Faith coming, so you can tell it's going to be all about the water side. This makes a lot of sense, right? Because you've got this monk in position, but to use him, you're going to need to get Sanctity. So you need to go for a mosque anyway. And walls are going to be going up from Jiff. Second dock also being prepped, so they're looking to get aggressive here. Dumu is going to try to mirror his own walls, but the timing feels a little bit off. I think he should get away with this, but realistically, you should be playing it safer back here. The issue is he doesn't want to block out any of the fishing. First Shinobi now on the way. And Scout can block this, right? Can you hang here long enough, though? I don't think so. If you commit to this, you're going to lose the Scout. I mean, the Shinobi's not here yet. He hasn't even spawned. He finally comes out, and yeah, 80 health. So 2 arrow shots from these boats will just kill, and I love this. Dumu intentionally pulls the fishing boats to the dock so that the Shinobi will die for going in. Demo. Wait, what? Oh my god! Jiff, what an opening play. That is so unusual, but fantastic. The demo gets the kill on the villager and keeps it open. That was sick. Really expensive, though. 160 resources to kill a villager. Initial Bagler now on the way. Jiff will get the defensive archership out. Has a second one coming on the forward. And remember, he can always just build a gate here to go through later. Shinobi. Wait, oh, that might be a mistake by Jiff, yeah. So Dumu, he baits him. He didn't mean to chase that scout there. It's worthless. But it now delays you arriving on the dock. Meanwhile, first ship already out. The Bagler has arrived. I think one of the tough parts is attention is going to be drawn to the dock side of things here. But now with the Dome of Faith play, Dumu can play wide on the sacred sites. And Jiff's very fixated on this water. Oh, ship. Actually not ready to dive in yet. Doesn't want to take the risk. Wait, is that intentional? It kind of feels like he's trying to hide the Bagler, but it's somewhat obvious. I mean, so far, the Shinobi's done nothing. Which is really bad. Like, if you play Coca Township and this is what you get out of it, you don't feel great. I don't know, man. I'm not sure Coca Township works against Deli on this map. Which sounds really weird to say. I guess Kura Storehouse is just not much better is the issue. Kind of feels like that's the over-encompassing issue is that the feudal landmarks for Japanese kind of suck. Ghazi also denied the vision, so Jiff now riding kind of blind. Ghazi's heading for a land assault here. Double Ghazi should be able to get the kill here. There's only one so far, though. More are on the way. Walls are going to be fully denied now. And the reason he's sniping the wrong piece, and I'm pretty sure that palisade never got touched, so it's a blueprint. Just to highlight, that's why he's attacking the south side. And Dimu. Whoa! Mistake's made there. Seems he didn't notice. Ghazi are now on the move. In the meantime, the Shinobi is on his way in. Now, looking at the tree line, there is an opportunity to start sniping villages here. You want to disguise, though. You need to walk in unnoticed. Instead, he's going to make himself very well known here. Textiles is going to be there. Dumu, a good choice here. Allows him to move away, and the Shunshin would end up killing the Shinobi now, so has to accept it for what it is. Meanwhile, Scholar count is going to go up to 9, so he has all the gold he needs. The Shinobi timing from Jiff is a little bit too late. I think he needed to send it in much sooner than he did here. Archer ships are now going to try to force some idle time. Now, keep in mind the dock is far enough forward. There is some retracted fish behind. Demo is holding back. Archer ship getting low, but not low enough. Baglers look to defend, and the fishing boats, they stand their ground. One is going to go down, a second one to fall afterwards. However, that may have baited Jiff into a mistake here. I think he's overextended now with the war junk, so he's going to lose the Springle ship here. He kills, what, 3 fishing boats? No, it's going to be 2. Actually, was it 3? Might have been 3. Either way, I don't think that's good enough here. Remember, there's a lot of extra economy now coming in as Dumu moves across on land. Damn. I like the ideas from Jiff. I just feel like the timings are too late. The Shinobi aggro was way too delayed. This move out with the boats felt really delayed. And behind it, he was looking for a castle intent. So it starts to make you wonder, why not just commit to that in the first place, right? Like, you just took a terrible train on water. So now you're in a situation where if Dimu senses weakness, he can now push you and punish you. Good thing he at least has Arisets in the way, so that should mitigate that concern somewhat. But Sacred Sight's now starting to be locked in. Shinobi did get a snipe out on one of the Scholars, but he's now going to be given his life, rather. Shunshin could get him away a little bit and delay the death, but it isn't an inevitability here. You're just too far out. Yeah, I'm really not sure about Jiff's Shinobi usage in this game. It almost feels like one of those classic and now what? You know what I mean? Where it's like, you've done this, congrats, because you saw everyone else does it. And now what? Ghazi are going to start poking on the goal. It looks like Jiff did get a decent amount together, and we are going to be getting Onabagisha spam, right? No, he's going Samurai. So the problem with Samurai here compared to Onabagisha is actually, I'd argue, Onabiki should perform better. Ghazi have no melee armor. They get bonus damage against armored units. On top of that, you have the mobility to do something. Samurai gives your opponent time to react. I actually just think mass Onabigisha on a water map is harder to counter than Samurai. Right? Because unless you block your opponent's gold gathering and food gathering, he's going to be able to get crossbows as a reaction. Instead, Samurai, I'm going to start taking the initial fight. Upgrade's a bit slow to come in. It looks like Jiff... Where did he... Oh, that is so greedy. He Yorishiro dropped the TC. So no immediate upgrade. That's a waste of Samurai. Oh my god. Big mistake made there. Jiff has to switch over to Spearman now. Which never really feels great as the Japanese here. And guys, oh my god, there's a Dark Age Spearman! Are you kidding me right now? Ghazi just got the freest fight imaginable. They clear up the Samurai, they clear up the Trickler Spearman. Finally, they're going to back away. But in a situation where you're playing a Civ that's all about tech advantages, Jiff had none there. Unbelievable. House of Learning now coming in on the other side. And we are going to be seeing Homeblades mass Lancer spam coming from Dimu. I can't believe that, man. I think it's a bit of a blunder. Jiff just missing the obvious details in front of his nose here. Finally has Vet Samurai. Finally has hardened stats coming in for the Spearman. I mean, actually, he needs to add in a lot of Spearman here. Like, in fairness, Onabigisha would not do better against these Lancers that are coming, but at least you would have had a raid force to go on land, right? Now you have immobile Samurai that are going to get countered. You have Spearmen that are still losing their fights as they trickle out to their death. Now you have a Lancer Surge on the way. Oh, so much fishing going down as well. Jiff pulls a bunch of it back. He's definitely felt the pain here. You can see it in the worker kills. Scholar is going to pick it up. Bolo is going to be activated, and Jiff does back away just in time. So you should still be able to intercept, but the reality, yeah, that's smart. The Ghazi forces the brace to slow them down. The reality, though, is this relic is going to be very close to base, right? And look at the slog. Oh my god. The haul coming in. Dimu has 5 relics on the way home. Lancer's now arriving. If you ignore the Lancers, you just die before you kill the Scholar here. In fact, he's not even bracing anymore. I can't believe... Dude, this game is over. Dimu is so far ahead at this stage. Yes, there's a lot of Samurai coming from Jiff. Granted, but... The big problem here is really going to be the gold gen. Home Blades is also going to be on the way, right? He's got 15 Scholars here. Which means it's going to take him no time at all. Right? 2 minutes as it currently stands. Once he garrisons the Scholars when they get home, this is going to be in the next minute and a half. Which is such a big edge against Mass Samurai. Hell, I'd say even just pull the Lancers back temporarily and heal them up. So many techs on the way. Armored Hull, Springle Crews coming in. We've got OP Ghazi getting their upgrade in. Not even though it's not really relevant here. But screw it, it's free, why not? And yes, Dome can be good in these type of maps, multi-mate. Typically, Dome looks really good on water maps, right? You could argue Tower Victory could have been cool here because you could have gone mass men-at-arms, but there's no reason to do mass men-at-arms against Japanese anyway, right? Like, yes, you've got 20% increased attack speed, Home Blaze as well, but you're also allowing the Samurai to deal more damage. With this type of food, it just makes more sense than mass Lancers. God damn. So what does Jiff do now? Because he's running out of food. In fact, the break from the wall comes in and he can't access the front food. That's a big deal. That's about 3,000 more food going the way of Ben here. Dimu still has about, what, 2.5, 3k left himself. So that's a 6k food advantage in a game where the Japanese do not have Kura Storehouse. Nor do they have any room to build farms around their TC. This is pretty bad. Demo ships are going to try and make a play here. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. There is a Spring Ult, interesting enough, from Jiff, so that is going to force a retreat here from Dimu. Curious about the Spring Ult detail. Was it because he didn't think he could win water? Spring Ult's definitely not normal here unless you see a reason, right? And look, your opponent went Mass Lancers. There's no way Mangoes are going to be added in. Instead, it looks like Ben is trending towards Imp. And that makes sense, right? Like, when you're building this many scholars, Imp is just a natural search point. Villager does move away just in time. He might be able to chase the Springle down here. Keep in mind, if you get in range of these boats, the siege weapon doesn't actually counter. So yeah, he's going to start backing up. And you see what I mean, right? The Springle damage is just so high from the boats. So we'll move out of range. Second Springle is on the way. Oh, he almost gets it. 5 HP. But should be able to back away. And this is important because right now, this is keeping Jiff in the game. Archer ship does notice it and tries to punish it. We'll get one boat, but we'll be sniped. The dock, however, has now gone up. A double demo pump could actually ruin Jiff's economy here. And sails. Sick block. That was really smart. Dimmu saves both boats. Okay, almost saves both. Springle does take out one. Full wall in. Dimmu is definitely doing it, guys. It's going to be elephant time. Well, when you've got 25 scholars, you got to do some with them. Palace of the Sultan now on the way for Ben. Pre-20 minutes. Imperial Age Deli. What a time to be alive. What's Jiff's way out of this? Because, like, these sprinklers are cool, right? He needed it for the fishing, but if you're blobbing spears and samurai here, I mean, Dimmu could just actually switch men at arms. In fact, wait, no. Is he actually going to do it? He might be going Zebex. Springle ships are going to dive past. Spinman going to chase. I mean, it's kind of wild. I don't know if Zebex is the way here. But he hasn't prepped other techs, right? There's no archery ranges getting his archer upgrades. So he feels a bit weak in that department. Demo is going to come out. Good detonation. Actually, a lot of damage done there. Donal is on the way. So there we go. Tech up complete. First elephant now queued up. And he immediately calls it. No one wants to die to elephants. Sheesh. I don't know. Feel a bit rough there, right? Like, kind of. I wonder if he could have maybe taken some good fights to get back into that. All right, there we go. Just hit a message quickly. A little bit of a quick game. I don't know if that one's going to be uploadable. But yeah, that was a very abrupt GG. Had an elephant in feudal. I want to see more elephants. How? Wait, what? How would he get an elephant in feudal? You okay there, Frederick? Oh, you want? Well, yeah, that's your wish. Of course, of course. You know how you get an elephant in feudal? You play Hosen's New Ways mod, and then you get a boat that has an elephant on it. That's how you do it, guys. We figured it out. Oh dear. Right, let's see what else we've got here. Bagmagoon's back. Although, watching Diakusi's English is painful, so I'm not sure about that. The guy just builds TCs. Sorry, Diakusi. It's not exactly what I find to be appealing gameplay. Well, we could see Jiff going up against Revan. Ooh. I think we shouldn't just aim to watch poor Jiff get bullied all day. What else we got? Let me have a look here, because I think we have. We did prep some replays. So it's Core versus Elyona. Revan versus Voldemar. What's the big announcement? Could you guess? Imagine if this is all just a scam and I paid a $5 artist to do it. Nah, dude. The quality on that banner, that's a Red Bull artist banner. Look at that. Oh. Alright, let's watch some Voldemar gameplay. So let me check his data. The pit. Ugh. We wanted cliffside, right? Yeah, Voldemar versus Revan. Roos versus Juji. They pay for your flights to Spain? Yeah, that's the way like esports works. So typically you give them your day rate and then they'll cover hotels and flights. And some will also cover food. Usually there'll be catering for most events, but some will cover like, you know, your food spend as well. Sorry, just double checking someone got an email through. Are we good? I hope we don't get tired of casting a show match. Actually, coolness, I'm casting 2 matches, so I think they're on different days as well. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that this is the best banner you'll see. Didn't you just love how they got like the little wings on the pigeon on the G? Right? They popped. Such a long day for me. It is, man. I have to work so hard, you know? I mean, it's as long as your day was against Beastie. I'm sorry. Wait, actually, no. Did you have to play... That day was upper and lower, right? Oof, so you had to do Beastie into Dimmu. My commiserations, mate. Should be a pigeon holding a knife. Well, I used to have like a really scuffed graphic. I don't know where I put it though. I mean, dude, that I'm gonna say it now. That pigeon is killer, just in his own special way, mate. Casting is literally harder than being a coal mine. Yeah, exactly. There you go, guys. You're taking notes. It's very difficult. You got into the top 16. That's true. I will make it in, like, you know, Corvinus. I'm just gonna say, I made it into, you know, to the top 2. Made it on land, mate. Okay, I can stop. All right, should we get the game ready? Remember, guys, you can't let Marine Lord live this down. All right. As trash as I am at AoE4, been present at more lands this year. Just saying. Just saying. Wait, what's going to be shorter than Beastie Game? Oh, Corvinus versus me. Yeah, dude, I'll just outpost rush him. I'll pull up like a Kazma build from 2 years ago. Hey, sub handicapping. Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. All right, should we get ready to go? Wait, why is it not popped up yet? Is it being weird? Why so weird? Let me check. It should be working. Did it pop up and I just didn't notice? Maybe it's because we... I think it's because we done like a transition. Maybe the timing on the transition interrupted it. Oops. Thought you need to know how to select villages? Yeah, you just Control-Shift-A, right? Control-Shift-A is how you select villages, dude. Rookie. Come on, get on my level. All right, here we go. The kid going up against Revan. So the aggressor versus the to be educated here. Roos versus Juji. Welcome back to AoE4 action, folks. If you're not familiar with the name Revan, aka Ultimasaurus, you need to get familiar with it quick. Because this guy plays quick. He has no chill. This guy, he knows one thing and one thing only, and that is to attack. I have never seen a player so frequently go Burgrave. I have never seen a player so frequently flood units. This guy is like the Middle Eastern Vortex. I feel like Vortex is my kind of representation of how to be aggressive, and then I assign a region. Voldemar on the other side, a little bit more calculated, a little bit more methodical. I'd say he's likely to be the defender here. And a good map for it, actually. Roost tends to perform quite well on Cliffside with the right spawn. This spawn's a bit wonky, though. The issue is that he's going to have to Kremlin drop here if he wants to protect the short ramp, but that's going to expose him on the east side, and it's very far out to get that down. So I'm wondering if Voldemar just goes for a very safe Kremlin drop on the gold at the front here to protect the wood line, and then maybe you palisade wall here. Because you should be expecting aggro from the Juji on a map like this. Cliffside, compared to most maps in rotation, spawns you closer to your opponent, which means aggressive moves tend to return value quicker. And the Juji can get very aggressive. The Chiganu spam is really strong with this Civ. Compared to Normie China, they can get about 8 extra Chiganu out at the same time. Like, remember, for the Juji, they're going to spend 510 resources to get access to Chiganu, plus the archer range. That's going to be 660 resources. By comparison, China, if they want to go Chiganu as well, they'd have to spend 1,350 resources, which is just insane. So that's why Chiganu spam is usually a bit better with Juji, is if it's about an all-in early timing, they will always hit harder. And it looks like we have got a pretty safe Meditation Garden coming out. In fairness, there wasn't anything highly desirable here, right? Like, there wasn't any great options. You kind of wish you maybe had Voldemar spawn, maybe get crapped on a wood plus gold. Well, you say pretty sad Medigarden. I feel like in general, ever since the nerf the Meditation Garden range, I think this was one of the maps that got hit the hardest for Juji. It's very difficult to get a good spawn now on this map in particular. Other maps still perform really well, like Rocky River can have great ones. We even saw earlier today Hill and Dale had a really great spawn. But I'd say, unless you're willing to run out into the flanks and kind of blind gamble on a good spawn, which doesn't often happen now, you're not going to find anything great on Meditation Gardens for this map. And he did go for the Kremlin talked about, so yeah. Voldemar, this is problematic though. It does leave you a little bit exposed on the flanks over here. Right? And you can at least gather gold and gather wood here, but look at where all the food is. Right? Look at where your berries are. There's a real possibility here that purple's going to play the east side of the map and starve you out. And whoa. Is he anticipating a stables opening? I mean, it's possible. Voldemar's got an insane amount of gold, by the way. He's definitely been stockpiling. Looks like he had a really good start to this. It was only a 1 scout opener from Ultimasaurus. So, I guess, like, was this intentional from Ultimasaurus then? You deny whatever gold you can, but, like, playing 1 scout, you know your opponent is going to get so much gold, they're likely to go into knights, right? So he really anticipates this in prep spearmen. Sheep count isn't that great either, right? 10 compared to 15. So everything's looking much better for Voldemar right now. What's the bounty? We can't shut. It would spoil the ending. But judging by the fact he's got wheelbarrow, he got into the Kremlin, he's queued a knight, I'd say he was like actually probably 310. Feels like a 310 bounty game. It was a lot of gold to be sitting on. And the hunting cabin wasn't great. It was like 20 gold over here. Right, and I think that's because he's cracked the tier 2. So yeah, I'd say this was probably like 310. It's a really good start to the game actually for Voldemar. Ultimasaurus though, starting to ramp up here. Archer range dropped, Rax as well. It's only a knight so far. Voldemar needs to get fast into the archer range. Yeah, I kind of feel like Ultimasaurus baited him with this opening, right? Like, you're always going to go spears, but it's just, you can guarantee it when your opponent gets this much gold. It's almost like it's reeled him into playing 1 TC. I guess it's difficult to go 2 TC on Cliffside against Yuji anyway. The opening is a ridiculous difference. Remember what I said about how quickly you get Chiganu? Consider the difference in unit quantity as well. If you go for a TC, that's almost 10 extra units your opponent's going to have. And in fairness, with the deer all on one side, there isn't a great town center location drop you can get. Usually you want to have options because let's say you have deer here and then deer on the left side. Your opponent's going to have to split up to block both. So then with a smaller army, you can defend. We're taking the wood, gold, and burying the north. Okay, so you would have taken the 36 food, the 25 gold, and the 5 wood. Have fun with that. No, stone's usually quite nice. Like, it can lead you into a delayed TC, or it gives you hand cannon slits, which is really important here, so you can send the whole army forward. So that army is on the march. Now, Ultimasaurus, did he actually scout this? It looks like he knows, right? Surely. Yeah, so he's heading east side. And we have got the V for victory wall, so no easy dent in here for Voldemar's Knights. In fact, they're hunting around the front side where there's already Spearmen to defend. I'm starting to wonder, like, Voldemar, he saw this, he knows about this. Knights are on the way home now, but there's 5 Spearmen here. And he's going 2TC. No. Voldemar, this is... Surely this is too late, right? Unless you go for a very safe town center. You can't drop on anything risky here. The scout does see the villagers moving. So he's going to TC drop the tree line, right? Shuganu might be able to reach over. They have enough range to shoot over the town center. He's going to try for it now. Knights are trying to poke. Militia have been pulled, but keep in mind, against Shuganu, that won't last long. Scout does get sniped out. Shuganu, there we go. Paper Shredder mode activates. The militia will be dealt with. Spearmen are keeping the Knights at bay. There is going to be a dive in. Nice switch there. Voldemar tries to drag the aggro, but Revan, quick on the reaction. Gets back in position here. Spearman able to pinch the fight. TC should be going up, but it might cost him a villager or two. The good news is, because it's only for Chuganu, he wouldn't be able to kill quick enough. So instead, Revan backs away. Decent fight outcome, actually, for Voldemar. I think that was a really clutch pull of the Gremlins there. That saved his bacon. However, Spearman count now up to 11. This is truly the most Revani of Revani builds. All right, I don't know where this guy gets the food for this. Probably from Protein Works, especially those discounts. But he always manages to get this insane number of spears together in the early game. Exclamation mark, Protein Works, use Killer Pigeon code. But no, it's kind of baffling here, right? Because like Voldemar's now switching to archers, but even though he's only been trickling in the extra Chuganu, he still has the lead. And I wouldn't be surprised if Undermesh becomes a high priority here. It might even be that we see Castle Age. I actually think Castle's kind of feasible because this TC timing is very late from the roost. Time being is backing up. The Steel Arrow is on the way. Okay, so he's sending it. It's almost like he's backing up to allow Voldemar to just kind of invest in this age. Because now, from a militaristic standpoint, Voldemar's a mile behind. The only reason you're not seeing Ultimasaurus kind of dive in and do damage is this Kremlin. It's a very powerful defense at this stage of the game. It attacks way too quickly. 1.12 seconds for an attack compared to like a TC being 3.12 is insane. Right? I am honestly perplexed by how good Kremlin still is. And remember, guys, this is after it just recently got nerfed. Its tile range is down to 7. Still feels a bit insane to me. Voldemar. The big problem here is, like, these night raids will never work unless you have archers to assist. And it's just too much of a reach right now, right? The numbers are just against you. Palace Guard now also being added in by Ultimasaurus. And yeah, well, this is the big problem, right? Voldemar's walled himself away from the food at that point. He definitely is going to run into food issues very soon. Especially when, like, you can see he's not been scaling more knights for this reason. He can only really afford to go archers. And this is why usually you want that Kremlin kind of over here securing deer, right? But he couldn't afford it. Honestly, if Voldemar had a choice, I think he would have preferred Ultimasaurus' spawn because his deer spawned on the L. The L is really important because you want this Kremlin to block the ramps, right? But instead, he got this fat wood line spawning in the way that kind of limited a good Kremlin placement and also limited the likelihood you get deer nearby. Just an underwhelming spawn overall. Well, to the point of Kremlin on the right side, if you put it on the right side, your opponent has entry into your base, right? That's why he didn't do it. Like, if you Kremlin here, your tree line isn't safe. So you just run into a different issue. Rams now coming. Revan looking to send it. We have got a few Palace Guard added in. I wonder if that's a kind of bait aggro at the beginning of the fight with the archers so that your Chuganu trade better. Preliminary tech even being researched. And what? Probably 3 rams and then enter. Sounds pretty good here. You could easily delete the second TC with that. Twin Tree and Gold Light, what, here? If you put a Kremlin here, you're dying every game. If you Kremlin here, I'm going to walk here. And I'm just going to go around. And I'm going to hit everything. It's so hard, man. Like, this is one of the worst spawns I've seen for Roos in a while. You usually just get a very safe entry in the L. The reason you want to drop a Kremlin like here is that blocks both ramps. And against Shiganu spam especially, that's critical. So archers are going to try to cut reinforcements, but it's Palace Guard. No Steeled Arrow either. Voldemar, he prioritized Undermesh, as you should. Okay, so that's sick, actually. The Palace Guard read was so on point from GG here. I wondered if it was going to pay off, but considering that Voldemar was slow on his tech, well and truly worth it. Shiganu did start to pull back. I think that was maybe a miss micro. Purple is now on the way. Rams are going to move in. And this is scary, man. Like, against Shiganu, you have to defend with villagers against Rams, and they will die quickly. Even if you had textiles, which right now, Voldemar does not. So Spearman should be building the Ram, and I think you send the Shiganu in here. Ultimasaurus is being a little bit overly defensive. He doesn't need to play this chill. Because right now, Voldemar just doesn't have a front line. 4 Knights will just do nothing here. What's going to be going back up? It's going to 5 Rams. El Delito, no Retreato here. Ultimasaurus looking to break some backs. And that's always a bad sign. Voldemar going in the marketplace. He's out of food. Last of the berries is about to be exhausted. At that point, there's nothing here. A bit of a weird movement there from the Rams. Archers attempting a backstab. So they're trying to cut reinforcements here, but the next wave has Palace Guard. Remember what happened last time? The Archers just didn't do enough. They do at least have Steeled Arrow this time, but it's still going to be an undesirable fight. Shooting Spears start to move in. I mean, you have to deal with these Rams, right? But 5 Rams. This is absurdity. Spearman now going for the clash. Only a handful of Knights here. Militia are going to get pulled, but the Shiganu shredding it all. TC's trying to stay alive. Palace Guard just frontlining so effectively here. Voldemar now has to deal with the second wave of Shiganu coming through. And the town center repair crew is just not working out. 15 villagers cannot do this. 3 Rams left over, keeping it on the edge at all times here. You can't help but feel the health bars are going down. Shiganu Mass is still healthy. Militia done what they could, but Voldemar is dead. He's as done as an overcooked steak here. Rams delete the TC. Only a 6 eco lead now, and the Shiganu continue on through. Voldemar somehow is getting more food right now. He did, by some miracle, sneak out into the berries. Credit to him, by the way. That's because the scout got taken out. There's bigger problems at home here. Shiganu continue to poke. Villagers are trying to be cheeky. So instead he's going to retract towards the Wooden Fortress. Now, this would be where Clown Car would make a lot of sense for Revan. Kind of weird that he's not engaging with it, considering that Voldemar's doing the reverse Clown Car. You see what I mean? He keeps torching and then jumping back in. The villagers should get massacred now. So that is the entire eco lead that Voldemar had. And then some. Able to break away, barely. Shiganu are rallying in, so it's not clean. This is kind of the weird thing by Revan. He plays so aggressive that usually he doesn't have to be perfect. Because you're so busy reacting to it that there's kind of a leak through. I do think Revan will always struggle because of that against the absolute top until he maximizes. But against these players that aren't in, say, the top 8, top 10, you're seeing why it's so successful. Voldemar may have had a miracle pull down to the berries, but keep in mind that did not last long. He's down to the last 2 bushes, so he's got probably about 300 food left there. This is going to be a stretch. This is the big problem, right? Look at the map right now. Look at what Purple's doing. He's fine. He came out under the deer. He has enough wood and gold at home. He's taking everything away from Voldemar first, because now, worst case scenario, he dents this base 3 more times and doesn't kill him each time. But at that point, Voldemar's going to have to add in farms. This is a really tough position to be in if you're Voldemar. You know adding in farms is way too expensive. 75 wood per farm, that's basically 1 less archer, right? In a game where you're struggling to keep mass. It's like we aren't really adding in many spears anymore. It's mainly just Palace Guard now. Voldemar, he was trying to go for the bounty, trying to go for the food. Get pushed back behind those walls. I mean, credit to him on keeping the numbers even here, right? But there it is. Against a Shiganu all-in, this is your worst nightmare. Revain continues to commit. Knight is going to front line. I think, yeah, overcommitment here. Revain just needs to keep them out of range. Spearman not going to get baited. And Voldemar, he needs to treat these Knights like they're made of pure gold instead of just 100. Because they are the backbone to a recovery arc here. And it definitely isn't going to feel easy. Chiganu continue to trade out here. I mean, just look at the difference, right? He's out of food. I think it's undeniable at this point. Voldemar, 5 farms isn't going to change the outcome. Now adding in another, what, 6? It's going up to 11 farm total. The Rams are now even an even bigger threat, though, right? Like, remember, Rams return their value very easily on farms. It only takes 2 shots to kill a farm, and a farm is basically almost half the cost. If you kill 3 farms, a Ram has paid for itself. Look how those numbers swell up because of this gap. This is what I mean about farm transitions kill your game, right? Like, that's why at the highest level, you've seen people go out their way to avoid that. They'll go deer, they'll go berry, they'll go anything. I love that we are 18 minutes into an aggro game where you've played across map, and now we get wheelbarrow. It's funny, actually, because he prioritized the other eco decks. Bloody hell, look at this desperation play. Wooden Fortress now. I mean, it's what you can afford. You can't really afford more units right now, but at least you can afford defense. Rams in a choke point. That lumber camp's actually kind of annoying for this. Gonna make it a bit clowny on the exit. Instead, he's going to go further in. Lumber camp, target down. Chuganu continue to dive past. They're just looking for targets. And I think at this point, we have to be moments away from defeat. More farms getting added in. Voldemar just hasn't got the time for it. Farm transitions kill you in games like this, especially against killer instinct players like Revain. Oof. So, what do we call that one? I guess those farm transitions kill your game, right? Maybe? This is why players always avoid farms as long as possible. And I think what we'll do is I'll make a note of that. Make it less obvious which player it is. Ibid versus Abbasids. That's like very heavily Abbasid favored. Maybe we catch another Revain. Who's this? Is this Louis? No, I'm pretty sure that's Corvinus. Oh, no, that's Lash. Lash was the one against Kiljadi, right? Yeah, Lash. Alright, let's see. Let's check in on Ben's game. I do like Dumu versus Revain. I think they're very interesting playstyles for clashing. Let's have a look. Alright, where is it? Can't see him. How deep are they? Or did they just get in lobby? Wait, is that Louis Core? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, actually, you're right. On the upper bracket, it was... Wait, was it? Yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're right. Yeah. He 3-0'd Kiljadi, right? Yeah, sorry. Good catch. I was like, at first, like, yeah, I think that's right. And then I saw that he was up against Kiljadi in my brain, the forward. So Louis... Who the hell's Louis playing against? Thank you, Tomastis. Looking forward to it. Wait, he's up against an Xbox controller player? All right, that doesn't seem fair, man. On a water, dude. No, I'm not gonna do it. That poor Mongol player, dude. It's English on a water map as well, and you're on. Oh god, this control play is actually decent. Yeah, but do you realize how much harder it is to play controller on water versus land? It's so much harder. Like, I think if the choice is that or Dimmu wait, is Dimmu versus Baltoon, you say now? I thought someone said it was versus Revan. Oh, crap. It is. Let me see. I don't know if they're scrimming. Because I should be able to see that game. I think they might be scrimming. I guess we'll do the Louis game. Because Dimmu and Baltoon are both still in. I mean, Dimmu's got a hard run, right? Like, can we quickly check that? Dude, yeah, like, he either faces off against Baltoon again, or he gets beastied. And then even if he survives past that, he then has to deal with one of those two, or CSO or Wham, right? Oh, sorry, no. Even before that, he'd have to deal with, like, what? Vortex? Yeah, is another possibility. Which, statistically, I'm pretty sure... Yes, Vortex versus TBD. I need those stats. I'm pretty sure Vortex has a favorable win rate there, right? Oh, no. They're 50-50. Although, all of Dimmu's wins come from 2022. Every single time in 2023 and 2024, bar one, it's Vortex. Some of them aren't even close, right? 3-0, 2-0. This is 2-1 at least. That's quite nice. Damn. Gonna have a hard time. Hey, YouTube. How's it going? Alright. I think maybe we'll check out the... In that case, let's check out the... Wait, isn't the Womb Raider one of the very high ranking accounts? Oh no, they're down to Conk too. They were very high at one point, I think. Guys, the controller game is already over. GG. That lasted about as long as expected. Yeah, I don't think that one's worth watching. Little 10-min game. Should we wait to see who Louis gets next? Yeah? I want to catch up on some Louis. We haven't cast him well. It's also important to see how he's performing ahead of the weekend, because, as I mentioned, if he's playing like he did at the start of the year, he's one of the front runners to make it to El Reinado. But if he's playing like he did in Master of Realms, I think he's going to get wiped pretty quick. Beating Louis. Yeah, he definitely beat Louis. That's what happened. Yep. I just can't show it because I'm such a Louis fanboy. I don't want to show you guys footage of him losing, you know? You know what happened? Louis like, got this, easy. We're going to play water. And then the Mongol player, the controller player, he's like, wow, controllers might like make it hard to play water, but what if I just don't play water? You know what a controller is good for? TC rushing. Boom. Just wheels up right next to Louis' goal. Just like, GG, bitch. It's my neighborhood now. And Louis like, what do I do against this? How is this even balanced? He's like, oh, maybe I can go Lombos. And he's like, oh no, I can't go Lombos because I spent all my wood on fishing boats. And I've queued up 15 more fishing boats, so I have to produce them first. And that's how the controller player beat Louis. Pretty standard stuff, really. Checking something. Remember, guys, by the way, cookies and cream slaps. It's pretty good, actually. That was the newest flavor that Protein Works sent us of their replacement meals. Check them out now. It's going to pop up in a sec with a link. I think they're like 70 or 80% off on a lot of their things right now. And the Killer Pigeon code does work on top of that, so definitely take advantage of it. I'll let you guys know how the new tropics are, because they sent me some of the new tropics as well. in blue raspberry flavored. And then they also sent me the matcha latte, which I'm excited for. I'm actually a really big fan of matcha tea. I really like it. So I'll let you know how good that is. And ooh, we're doing it. What a matchup. I need everyone on the ladder to just call themselves orangutan, so like I can just make the title of my stream Marine Lord versus ... every time. Can you guys do that for me? Please call. Thank you. And then I'll get someone else to rename themselves to Ucore. And then we can have like Marine Lord versus Core all the time. Yeah, Marine Lord live on ladder is kind of a rarity, right? Marine Lord win rate would lose a lot? You're missing the point. I had someone suggest this to me before. It's like, what if I just call myself GL.the Viper and play games? I was like, but I don't like to be disingenuous. But like, legit, someone could actually do that and farm content. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the Age of Empires world, whether it's 4-2, probably even 3, if that's a real game, if you put the Viper in a title or his picture in a thumbnail, yeah, it's kind of like the equivalent of doing that with Faker in League of Legends. It's a very big deal. How much is this an IBID favorite matchup? I legit think this is like a 70%, 65-70% IBID favorite now. The new builds where you go Growth Wing and Feudal Age are disgustingly effective here. It's such a hard matchup. Like, I don't think I've seen a Deli player with a good answer to it yet. Because the problem is the Deli players always do the same thing. Yeah, well, like, I think, what was it, the other day? Was it the other day? When we were in Norway and Cracky was playing some games, he ran into something called GL. something. He's like, I don't know if this is his official name. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's just a fan that's called themselves Gamer Legion. I mean, there's really nothing to stop people doing that. Like, I'm pretty sure if I search the ladder right now, I could probably find like 5 different Vipers. Right? Let's have a look. Yeah, GL.the Viper is already returning 2 entries. So we have the primary that's linked, but then if I search the other one, it's a guy from Canada who played in Season 7 and ranked Platinum. And he only plays HRE. He has 1,000 elo. Oh, thank you, Packer. Yes, need to be prepped and ready, guys, because I am going to be hosting both days on the weekend. So we got to have all the nerdy insights. Gotta educate everyone on the panel. Like, this is the way that Marine Lord plays. And then throw my own feces at the camera. Just kidding. Marine Lord doesn't do that. Marine Lord doesn't poop. This is a well-known and documented fact. Nice, Packer. Nice. Yeah, I'm only gutted there's no additional game, like, overflow, right? Because I think... Wait, actually, no, there might still be... Let's have a look here. 27th. 27th. There's 6 series playing on Saturday, right? So I'm wondering if they'll cast all of them. There might be, like, 1 or 2 that don't get cast if, like, some of the series go long. Oh, wait, sorry, no, there's a lot more. I'm an idiot. There's actually 10 series being played. So... yes, we will have stuff on Monday to cast here. We'll do the catch-up on the games that didn't get covered. But then once we get to 28th, everything should get cast. Because 28th will be 4 series. And they're all BO5s, I'm pretty sure. And then finally, final weekend will be 3 series on the 3rd. And then a show match into grand finals, I guess, on the 4th. Who's ready? We'll only play once in WoW. It's a very unorthodox format. It's just the weird circumstances, right? It's like, it's Wololo following the line of always inviting the previous victors, as they did with AU2, but because they're only going to have 2 people on LAN, you've got this situation, which is less than ideal. At least the Age of Myth qualifier is going to be a bit more intriguing, right? Because 2 will make it through there. Imagine if Marine Lord just turns up for Age of Myth. That would be quite funny. I don't know. I don't think he'd bother, though. I think there are players that could easily beat him. The experience matters a lot there. Same reason why he kind of stayed away from AoE2. When you qualify for every single S-tier event in 2024 to the Grand Finals, you got to start wondering, is there any point in even getting on the ladder? Apparently there is today. Marine Lord, a rare sight here. Not 1, but 2 pub matches being played. This is unheard of. This guy basically plays like 1 game on ladder and then disappears into custom games. But he's getting the custom effect here because he's going up against Louis MT, Kid Prodigy of China, to face off against the Chimp. And we have got an Ibid Deli showdown. Now, this should actually favor the Ibids pretty heavily for 2 reasons. 1, Marine Lord is arguably the best Ibid player in the game right now. Like, this guy, I don't know if he's actually ever dropped a game of Ibids in competitive. I know that every tournament we've seen him play them, he's absolutely dominated with them. That's destruction and domination at the same time. For example, in the Elite Classic, I think he had 10 wins, 0 losses. He absolutely unraveled everyone with them. But to add a cherry on top of that, this matchup, which I think used to be more of a 50-50 matchup, has turned more into, I'd say, about a 70% Ibid favored one, ever since the arrival of this. Players have started going back to the growth wing in Feudal Age, and ever since doing so, they've realized it's quite feasible for the Ibids to beat a Deli feudal army. Wild to say out loud, I know. And will I do a vlog or a stream from the castle? I think we maybe could try and do like a stream, maybe a live stream behind the scenes. I'll ask Red Bull if they're okay with me doing that. I do want to try to do more of those. I did get some recordings from the Norwegian LAN. I just don't know if it'll get cooked up into a recording. But definitely for Wallah. So yeah, the reason why Growth Wing's so good, by the way, getting 3 extra villages at this stage is kind of nuts. Think about it this way. You are getting about 135 extra resources per minute at a very early point in the game. As a percentage of your economy, this is very clearly measurable. It will be about a, I think it's 15% increase in your eco because you have about, like, what, 20 villages roughly. That's a lot. Think about the alternative of a Desert Raider. Getting 1 Desert Raider is the equivalent of getting like 190 resources per minute, right? It's actually not that impressive. And thank you very much, BNK, for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm. So if you want to play the Age, and you need to play the Age, Growth Wing is 10 times better than the Desert Raider. The Desert Raider is great when you know you can get away with a raw Castle Rush. But it's smart reads coming out of Marine Lord here, right? If you go for a Castle Rush, you give Relic control, you give Sacred Site control, right? You give blockers. This is how you can kind of suffocate Deli, because the moment you both age up, you have a better eco. The Deli will not get a better or rather matching eco for a few minutes because they have to get Sanctity. So by the time their economy can start getting better, you've already got an army to block what gets them there. It's a really powerful build for the Ibids. And I love this. Racks opening. You're against Ghazi, right? It's kind of funky. We don't see it very often. This is the least built for the Ibids. Archers make a lot of sense because you'll scale them. Stables makes a lot of sense for a transition to the Lancers later. There has been a pretty effective Stables archery range opening that I'm a bigger fan of, where you basically can get 2 or 3 Horsemen and get a Desert Raider. But this is just more efficient training. You know it's going to be Ghazi to begin with, and we can already see it confirmed now on Louis' side of the map. And Marine Lord knows it before he even scouts it. Tell them to invite Mister. Mister would have to qualify. Remember, Age of Mythology is going to have its own qualifiers for Red Bull, right? So it's possible you could see Mister on LAN if he turns up. Cigarette in mouth. To be honest, like, what would Mister's flag be, knowing the current design this year? Would it be a wolf with a cigarette popping out of his mouth in in the old school graphic style that AoE uses? I'd be up for that. So Gazi on the way. I'm a little bit worried for Louis. He hasn't scouted this at all. First spinman just got revealed. So he now knows, but this means he can't play immediately for Sacred Sites. And that tech is 1 minute and 30 seconds away. So he needs to be very quick on a transition. Instead, though, he opts for the Blacksmith techs. Now, this is going to be a very curious point in the game. Because Marine Lord, usually when you play Ibids, I'd say the one weakness I see out of Ibid players time and time again is they do not get Blacksmith techs. The one exception to that in Feudal Age has been CSO, and it has looked incredible. I think it could serve well here, but for now, we need to get the 1-1-1 build going. This is tough, right? Because we've already got Horsemen on the way, and there should be an archery transition coming. Louis, the unfortunate reality of this is there's no target right now. The berries lasted so long because Marine Lord, as we know, will always be optimal with the berries. He'll never sacrifice an extra 50 food safe. So he's going to have to shift across to sheep soon, but when he does, he's going to have 16 sheep to work with, which is 3,200 food safely in your base. Louis, meanwhile, I think he might have to come out sooner. Yeah, he's got 14 sheep. Berries are going to expire at a similar timing here. The extra 50 food is actually making a difference. Gazi going to get swatted away. He has to make a play soon for these Sacred Sites, but there's a growing risk now. With Horsemen in the mix, that could easily be used to just kind of snipe out. And I'm feeling very good on this fine day, guys. We got Renewable Protein Works for the 3rd month in a row. Be sure to check them out. And we are finally able to announce that we are going to be at Red Bull Wallow as the official caster for both Age of Empires 4 and Age of Mythology. It's a good day. It's a damn good day. Here's the Desert Raider. This is big. Spearman plus Desert Raider, these Gazi will not even be able to begin a fight. Question mark is, when is the Scholar coming? Dude, this feels so painful right now. I don't think he's wrong with what he's doing with the Scholars here. Pulling a Scholar out to capture a Sacred Site is going to force Marine Lord to commit there, and then you're going to have to commit to defend. But this delay is painful. Like, your opponent is just building more and more eco in their favor. So unless you can start finding good trades, their army will begin to eclipse you. Awesome. Age of Mythology I played a lot as a kid. I haven't really paid attention to it in recent years. So there'll be some refresh, but I'm familiar with the game. Also, they don't call me a professional for nothing. I tend to pick up games very quick either way. Gazi, now going to ride in. It looks like Marine Lord. Not guarding this. Good formation shuffle. That was sick. He clipped it to the south side so that these villagers here shuffled around the lumber camp. That was a perfect reaction. Some players would have just seeked shelter, and that would have sent them past the Gazi. You would have lost 1 or 2. Really important you lose none here. Horseman numbers are starting to swell a little here. Riddle, this is very interesting, though. He's very heavily leaned into Spearman, as opposed to just going Mass Horseman. I mean, it's a quicker clearer to Gazi than Horseman, right? And you have to realize that you need quick kills, because if any of them get away, you're against Scholars, so they can heal. Gazi's still trying to poke. I mean, it's idle time, but I got to give it to him. Marine Lord is always instant reacting, and this is big. It's not often you get to see Ibids utilizing Phalanx to just win a game. This could actually win the game. There's still 0 movement out towards Sacred Sites, by the way. Both players are still staying on at the edge. And we have got Steeled Arrow coming in. Undermesh is already there for Marine Lord. I think Louis is in a good position here, guys. Because Marine Lord, you know, the problem now is, like, typically you get value because the Scholar comes out, and then it baits Deli into a fight before they're ready. But credit to him, Louis done a really good job here. And we are reaching deeper into that point where Marine Lord has to make a move, right? He's down to 12 sheep. That won't last long here. Oh, Gazi still trying to intercept reinforcements. Brace will come out. Spearmen are going to get swarmed. Louis, quick to shift away. And remember, he can now just offset this damage done. The difficulty is going to be the fact he only has 2 Scholars. So it's a slow process. Marine Lord has to make his move soon. Because if he does, the issue right now is look at all the injured Ghazi here, right? Look at the health in the army on the other side. The problem that you're running into here, if you're Louis, is you do not have the time to repair all the damage done. Marine Lord, perfect time to start posturing, right? He's moved out to the deer now. A little bit of float happening here. Definitely need to see a reinvestment. Actually, he needs a second Desert Raider. 22 archers can very quickly just take out the initial Desert Raider here, right? Like, they're going to have Steeled Arrow soon. And you have to remember, this Desert Raider only has 120 health. So with Steeled Arrow and 20 of them, there's basically enough damage almost to one-hit this guy, right? You only need, what was it? I think it's 24 archers, which he just got. Flash comes in. Horseman chasing. There's hesitance here. You're going to get forced to commit, though. The Embrace comes out. The Phalanx is going to be beautiful here. Horsemen are absorbing the blow that Ghazi are meant to be throwing in the Spearman. Archer's trading it out. Louis, has he got enough to break this? That aura was removed. No, it wasn't. Desert Raider's still there. He needs to get on top of it right now. Ghazi, flood through. Aura is now down. He's traded out the archers to try and get access to the back line. And I've got to say, Louis, in reasonable position here now after that fight. A lot of Ghazi still remaining. Horseman has been dented. Archer count is still going to be alive for Marine Lord. The Spearmen have been wiped out. Yeah, this is actually really scary. Marine Lord is in a bit of a shaky position here. And the Ghazi just now commit, and they're going to go for it. Moves in. No Desert Raider here. Marine Lord needs to start a step away. And now Sacred Sight's trying to be targeted, but a big detail in that fight. Look what happened. Marine Lord went for the Scholar. That's why he took that weird fight. He got him. So now we have a problem here. Because Louis is still not scaling eco. It does, however, look like Marine Lord may have missed villager production. No. Okay, it was just a weird kind of tick timing. He's still got the perfect macro. Damn, what a wild game. I wasn't expecting this to be neck and neck like this. I've got to say, you know, Louis, he can only afford one more mistake. If that Scholar gets sniped a second time, you're in trouble. You won't have healing anymore. You will not have any trickle of gold to replace. And that's a problem because if you have to start gathering gold, which he's now doing, then that will give a military advantage over to Marine Lord. Experiment. Still trying to defend the flank. There is an intercept on the way. And he might be able to get the blocker. Does move in. Looks like he'll be able to strike down one of the Ghazis. If he just gives that final little lick. And the wall's now on the way. This is crafty. So Louis is going to try to lock it in while his opponent is out of position here. A good move with the Ghazi. Louis will lose one of them. And all of a sudden, Marine Lord pivots. Keep in mind, this is Tower Victory. So although Marine Lord has more archers, it doesn't really count for squat here. I think he knows it. That's why he's not rushing out. This is wild. We're 14 minutes into the game, and I don't see either player being likely to tech up anytime soon. Archers. You get a freebie here. Looks like there was no clear reaction out of Louis. And the wall's incomplete, means he can come through and quickly decap this. Now, keep in mind, Louis, he already gathered some gold. One off to get an extra Scholar in here. Plus the trickle, it means he could go up to 3 Scholars, which is a big deal because these Ghazi do need some medical assistance. Well, these ones need to feed themselves some blood. They're on the way. On the flank. Lord. It's kind of frustrating, right, if you're Emerald. Like, you're looking for a direct fight. You're just never getting it. And the Horsemen are starting to poke again. No textiles still out of Marine Lord. That formation shuffle just to try and get through without injury. Ends up costing him on the village in the meantime. There's going to be a dive towards the main here. Marine Lord sees an opportunity. Army has swollen up to an advantageous position. Ghazi should be able to frontline this. The Spearmen don't need to really bait themselves in range. There is a dive where the Ghazi are finding a few kills, but the return fire may sting a bit too hard. Keep in mind that Marine Lord had an eco lead. He could afford this to happen. The Ghazi did indeed raid the berries, but now the return is going to be painful here. Ghazi about to evaporate. Horseman Spearman able to break in. A garrison inside the TC. Louis completely outnumbered in his own base. Marine Lord, he looks to do it without even contemplating Castle Age here. I think he's going to be able to reach through. No textiles. So once this army is gone, you're going to hemorrhage a lot of economy. And Marine Lord always trekking towards it. Villagers have to shuffle away. Louis completely outnumbered on the map now. Ghazi are trying to do trickling damage here. But considering it's only 1 or 2, it's not going to be enough. The Archer's nowhere to hunt. He saw him move here already. Marine Lord walks around. And it's 10 villagers trapped. Marine Lord. What? I cannot believe this right now. Marine Lord doesn't know us. He walks away. But he has 40 archers in the field. Although Marine Lord does not get the immediate execution, Louis still has a mountain to climb here. Oh my god. This is rough. If Louis gets scouted doing this, it will be GG. The deer is running out. The berries was what Marine Lord was looking for. Anyone who's questioned Marine Lord there, he didn't glance the tree line, right? I think he should have had very, very slight vision on that right up against the edge. He thought there was a play on the berries. Now he should realize the mistake he's made. This should be just a dial back towards the main. I think if you waste time checking the deer on the south side, you're going to give an opportunity across here that shouldn't exist. It's a hard opportunity nonetheless. Marine Lord is on the move down to the deer. And that is indeed, you've seen that correctly, 17 workers out here. In fact, I'm double checking that because the number just doesn't seem right, but it is indeed true. What an insane game. We're going to be 20 minutes and still no castle with Ibids. Just a unfathomable idea not too long ago. So we shift to the corner. Outpost is revealed, so he knows there's someone here. In fact, he knows there's 5 villages inside there. It's worth trying to torch. The problem right now is Marine Lord needs to get his spearmen up here. That's forced a reaction out of Louis. I think actually the easiest play here for Marine Lord, just build a ram. Clean this up quickly. This is so sick the way he's not dead yet. And he's going to play more people into wood now. So the way you get back in this game if you're Louis is just mass archers. I think Marine Lord has to be reaching a point where, like, surely the easier play is to go castle here. Because if you both mass archers, you can quickly upgrade yours because you have got the increased research speed with Golden Age, right? Like, Jesus. We're in Feudal Age, and he's age 3 on the Golden Age. That's unusual, guys. You never see that out of Ibits. But should he tech up, he'll be able to get his veterancy in 40 seconds. So I think Marine Lord is probably going to macro for that now. Because trying to hunt this eco is wasting time. And let's say you both approach blow and you get max pop, the Deli can get a good fight there, right? Because the attack speed. Instead, Louis might offer up a good fight here. Oh my god! The absolute madman walks out of his base. I don't think he expected this. He thought the tech up was already happening. Louis may have just revealed his hand here. Marine Lord was looking for this the entire time, and now he may have it. Tech up's being prepped. Now, usually when you tech up, you don't dive in, right? So he's going to back off for the moment. Ghazi raid. Starting to find some damage here. Not enough, though. Outpost shoot alarm to survive here. Meanwhile, army is reflecting the move onto the west side. Archer's going for the dive again, and this is exactly what he's fishing for. Marine Lord, he wants this type of fight. He's goading him into it. Archers now going to dive in. Wood line will have to vacate the area soon because this many archers will definitely reach there. Marine Lord, tech up still hasn't been triggered. There's still potentially hope here for Louis, but if he loses this army, I don't see the way. Yeah, this is done, surely. Louis, by some miracle, has survived a few minutes longer than he ever should. Marine Lord now with 71 archers. You'd think you're watching a Chuganu spam, and the farms, the wood line, all of it can't move away anymore. Louis finally admits defeat, and Marine Lord proves that Ibid's Castle Age is overrated. Dude. Wild. Ibis get into a feudal archer war with the best feudal civ. Damn. Wish ML played more ladder. Yeah, it would be cool to see. I kind of get where he's coming from when he says like ladder's pointless though. Right? It's like because drafting. Also, the map pools, right? And by the way, like some players try to put the blame of the map pool on like EGC and tournament organizers and be like, why are you using maps that people can't play? I disagree. Your frustration should be pointed the other way, and it should be, why is it that these really good maps that would be positives to see aren't being put into ladder rotation? That's the solution, I think. It's dumb how many good custom maps we have that just no one can play on ladder. Like Frizzy Marshes would be really cool to see on ladder, right? Kawasan would be really cool to see on ladder. What else have we got? I mean, there's loads, right? Coastal Cliffs, yep, Coastal Cliffs. Bridges could be intriguing as well. There's just so many ones that would be good. Louis versus Revan, that is a good shout. I think we're going to check that out. We were looking for some more Revan. I got teased earlier when someone was like, Dumi versus Revan. It's like, oh, it's not actually happening. Been lied to. Put bare hands. Yeah, well, like, I don't know, man. I don't know why they don't just make a Frisian. I think they try, like, Retlands was meant to be Frisian, but it just feels wrong. I don't know. It's perplexing to me. There's just so many good maps. But like part of their thought process, I think, is like Frisian, even if they want to copy and paste it, which they for some reason won't do, they don't have a team version of it. And I'm just like, I don't care. Like this obsession with making team games, like making maps to be both team games and 1v1 maps is really bad. It's poorly thought out. It doesn't make sense because things that make good 1v1 maps do not inherently make good team maps, and vice versa. You should be looking to create a unique identity within 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s, and 1v1s. You shouldn't be trying rather to copy and paste the format across, because when you do that, you dilute the substance and the relevance of it within one type of pool, right? Gorge is probably the only one that works to a degree that way, but I'd argue Gorge as a 4v4 should actually be like, you should take two players and put them on each side of the valley for each team. So even Gorge should be different. You hate Kawasan? I mean, that's fine if you hate Kawasan. You just ban it. Waterholes is Kawasan? Is it? I'm pretty sure Waterholes is different, right? It feels different. Is it even an official map? I can't remember. Yeah, like, I think it has weird spawning water, right? And there's like the big difference is already it has one sacred site in the center, which is very, very different design-wise. Yeah, it's bad. Like, Kawasan is actually a really good map. It's well designed. There's a decent number of civs that can work there. But, like, for some reason, we just ignore that it's good. And sadly, like, on the developmental side, they'd rather, like, make new maps than fix existing maps. Like, Highview's another one. We create Pigeon's View. We really need to do a tournament and some show matches with it, because Pigeon's View is better. I'm just kind of desensitized to the idea of even doing tournament matches and show matches with it, because I know that they won't add it to the game, even if it's good. They're not interested in fixing Highview, which is wild to me, because Highview could be a good map. It could be a very entertaining map. It's not hard to fix either. But they just don't bother. Deli versus Juji, though. Juji can do well on this matchup, right? You have to get your timing right when you move out, but you just pepper what you can do. Give controller players aim assist for range units? Nah, I think what you're talking about, mate, is bullet magnetism. That's what you do in AoE 2 console. You give them bullet magnetism. Ease for sushi. Yeah, I think the Chiganu numbers ramp up too quickly, right? Interesting. Let's find out. There aren't many matchups on land where usually don't suck. This might be one of them. Welcome back to Overaction, folks. We have got Ultimasaurus, aka Revan, the highest ranking Middle Eastern player I think we have in Age of Empires. The entire thing, full stop. Going up against the Chinese Prodigy Kid. Blank over here, playing the blue as Deli, is none other than Team Elephant's Louis MT. We are going to be on Gorge, a really good map for Deli. I'm kind of curious to see what Revan can do with his UG, because this guy has absolutely, positively zero chill. If you've not seen a Revan game before, just imagine basically Vortex levels of aggression, but with zero chill thought at all. Like, you know, when you're watching Vortex, he at least considers backing off, right? Slowing down or whatnot. Revan doesn't, dude. Like, I've watched so many times this guy, like, you know, if he's not pushing you, it's because he's pushing for a late tech timing to push you harder. We've seen it with his fast castle HRE games into full spearman flood. This guy doesn't like the idea of late game, and if you want it, he's going to make you dance like a monkey for it. Other side of this, Louis, of course, a methodical player, very familiar with late game, very capable there as well, right? I think the best way to kind of describe him is he's the beastie cutie of China, and I stand by that statement, and I mean that as praise. I actually think, you know, this kid has very quickly become beastie cutie's kryptonite, actually, weirdly enough. We've seen him struggle quite a bit in their matchups. So, curious to see if he can get back on form. I'd say in the last 2 to 3 weeks, it's become more and more apparent that something's not right with him right now. He's not playing like he was at the start of the year, because the kid that we saw at the start of the year was someone who could easily make grand finals. So I'm wondering, actually, if you play all-in Chiganu here with Juji, or you try to rush Castle. Castle comes very quickly, but it feels like it'd be too slow, right? And if your opponent surges Ghazi and you try to react with Lancers, I think it's just too reliant on you gambling on food. And with 12 sheep, I don't think that's going to be enough. So I'm expecting this to be a feudal slog. Looking at the spawns, sometimes on Gorge, you can get absolutely insane meditation gardens, but it's very risky against a civ like the Deli, because they will come immediately with Ghazi to punish it. But if you want to play gambly on it, if you want to go for the high value, this is the one. 48 food, 25 gold, and probably about 30 wood is a respectable number. And that basically gives you all the ingredients you need to cook up Chiganu. You could alternatively go over here for some stone. I just don't think that's the way you need to lean here. Maybe you go for... No, okay, he's just going to... What? Hey, that's about as safe as it gets. I thought he'd at least come out here for this one, but I guess the other issue now is if you walk that far out without wheelbarrow, you're going to be late on your feudal age timing. Like old school Kiljadi. I guess in a way, Revan has that old school Kiljadi-esque thing, but I don't know if I entirely agree with that. Like old school Kiljadi to me was let's send men at arms into the enemy base in Dark Age. Right. Like, you know how Kiljadi kept memeing that he plays China a lot on land to try and bait people? Like, he's China. I'm kind of disappointed we never saw it. Would probably be old school Barbican rushes with Spearman to support. It's the type of player he is. Revan, I think, is a little bit more methodical. He looks for his timings and then just doesn't stop. And it served him well. Like, if you guys didn't know, this guy right here, Ultimasaurus, absolute top of the leaderboard. I think he's sitting in, what, 9th? Yeah, 9th place right now with 1,916 elo. Last season, he played 800 games on this account. He's so damn good and so high ranked that when we were talking about him the other day, people were like, wait, is that Zerton? Is that cool? Like, they were going for all the names because he baits with this account. It's registered in Germany, even though he's from the Middle East. Our victory is going to be coming in, so Louis. How do we open this? I mean, it has to be Ghazi, right? I feel like it's always Ghazi. This is kind of cool, though. I wonder, did he do this to bait a different reaction? Like, opening racks here, your opponent might consider archers. And if he does, Palace Guard can do pretty well. All right, moment of truth. With the amount of people he's got on wood, yeah, dude, he's holding back. Louis MT, this is actually the correct call. Because if you opened with, say, archers here, and you ran into initial Palace Guard, you'd be in a little bit of trouble. Now he's going to prioritize Blacksmith Techs, which will give him the Steel Arrow up against the less armored Palace Guard. And then you can still play into Ghazi, right, and Rome, but the Archer follow-up will be very aggressive. That's really cool. I see a lot of games at the moment where Blacksmith goes down first and it almost feels like a mistake because you miss your timing. But if you'd rush Ghazi out here and Palace Guard was mirroring you, like they trade pretty well, right? Like you still should trade better with Ghazi, but you wouldn't get the immediate map control you're usually looking for. So 3 Sacred Sites. All neutral in this type of game. I don't know if they changed something with the spawns on Gorge, but I feel like this has become the regular pattern now. If you go back a few months, we were getting some diagonal spawns, right? Where you get one here, and then one center. I haven't seen them in the recent seasons, so I'm wondering if they made an adjustment, because in fairness, while that may seem quirky, it's very RNG, and also it just made Deli fundamentally a worse pick on Gorge. Like, no one wants to be RNGing whether your Civ is going to be good on a map. Yes, the map should be random in their spawns, but if the Sacred Sites is a clear objective in mind, it should have a clear level of consistency about it. Same reason we don't use standard Lipany in tournament play, right? It's just terrible. Damn, that is a lot of Palace Guard as well. And it seems like Louis still doesn't know. Double Arch Range is being prepped. Dude, he's... Oh my god, he's actually hiding the Palace Guard here. This is vile. Is this the delayed castle build? The idea with this build is you surge a bunch of Palace Guard, which can defend you, and then you rush castle. And the idea is you get that tech in so quickly and so cheaply that all of a sudden you have a Castle Age army. I think it is. Look at it. The cool thing about doing this build instead of just rushing Naked Castle is that your shallow monks are kind of protected, right? Because now your opponent's going to have to fight the Palace Guard, which are hard to fight, by the way. Because if he doesn't fight them, they're going to dive his base. This is cool, man. This is what I mean about Revan being quite creative with his aggression. This is very clearly an aggressive build. It's a timing attack. But the way he's crafted this is very neat. I think we saw players like Dimmu were doing this as well, and it looked really effective. Louis sees it. The problem is, you're only now locking your first Sacred Site. You can't rush Castle yourself, right? You're going to have to play the H. So what, you have to mass Ghazi here, I guess? Ghazi against Fast Castle Palace Guard, though. That's ugly. You can do this with Chiganu. It's worse with Chiganu. Okay, so the reason you don't do it with Chiganu is like the same logic as like massing Knights versus massing Men-at-Arms, so you have the choice. You mass Men-at-Arms because if you mass Knights, your opponent can build spears to counter from Nage behind. If you mass Chiganu and upgrade, your opponent can counter you with Ghazi Archers, right? But what's the counter when he does this? When these guys become Castle Age units, you have nothing. It's such a cool build, man. Deli Army's not impressing me right now. Tech up just complete. Right now, actually, Louis needs to try and force the matter. The more he just doesn't poke, the worse it gets. Because there should be veterancy now in the way. In fact, it looks like a little bit more gold needed. There we go, 125 in. And Supervision should be there. Yep, it's coming in 5 seconds. He wants to fight. Archer's on the way. And Louis is about to be baited into a bad affair here. Palace Guard did just get upgraded. 13 damage per strike. And look how quickly they can win this fight. Ghazi have to break away. And the Archers, because the undermesh was so perfectly timed there, the Archers are doing nothing here. Look at what happened. He thought it was going to be Chuganu. He has to respect it as Chuganu. So Louis went undermesh before Steeled Arrow. He's doing no damage. Palace Guard. Not a single one flopped yet. He's still alive. Oh my god. Turns around. Ends up being a 1-to-1 trade. Ghazi have to recommit. But it's a Palace Guard flood. And the Shallow Monk is already out. So he's heading for the relics. What a vile build here. Gathering on the front line is going to have to come to an abrupt end surely as well. Ghazi does aggro them off. A bit of a mistake there by Revan. He's trying to pressure the eco. He wants to force him away. No textiles either, so likely he's going to have to give way here. Ghazi count not looking great. Number 2 go down. In fairness, he did shrink the count here. So it's going to be a temp reset. But the Ghazi count is not looking impressive here, folks. Credit to him, actually. That bait with the 1 Ghazi bought a lot of time to kind of shrink this mass. I think that was a bit of a mistake by Revan. He wasn't paying attention there. Archers notice that Louis doesn't want to back off past this point. Because if these guys go idle, he's in trouble. And there it is. It triggers it. Villagers have to run away. Houseguard keep hunting. Ghazi has to be taken out first. Remember, they're the ones that are actually doing real damage to your Palace Guard. These archers are tickling. It's like all eco did get away. They're going to shift back across Revan. He needs to decap, actually. There's a little bit of an issue here. Ghazi. There's none left, right? Like, this is insane. This is a vile timing attack. And he has no food at home, right? I think he's down to his last sheep. Okay, he's got 8. So he's got a little bit of life left there. Sacred sites are now starting to get decapped, though. And this is the big problem. You're staying alive because that extra gold can be converted into food and wood. What happens when that disappears? In fact, I think he's going to get all 3. Oh, that was sick. So remember earlier when the Ghazi baited the Palace Guard away? He just done the same thing with that one Palace Guard. Because now he gets the decap here. That denies 125 resources. He gets the one over here to deny another 125. In fact, as I say that, Louis auto-aggroes him off of the site to keep the gold trickle alive. Oh man, this is an ambitious Hail Mary. There's no way this scholar should be allowed to cap this. And yeah, he's going to have to shift it back. I love the little subtle nuances in this game. It's really impressive, right? It doesn't look incredible like a Michael Bay explosion, but these slight details around the tug and pulls of aggro is making a big difference here for both sides. Like, it's what kind of actually kept Louis alive, and it's also now what has allowed this decap to take away that gold lifeline from Louis. PG count is getting very high. The Marine Tech level 2 is huge here, by the way. Except the Ghazi are going to get cut down, even the walls are working against them. Sorry, the Palace Guard get cut down, even the walls get working against them. But main army should be able to punish this. This looks like an overextension coming in. We've got 2 relics now in, Deer Gathering as well. So Louis is looking to punish, but I don't think he's ready for this. Runs past the Palace Guard. He's going for the eco. Revan. I don't know what that villager is doing, but he's living his life to the fullest. That fullest being 15 seconds and then dead. Palace Guard should be looking to hunt, and instead he's going to go hunt on the other side of the map. So it looks like it might turn into a trade here. That's pretty smart. So Revan is going to get the extra Palace Guard out, the new spawners, to deal with this. And he's going to send the rest into the economy because they're both mirroring each other. Check this. Gathering over on the deer. Archers in the meantime are getting the snipe in, and no seek shelter. Revan, what the hell? Oh no! If he garrisoned here, he could have minimized the losses. Instead, everything's getting sniped out. Taxmen and villagers alike. It's an absolute massacre. Finally, he triggers it, but it might be too late. It's now a 12 eco lead. Other side of this, Palace Guard are going to go in, but the Ghazi are muddling the affair. The outposts are also protecting. And somehow, it's starting to get a little bit messy for Revan. I mean, I feel like I say that every game, but what a strike by Louis. Archers did get mopped up. Ghazi should be able to deal with the Palace Guard, though. This game is not over yet. That's wild. And both of them now struggling for food. Now Louis, back on the food, should be able to get more Ghazi out. This is one answer, but apparently enough is enough. By throwing away the archers, Revan feels like an opportunity has been opened up here. We finally have Spearman being queued up. And if Louis doesn't realize this, it could kill him on the initial fight. Keep in mind that Louis is just gathering food on all risky locations where likely a fight will occur. So if you turn up to defend and there's Spearman there, you just can't defend at all, right? You have to go back and wait for an archer transition. That can lead to villager losses. But even if it's not the villager losses, the idle time equals military losses. Good denial time in there. No outpost up, no cancel either. Louis, once again, looking to hunt. This time with just Ghazi. Spearmen are waiting, though. I think the snipes one. Villagers look to shuffle back here. Taxman, a premium target. Remember, 150 resources, and you have to idle the TC to replace him. Villagers just going to keep on gathering, so looks like they will get a few eco kills. On the other side, though, Revan is on the hunt, and he knows. He's seen the deer being shoved around and killed. Oh, no. Wait, really? Okay, maybe. Revan. I can't believe that. I thought he was being Giga Brain about it. Instead, he's going to head into the deer again. Double outpost defense. Undermesh level 2 is there, though, so these outposts do not do much damage. Aerosmith is on the way, but in the meantime, the Ghazi have been mincemeated. I can't believe this, man. With almost a 15 eco lead, it looks like Louis is just doomed to lose this. And there's the confirmation. GG gets called. Mark his name, Revan, man. He is a threat to all on the ladder. The question mark is whether this threat could be coming to tournaments near you soon. Palace Guard Feudal. Might be some future behind this. In fact, let me just... I think that one's actually uploadable. That was a really cool game. What was I going to call that one? Feudal Palace Guard into delayed Castle Age, Castle Rush. And then I'm trying to think what I put on the thumbnail for it. I guess Feudal Palace Guard bait is the easy one there. People love bait in a title, don't they? Yeah, Revan's really impressive. His rate of improvement has been pretty damn respectful. Oh, my back's a bit stiff. God damn. Okay. Kapoch is on the game. No, I'm kidding. So, reminder people, the reason why you're sometimes seeing Kapoch or Viper or someone else showing on here is because the servers are shared for AoE 4 and AoE 2. So it tracks the... when someone logs on one, it tracks them on the other. There is not indeed, in fact, a certain ladder here. Jesus, what the hell did I just open? Ooh, who's Giljardi up against? What have you got for me, Giljardi? Is he against Louis? English versus Japanese on Baltic. We haven't cast a Baltic game yet, right? Let me check. I think this is Louis. Yeah. Louis versus Giljardi, alright. I wasn't trying to stalk Louis, but if he's got all the great games, I'll take him. Let's switch in. I'm just trying to think. So I think food should be in about an hour. What I'll do is I'll do the classic go and eat. I'll leave a recording up for you guys, and then we'll come back and cast a few more games. I'm still weighing up whether we're going to go live tomorrow, just because we'll be live Saturday and Sunday on EGC's channel. So let me figure it out. We might have a shorter stream tomorrow. We'll see. Depends whether there's a lot of things I need to sort out. But I think we will stream. It just won't be like an 8 or 9 hour stream. It'll probably be like a 4 or 5 hour stream. But today, I think I'm going to be aiming for probably 7 to 8 hours. I think that's pretty reasonable. English are absolutely broken on water. That's the echoing I've been hearing out of the pro scene recently. The question mark is it true? It's time to find out, because we're going up against one of the perceived broken civs on water. Giljardi, on the other side of Baltic, has manned himself with the Japanese. And he's going to be going up against none other than Louis MT here on the English. Now, I don't know if Japanese is necessarily a top-tier pick here, guys, because on Baltic, it's a very big, saturated area of water, which means the Shinobi play tends to hit a little bit later. It's harder to block your opponent. The reason why English is considered to be really broken on water maps right now is the Admiralty tech. It's the tech that gives you +1 range. A lot of players have been puzzled on how to counter this. I think there's a few maps where it's viable to block, and I think the main one is Holy Island because of the way you share water. But I can understand the frustration on a map like Baltic, where it's very difficult to come across and punish in time. Realistically, the logic behind Admiralty being balanced is that it costs 500 resources. 500 resources could be 1.5 or 2 boats difference here. That sounds good in theory. It sounds like you should be able to beat the English because they're a boat behind. Sadly, it doesn't work out that way. And a very big part of why is that the English get a 10% discount on all boats. What this means is you really have to send it. There is no waiting around. If you chill, set up your fishing, and say you go for the big naval war of 10 to 20 boats, English will punish you for that at the highest level of play. And I think that's something that's going to start to trickle down to the lower ranks as well. And agreed, Gully. It is a mini age up. Because remember, the kind of funny thing is the comparative would be Springle Cruise in Castle Age, which is a tech anyone can get, that gives +1 range to just these Springle ships. You get it for all boats with Admiralty. But like I said, it's very, very expensive. And the cool thing is actually you can usually scout it not just based on the number of ships your opponent has, but actually gold. Like it's a 350 gold tech. So if you see your opponent's not building any demos and he's got, say, 5 people on gold, it's very likely he's going for Admiralty. So I'm going to speed this game up. I think we're just about 40 seconds out from Truly Live, which works out perfectly. Killjardy should be going Kokid, right? I don't see any reason to go Kura. You could actually get a lot of wood from dropping a Kura here and save a lot of wood on lumber camps, but Koko's just too good to pass up. And the question mark on the other side is, do we go for the free king or do we go for the Lombos? Both can be pretty useful, but I actually think the king eclipses here, and this is the reason why. If you drop the Abbey of Kings here, you can heal your ships, right? And the funny thing is Baltic recently... Okay, why are we dropping that? Okay, to the point though, usually Abbey of Kings here is now better. Baltic used to spawn more circular, but recently it's been more line. And the reason that's better is when it was circular, like here, imagine dropping an Abbey of Kings here. You only get this area to heal. If you drop Abbey of Kings, say, here, you get this area to heal. So it's actually a very big difference. It makes it much easier to utilize it to heal your boats. But I think this is probably just, what, him looking for the ideal tech timing? I think this is a matchup specific thing. Like, if you're playing against another Civ that doesn't have Shinobi on the way, you could afford to walk your villagers over here without wheelbarrow. But against Shinobi, with how aggressive the Koka timing usually is, I think he opted to play it safe so that he got the king out sooner and also got access to aggressive boats quicker. So first Shinobi about to spawn. Second one has been queued up. Extra range does nothing for you if you pressed up against the dock. Well, the thing that makes it quite absurd, actually, is like if you're pressing your opponent up against the docks, and let's say you're starting to dive them, realistically, they can just demo you, right? That's the scary factor that you can't sleep on here. It's the reason why people usually just kind of struggle with Admiralty in particular. So King should be spawning soon. Remember, they did change this. It now takes 50 seconds, which... I get it. I don't know if it was fully needed. I think the big issue with English still lies in their fast castle build. But this has definitely helped a bit. I do think, by the way, with the fact it now takes 50 seconds to get the king out, they should probably... They probably need to actually make the king cheaper. Like, crowning a new king takes 50 seconds and 200 resources. That's a big lock-in for a very long time. Maybe like 90-90, maybe even 80-80 could still be reasonable. And we have a sneak. A sneaky snake on the way. So instead of going for the docks, which is the predictable play, Killjardy is going to go after the gold. If he plays this right, he can also sneak in. Because if you come up here and then Shinshin in, you'll be in range before your opponent knows what's happening. That's kind of wild, actually. And he knows where the gold is. Meantime, boats are on the way across. Small ship looked to open up. Shinobi does intercept the king. Unfortunately, one-on-one, the king does win that fight. It is absurdly close, mind you. There's still a win for the king. 13 HP. Oh my god, no! He did have the second Shinobi. It just got intercepted. Okay, that was sick. So Louis dragged away the second Shinobi, to guarantee he didn't lose the fight. Shinobi could go for the Shunshin, but beautiful bait and dodge. Meanwhile, north side. Killjardy, what happened here? Did he lose the Shinobi? I think he did. Looks like he did get a worker kill for it, but the short bows counted him out. Yeah, this is the tough part, right? And there we go. What did we say? When it's 7 villagers, 5 villagers, I think we gave the example, but when it's this many villagers on gold, at this stage, it's only one thing on the English's mind. It's Admiralty tech. So Killjardy needs to use this info to his advantage. The question mark is how? I think you have to put everything into water and send it. The Shinobi play rather has failed. The best thing you can do now is try to deny production on docks, and then maybe harass the wood line. But he needs to pin him now, right? So you have 2 choices. You either pin or you back up and tech. The issue is teching here is so difficult. Right? You're nowhere near an age up yet. I can't believe that. The amount of baited A clicks we've seen recently where you just drag someone away is incredible. Small ships. Do have the count. However, Admiralty is there. He has to man the sails. He has to get in range here. And while Louis, he tried to turn around. Failed to fully rotate. What a sick move, Killjardy. Now in with the aggro. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Galleys are going to move up. Now they have the extra range here, but it's still going to be an over-commitment, an over-investment to get in range. One demo still alive. Galleys are down, and this is working. Killjardy gets in with the demo. It's a double hit. This is it. What a timing, Killjardy. Patience pays off. Gets rid of all the Springle ships. Counter demos are now coming into play. Springle ships are going to have to split up. One is going to be sunk. But the fishing is in trouble here. The galley pump is on the way. So Killjardy has arch ships coming soon. Oof. Another Springle is going to go down. However, he's holding 2 demos in reserve. And look at the Springle queue. Only 1 arch ship to protect. So it's going to be shoreline fishing. So Louis MT in trouble. Keep in mind, the Shinobi are still lurking. Demos. He sees the fishing. This is the beautiful thing, guys. He doesn't need to detonate. He just needs to keep him moving. Archer ship. He's going to try to counter this out. Unfortunately, it's going to get sunk. And unnecessary, but the detonation is going to come in. However, look at the fishing situation now. Louis doesn't have much to work with here, right? Down to 5. Demo ship coming in from behind. Louis barely dodges, losing 2 there. I can't believe this, man. What a play. 11 fishing now to 15. Killjardy. Now just surging demos, which makes sense, right? At this stage, because you've lost a lot of Springles, your opponent could just get equal numbers, and then Admiralty wins. So by massing demos like this, you prevent that. It's all about just pressure. The timings matter a lot, and also, because of the way he's scaling, we're starting to reach a point where Killjardy can go for his win condition here as the Japanese. Castle Age is now on the horizon. The issue is now, because you're so far behind, right? Like, Louis realistically has to play defensive. At least you'd think that way, right? Like, you can't try to press this. You've seen the demos are coming. Pushing out is very dangerous here. But Louis brazenly heading out this early. Another dirty thing is the way that you can use man the sails to quickly disengage after a snipe. Junk ships reaching in. Demos. If he splits them up, 1 to each ship here, this could be big. Goes in for the connection. Demos. Gets in deep. Big hit there. All hawks are low. Springle ships. Only 1 on the offensive for Killjardy. The fishing boats are going to be pulled for the repair. And Killjardy, he's going to recommit here. So after all is said and done, wasn't able to get the breathing room to go for Castle. Has to continue to play the Age. And this is where things might begin to pivot in favor of Louis. Fishing is going to be pulled to repair the Springle on his side. An archer ship needs to come out. I think Killjardy, I think he had an opportunity to end this game if he put everything back into water. He misread his timing here. Strong ship goes down. Marine Lord, what the hell? Haven't you been training Louis in the ways of water, sir? Marine Lord, who, by the way, believed English was OP long before I think everyone else did. Louis. Ooh. Good dodge by Killjardy. I mean, Marine Lord with all this smack talk, but Marine Lord, remind me how many water games you've won in El Reinado so far? Demo. Close to hitting the fishing here. None, but it will come. so just to confirm, you're a 0 win so far in El Reinado. Demo, good connection. Trade out though, man. I feel like Louis is just holding on. This is kind of a problem, right? It's like Killjardy, if he ever slows down, he's going to lose water. Okay, Marine Lord. Marine Lord. We can talk about something that can't be blamed on micro and ping. Do you like this Abbey of Kings placement? It should be here, right? How's Louis ahead in eco count? Cheaper boats. Yes, you get cheaper fishing, but if your fishing's not dying, it's not easy to re-escalate, right? On this side, it kind of balances out into anything. Yeah, like I theoried that he put the Abbey of Kings here because he wanted the king timing. Because like Shinobi wouldn't reach here quick enough if you have no wheelbarrow for walk here. But like I think he's missing out on a lot of healing, right? It's kind of insane what Abbey of Kings can do for you here. Because you can then just be optimal peeling away injured boats to heal them quickly. Because it ends up, I think it's 2 out of the docks, and then you get an extra +6 here. So 8 health per second. Oh, Demo's coming from the south. Killjardy! He's out of position here. And the reaction's so slow! He gets free with 1. Dude, this looks over. I mean, you're not ready for attack up. You have to reinvest now. You're going to lose fishing. I can't believe this. This game. It's crazy because I think Killjardy outplayed in the opening. If he just committed everything to a continuous assault, I actually think we'd be saying GG and a win for Japanese. Now, it is a struggle without a snuggle. King on land is still trying to be annoying. He has forced the outpost commitment. One Shinobi is at least there to try and protect as well. Now, if he just pivots south side, there's a lot of exposed fishing here. That formation shuffle as well, not ideal. This is just so tilting, man. Slow reaction out of Louis. The ping worked against again. Same with the king, actually. King goes down. Sounds like working kills. Demo detonation there, and this is big trouble! Killjardy, there's only one way out, and he realizes it. He queues up all the demos. If he can't just spam to recover the count, the game is already over. And Louis may have ping against him, but I feel like you're going to see this coming a mile off. Starts to move with the pressure. All you really need to do here is idle out the fishing. You don't even need to deep dive. Man the Sails is going to be there to protect. Backstab demo coming through, but it looks like there's going to be a body blocker there. Looks like he does peel off one to die. And oh, the detonation! This game is so messy. There's going to be 3 demos in. Wait, what? Oh, this is some of the most messy bolting I've seen in a while. It's like you just can't tell who's winning. You've just got one player like, I've thrown the game. Wait, I want to throw the game too. That looks like fun. The amount of times demos are getting in for free here. Like, look at that one! He has 3 galleys on the front line and still somehow a demo detonates like that. This is unbelievable. Also got Arislets now coming in, so that should keep Killjardy on the lake. But guys, what fishing, right? There's no fishing. The craziest part about this is Killjardy could have actually just snuck fishing up here. Unfortunately, he was already spotted sneaking at the south side. Sprills. I think this is one of those situations where going Castle Age is the winning play, right? Like right now, he has way too much wood. We got more fishing on the way? Yeah, a lot more fishing on the way. Meanwhile, Killjardy already exhausted the gold here. I mean, you can see the difference in spend, right? And this, by the way, is a combination of just how many demos have been thrown out there by Killjoy to recover, and also the fact that as the English, you spend 10% less gold. It really does add up. Well, you guys not a fan of Killjadi's 89 food? You don't need food for explosive junks, guys. Come on, chill. So instead of going castle, it looks like Louis is just going to bloat his fishing and then gradually go castle a few minutes from now. Which kind of makes sense. Like, we've seen plenty of games where going castle age loses you water all of a sudden. He doesn't want to risk that. He's built an insanely big lead here. Not ships going. Demos? This is, like, not ideal cost efficiency-wise, but when you're up against Arislets, parking a bunch of screens here is just as difficult. What's up, Sirius? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Wall's now going up. I think this is where he's going for it, yeah. So Louis, a little bit paranoid about potential raids on land, is going to secure his flanks, and then we are going to look at castle up. Kind of insane, by the way. You can't outrange Arislets, but consider Admiralty and Spiral Cruise here, guys. That will be 8-tile range ships. It's a little bit bonkers. Killjoy, we know what kind of player he is, right? He's always reluctant to give away a game. If there's a 1% chance, he'll try to play it out. White Tower in the way. I actually, funnily enough, think he could get away with King's Palace. He's that far ahead. But I think he's just playing it safe, right? He's got a lead on water. You could go for a lead on land as well, but, you know, there's always a risk your opponent may have gotten what he needed for castle just about, or may even be thinking about sending Shinobi across the map. So it just gives you a safe reset point on an additional wood line. And you can still play for relics, by the way. So although you're not getting extra villages, you can get a different form of eco. Doesn't he forfeit water and try something on land? Because honestly, what do you really have on land here? At this stage, you played onto water so long that if your opponent just gets fishing for free, you're dead. Tech up comes out. Unnecessary fight by Killjoy, but screw it, we go. Demo pump. Oh god, no. How the hell did he get that much? Defender's advantage, and he still gets a better trade. Armored Hulls is also now coming in, an extra demo coming behind this. And he has to react to it, but unfortunately turning around now is just going to lead to death. Spiral Shot comes in just in the nick of time for the extra boat. But Knights are now on the way. And if you look at the map, you can see a lack of pink walls here. Killjoy has no layer of defense on land. Demo ball coming in. 3 of them head on in, and that is giving me a sink of the fleet. I think this is over. Killjoy has been in denial about it for a while, but there can be no denying this anymore. A good game. Louis MT showing why English is so insane on water. Even an outpost rush now coming in. King has arrived. Remember, he's upgraded automatically, so he is for 20 damage each strike. No textiles here. Killjoy hasn't even noticed. He's so distracted by the water side, understandably so, that he's getting absolutely butchered on his gold. I mean, surely he did notice. He's actually garrisoned it. What? I don't think he expected the king to do this much damage. A complete lack of respect with a double ranged armor upgrade. One of them from aging up, right? And one of them actually from the tech. The king gets an absolute massacre going there. All of a sudden, almost a 30 eco lead now. I mean, honestly, like, what note does Killjoy need to know this is over? I think if Louis just rushes in, he'll get the memo. Because Louis could easily do that in the next minute. God, this is just full desperation. This is not a good trade, guys. Like, sure, he's not using his extra range here, but he's got the extra health. Meanwhile, we're replacing the king, and knight arrives, and oh my dear god. Another 5 get cleaved down. Now 30 villager lead. Killjoy, come on, man. I respect someone who kind of like hangs in there for the comeback. But I do feel like we've gone the course here. Louis going to go Imperial. This is absurd. I think Louis, the only way he loses this is if he dives, right? Just go Imperial Age, build 2 characters, and end the game. And it's going to be a Wingard. Now, this is really smart because Wingard Raiders is kind of OP with fishing behind it. You're going to flood the base, right? And although he's got Spearman coming, it's not going to hold up against mass Elite 9s. God, Baden, go fight again. Night Raid once again arriving. Killjardy. Gonna lose even more eco before getting the bad news. I mean, thinking back on the way this was playing out, I legit actually think Killjardy had this game in the palms of his hands, right? Like, if he just put everything back into Feudal for another 2 minutes instead of trying to get Castle. I think this is a classic crap or get off the pot. Right, you were 2/3 of the way to go in Castle, and then he backed away. Admittedly, he was forced to by the aggro of Louis, but it's almost like Killjardy had this misconception that Louis would just stay at home after losing fishing. You can't. After you lose fishing, you have to attack, and after you end up 2 ages behind, you have to wave the white flag. English looking OP on Mortar even after an uncomfortable start like this. Damn. What do we call that one? Right, there we go. Did the Shinobi do anything? He tried to intercept the king. He tried to raid the gold line, but the problem is you're trying to raid an English gold line with 7 villages on. Like, that type of attack only works if they're not going Admiralty. If they're going Admiralty, has too many villages, they'll snipe the Shinobi. And then the other issue is, like, the king actually traded well against the initial Shinobi because Louis intercepted the second Shinobi with the scout and then aggroed him. So what ended up happening is he just wasn't actually attacking the king, and the king survived with like 12 HP, which should never be happening. Rough one there, though. Who do you think you're going to meet up against in Spain, Marine Lord, by the way? Who's your money on to make it through? Have you trained Anatan enough yet? I was saying you should make him your little Anakin. Train him in the ways, but then you know the ways, you can beat him. WTF was that? That was a water game, baby. Choo choo. Beastie Lucy. Do you think Luciferon's up to scratch? I think Luciferon's doing a lot better than Vortex, right? I don't know what's going on with Vortex at the moment. You don't think Puppy Paw can make it? Puppy doing good at the moment. I don't think we've seen anything indicative of Puppy Paw yet. Like, no offense to Lash, I just don't think he's gonna compete, right? Like, for example, if we look at the people, right? It's like, of these people, let me zoom in for you guys. Of the potential matchups you got here, Palatoon, Dimmu, like, definitely more fearsome competitors. I think Cat is on a higher level than Lash right now. CSO is definitely a higher level than Lash. He'll easily, happily admit that. Killjardy is a higher level than Lash. I think Zertin as well. It's like, of the options, Lash is in, like, the bottom 3 that you could have matched up against. No offense to him. Like, dude, it's the top 16, right? But, like, I don't think this is indicative of anything yet. Don't believe in Puppy much right now. It kind of fell off, right? Like I was saying, this same with Louis. Louis and Puppy Paw in the first S tier tournament of the year looked like they were just going to basically eclipse Beastie. And then Master of Realms came around. It was very funky. Yeah, I know. Dude, I always feel bad having like highlights about Lash because he's such a nice guy. He's always just like happy to be there, right? But I don't think he's delusional about this, right? Like making top 16 is a big achievement for him, but of the people there, like I think him and Voldemar are maybe the biggest surprises being there. Like I think Cat right now is like, I don't know if you feel it as well, Marino. I feel like Cat's playing pretty damn well. I'm quite surprised by how well Cat's been playing. Like his playstyle worked really well against Wham. That's why this is a 3-2. And while I don't think Cat is like a top 10 player right now, he's I think if Cat fixed his macro issues, he'd be really... not macro, sorry. It's not as much macro. His biggest problem is his understanding of the game state. Cat usually has an advantage and doesn't push his advantage is the problem. But if he starts sniffing that out, he'll be a very dangerous player. Like, I think he's done that a bit better in this tournament so far. Because I was really hard on him in Master of Realms. That was his biggest negative, is that he would have an overwhelming lead and just wouldn't push it. And it wasn't because he had a better later timing, it's just he didn't know he was ahead. Okay, who is this? Who we got here? Sup, Cave, are you? Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, Marine Lord. Have you got a flag yet, mate? Want to borrow mine? That's a pretty nice flag, right? Right. I'm just saying, you know. I know it's hard, bud, but I've actually, like, unless you got your flag already, I've technically got more AoE4 Wall flags than you. You got it? Wait, did you not reveal it to anyone though? You not tweeted about it? Not showing off your flag? Oh, you did? I must have missed it then. But I was telling my chat, it's pretty impressive. You and me are now technically the most accomplished Age of Empires 4 players. Because no one else has 2 Wall flags. That were AoE 4 specific, at least. Alright, let's check. Did Marine Lord... Let's see if he... I'm curious. Because I missed his. I didn't see his. So I actually want to see what it looks like. Oh, you got yourself a new fancy chair. Hey, there it is. Oh, I must have missed... I don't know. I missed this. I don't know how. Is there any way to actually post this on Twitter without having the, like, PNG background be white? I think that chalks it a bit. Actually, it kind of chalks yours more than mine because mine has a red trim, right? But you got scammed with the white trim. Wait. Guys. You're seeing this, right? Marine Lord's face when he sees Magic wins game 1. Dude, that shark does look in peril. That is no, actually, that is perfect for you, right? That you could caption this shark. What is this ape doing and why is he doing it? It's the eyes, man. It's the eyes 100%. Oh, dear. Oh, that's cool, though. I don't know. I was saying it was kind of intriguing, right? Like, last time, AoE 4 had very different styles of banners compared to AoE 2, but now, obviously, everything's going to be the same style. I'm not sure which one I like more. My old one or this one. They both have a lot to love. Admittedly, the other pigeon did look quite fat. Don't tell him that, though. He's a killer one. Alright. So, let's see. Should we get ready? What else we got here? Who else has been queuing? Oh yeah, Marine Lord, when are you joining the Wololol broadcast to criticize Dimu's gameplay? When are we getting that? Let me check 1v1 ladder. Like, doesn't Ben play on Saturday? Do we need a guest appearance of Marine Lord? When aren't you casting? I mean, I'm hosting every day, so... Technically, I'm not casting any day. But you'll be on my panel, so you're my little bitch. So you can come cast with Crackety. Maybe. Oh, you know what, dude? You know what we do? Do we try to get a Voldemar Marine Lord cast? Who do you want to cast with in the AoE 4 scene, Marine Lord? There must be someone you'd want to hop on the mic with. Go on. Fanboy someone. Trying to get your voice back? Damn, did you get ill as well? I swear everyone caught this illness. Had it a few weeks ago. Play-by-play people I don't care much? Oh. Wow, thanks, bro. See how it fucking is. I mean, when I'm with a pro player, dude, like... That's where I just utilize my, essentially, not interview skills, but it's like basically, the way I see it is I want to facilitate the knowledge that you're trying to impart. It's a very different approach. I kind of miss that in AoE 4 because most of the casters don't have the pro background, so you kind of have to share the load. And I also watched like more games than any of the other casters, right? But like, that was something nice in Dota 2 is you kind of had that hard divide. I don't think you can have that hard divide in AoE 4. You still have to be like analytically assisting in the commentary, having that discussion, because there's just not enough action. Like AoE 4 compared to, you know, even like StarCraft, right, is a very slow-paced game. Like StarCraft, I think you can get away with a more dedicated play-by-play because stuff tends to develop quite fast. And the equivalent, like if you try to do the equivalent in AoE 4, I think I've described it before. Like you'd be there going, and the spear stabs the spear, and then like, he's got another stab in the spear. The health bar's getting low. Spears are stabbing spears. Spear dead. Dead spear. And then you just need to have a caveman club in one hand. All right, who are we looking for here? Washed up weekend gamer. That seems like a high-ranking name. Nah. Spear dead. Spear very dead. But new spear here. Which spear be dead next? No, I'm gonna stop now. It's like the clearest example I can give, because like most people fall into that trap in some way. They don't do it that simple, but they will legit just be saying that the units are attacking each other on repeat. Have we got anyone online right now? I mean, we've got Back Magoon. But Wim Raider's down to Conk 2, so eh. Dude, I would rather cut my eyeballs out and throw them in a frying pan than watch an English Mirror with Diakusi in it. Is Dimu playing? I don't think so. I think he's scrimming, so you won't be able to see his games. That's why Marine Lord won't scrim with him. Because Marine Lord wants to keep it all secret. Actually, that's not always true, Marine Lord. You always stream with Anatan. But I know what that is. It's the secret bait games. Right? You stream some of the scrims, so then everyone thinks that they've got your strategy, and then you have the secret strategy. Like, I'm calling it now, guys. Marine Lord is going to whip out Fast Castle mass Yumi Archer builds in Spain for the easiest win of his life. Kill Daddy. Okay, is everyone just on scrim o'clock right now? I think they are. Oh, we got replays. What IV on Gorge? Wait, what do you mean? What? Civ on Gorge? Deli, dude. Be a sweat. I was like, what rank are you? You're ranked 26. Be a sweat. Ghazi. Every game. Yeah, dude. There we go. Actually, Ibids, dude. I think Ibids are still really good there. I feel like Gorge is a map where Ibids can actually play Golems as a variant option really effectively. I mean, like, what are the other obvious ones? You can play Roos if you really like playing late game. I feel like Roos, even when they want to try to play the game fast, just inherently end up anchoring down and going fast castle after 2 TC. So, wait a second. Which games were we looking at? So, there's Core versus Elyona. What else did we have here? Could do some Core versus Elyona. Yeah, let's go for that. Core Gaming? Afterwards, Core's going to be, oh my god, I can't believe you catch my losses. It's usually what he sounds like. Oh, do you guys want Core versus Elyon on Cliffside, or do you want Core versus... I think this is Corvinus. Deli versus Japanese. I think like Core versus Elyo, right? Yeah. Juji versus Deli. Wait, dude, what? I swear we keep catching this matchup. I only just processed it as I clicked on it. We're seeing a lot of Juji versus Deli at the moment. What's the chances Core is just going to Chuga new spam? What do you guys think? Probability 75%. Very innovative gaming. God, my back is really stiff. I don't know what... I think... Okay, so my partner basically has been taking all the bed at the moment. Because she's got like one of those stupid pregnancy pillows that sits down each side of you. So I'm being like downgraded to maybe a quarter of my bed. And I'm just not sleeping comfortable. And it caught up with me like 2 or 3 days ago. And I've had a really buggered back since. I just don't know if I've got my chest up in a position that's making it worse. It kind of feels like I have. I don't know, man. I feel like these gaming chairs are just dog crap for your back. Right? If your back's in a rough position, they just make them worse every time. Oh, Jesus. I'm actually trying to find the position that makes me comfortable right now. All right, let's get ready to go. I'm getting old, man. Getting old. Quick, everyone, use your subs, use your primes. You need to contribute to my retirement fund because I don't have one. Yeah, quick, everyone sub and give me money because I don't have a retirement fund. I'm not the only one who's going to be crying. Core's going to be crying at the end of this. It's time to cast one of his losses. Juji versus Deli. One of the highest ranking French players going up against the second highest... Oh, wait. One of the highest ranking German players, rather, going up the second highest ranking French player here. Elyona is given the Deli. And I've got to say, actually, guys, this is a really good matchup for Juji. The more I've been seeing it, the more I've been impressed. Kind of curious to see, actually, what Elyona's solution is going to be. Because on this type of map, I feel like Chuge Nu all-in just makes so much sense. We're on Cliffside, a map where you spawn much closer to your opponent. So aggro tends to get rewarded much more. And oh my... All right, yeah, you have to aggro the crap out of it. Like, if he plays... I think if he plays for maybe a fast castle timing, Elyona could just wall the map and take 3 sacred sites, which is... I'm going to just call it out for what it is. This spawn is cringe. This spawn needs to not happen. I don't know. I feel like someone in the office just isn't changing cliffside spawns because the fact this is still occurring almost a year after release is wild. Well, I guess we've got a few months to go until release, but it's still pretty crazy. Look at the meditation garden location. We might actually get our hands on a double gold berry here, which if you want to do Chuge Nu makes a lot of sense. And there we go. Absolute beauty. So that's going to be just shy of 100. Actually, I think it's going to be exactly 100 resources. We've got 2 trees in range. Gets 48 food from the berries and then 50 gold. Perfect for Chuge Nu. Remember, it costs gold, food, and wood. Other side of this. Let's hit the 2 times speed. We'll get into the feudal age. You guys know how I feel. Outside of the scouting, like, not much matters in the feudal age in a lot of matchups these days. I think a lot of people have just moved away from Dark Age aggression unless it involves water in some way, because players have just gotten privy to it, right? They've played that mutation so many times over the years that it's very hard to catch a player off guard unless you're on an absolutely brand new map. And it's going to be sufficient on the wood. So definitely multiple production builds coming. I wonder, do we get the Palace Guard opener? We've been seeing that a little bit now, and it looks pretty damn effective. Open a few Palace Guard, eventually upgrade them. In the meantime, they prove to be a very good buffer. And it looks like that's where Core is going. Yeah, because when you're playing against this, right, like, you could open 2 or 3 Ghazi to deal with spears, but you know what? She's going to be following up. But if you go PG, there's no real solution to that we've seen Deli able to get online quick enough with. Okay, it is going to be spears. So Core going for the tried and true. Spear plus Chuge Nu does work pretty well here, especially considering that you're already insulating yourself against the opening, and then you deal with the follow-up. And this is rough, man. This is what feels really bad, I think, about Deli in this matchup, is this is a timing attack, right? You're against an opponent who's going to bloat Chuge Nu, rather. On top of that, because they have the supervision, they can quickly get into Steeled Arrow and Undermesh. It's like, what do you do against that, right? Like, you can't actually stop those techs coming quickly, and you can't accelerate your own techs here. The only option you have is to get blacksmiths as quickly as possible, so at least the pain point is smaller. So we're now 3 minutes away from Deli having that tech. And in that time, like, what? Core could easily go up to, say, 10 Chuganu, and then have Steeled Arrow to mirror the timing. There's a lot of archery ranges. We've got to start producing, though, Core. I'm kind of curious why we're on 3 archery ranges when we're not even producing out of 2 yet. I guess shortly the timing will hit, right? But for the time being, it does feel a little bit maybe suboptimal. I reckon Core could kick the archery range timing down the line by about almost 30 seconds on this third one. And he'd still be efficient, right? Because, like, how long has this been alive? Is it 20 seconds now? And it's not produced at all. And the other one, like, the primary is still not producing. So there's definitely some room for, like, optimization here. I get what he's going for, though. I've talked about this before. Like, I think I said this about a year and a half ago. That surging would become a more popular strategy in AoE 4. Surging is where you get more production buildings than you can afford permanently. The logic being is that you spike your production at certain phases, right? So while you can't consistently pump out of 4 archery ranges, for example, you can every, say, 30 seconds afford it or something like that. And it just gives you a higher count. So instead of you trickling troops at a predictable pace, you can kind of overwhelm at these different intervals. I think in particular, the Ottomans was the civ that I noticed this was going to happen with back before they got nerfed into the ground. So still down the way. And timing, we talked about it, right? Undermesh. He doesn't even need to rush the research, actually. Like, supervision's nice if you're attacking, but right now he's not looking to make a move. So what is Elyona's plan here? Sanctity is about to complete. I guess you could quickly wall with the archers here. That would buy you a lot of time. And then you could play flank into the other sacreds, right? This is tough. Like, there's a lot of games where Deli getting this spawn is broken. This might be one of the games where it hurts you. Because Chuganu don't have to move far to block your win condition now. Remember, in a standard spawn, they wouldn't be able to move here to deny 250 gold. They can deny 250 gold on one screen. They'd normally have to move double that distance. Right now, they don't even have to move for a tool. Elyona yet to make a claim on those sacred sites. Core making his move now. I mean, Undermesh is at least there, right? But no Steeled Arrow yourself is a problem. Especially considering you don't have many Ghazi, right? The Ghazi are going to benefit from that extra armor, but let's say the Chuganu start attacking on the archers. I don't see how you win this fight right now. Speed up a little bit. Looks like Vision is at least going to get denied out. Core has fully backed up here. I would be surprised if we're looking at a fast castle, though. Like, when you're 20 plus Chuganu deep, you've kind of made your commitment, right? At this stage, your goal is just get more. Because once you're past, like, 30, you've reached critical mass, it's very hard to shut you down. And if you stop producing, you give your opponent an opportunity to win a fight. Oh, wow. Someone followed? Holy crap. My finances are definitely safe for the next 15 years. Wait a second. What's going on? Okay, so this is nice. So Elyona, I think you want to send one archer down to wall this as well, but dude, actually it's not even worth it. It's kind of a rough spawn, right? A lot of open ground over there. In the meantime, Chuganu able to intercept the Spearman and the Chuganu. Wait, there's a gap. What? Oh no! Elyona, he tried to wall through the fog. So it bugged out. This doesn't protect anything. I can't believe that. That was his one hope of getting map control. Or at least delaying the issue to the point that he can do some of it instead. That bug that exists, remember this happens right now, where when you wall across golden veins and stone outcroppings, if you don't have active vision, if you're doing it through fog, like this area, you will skip. And that's what's happened here. He's skipped on both sides. Oh, that's so brutal. It's 100% going to happen in a decider game for Wallol. I'm calling it already. And I feel bad for whoever it happens to. So easy to forget about, especially in like high pressure moments, right? Double ram coming. Cool. Looking for a fast ending to this game. Elyona is getting the archer count up. The problem now is it kind of feels like you need Ghazi, but you're not at a point where you can get enough quick enough. I think you just have to play mass archers to try to outskill. Caught now on the march. Spearman. Need to pull back here. Allow the Chuganu in. Ram's going to move across the houses. Smart move here. Elyona's trying to kind of zerg, right? So you need to just pop block him. However, fights like this will probably actually mean that Elyona doesn't care about the houses. Chuganu. Easy breach here. 39 to 23 now. Dude, this game... If Core just keeps pressuring, this game should just be over. I can't believe it. I'm vomiting. How did we end up casting a Core win here? Stable's now getting hit up. I'm trying to think what Elyona could have done different here. Like, is there really anything? I guess he went the blacksmith straight away. Maybe he could have just skipped it, got more, and tried to pressure. But like then Juju just gonna camp in their base. And this is a hard one. Maybe walling earlier buys a little bit of time. But yeah, this is not it. Spearman get baited out of position. The Ghazi just not attacking. That means the Chuganu can shred through the archers. He might be able to stabilize after the first wave. In fact, it looks like Core may have overextended here. Where are the reinforcements? I see some gaps. More on the way. Rams have done some damage. Ghazi have gone down. Second wave is going to stabilize him here. So Chuganu should now be able to win this fight. I say that. Where are the spears? It feels like we're trickling spears a little bit too slow. The problem with it is like Chuganu are wasting a lot of time on Ghazi, which is kind of giving Elyona an opportunity to rebloat here. Rams are still alive though, and this is becoming a problem. No textiles. So Mosk is going to be dropped. Oh god, he's going to try to go for the repair. This is a lot of idle time for a guy who has no reserve. And he's going to clown car it. I hate clown carring so much, I almost swore. And I never swear in a cast. It looks like he's not going to go for it in the end, though. A little bit surprised, actually. That would have been the freest thing imaginable. Moss is it going to be safe? Just in time. Okay, so Core's gone from winning this game to somehow L-ing this game. What? How? I can't believe this, man. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, actually, if anything, Elyona should have just been dead. But now, all of a sudden, he has the Archer lead. Core, a little bit too aggressive with the dive. I think the biggest problem there is that Core kind of looked like he was missing spears when he needed them. And yeah, agreed. If he backs off, just remasses, has a few spears there, the Ghazi can't tank long enough. Instead, Elyona, once again, dude, this wall is killing you. You have an advantage, it's not that big. Apparently, neither player wants to win the game here on Cliffside. It's one of those. So, Core, I think what was the problem is he's maybe missing gathering for a little bit there. He was shifting across the Ford Berries and Deer, right? So, it's kind of interesting he goes here. I guess the logic is you can protect this easier than the flank because this is the high prio area. But I don't think he wants to leave his eco unguarded. He's worried about more Ghazi coming. Flying a bit of wood. Well, that's the understatement of the century. This is the classic Marine Lord maneuver. I think Core's been watching too many of those replays. However, all of a sudden, 13 more repeater crossbows queued up. With 6 archery ranges of production. Good God. And yes, the Deli archers have the attack speed buff. It says 20%, but it's actually 15. But it's still usually enough that you can kind of contest. Like, other civs right now wouldn't have a hope in hell against this with mass archers, but this is one of the ones that can kind of compete. Still, you have to have more than your opponent. And I see a big problem here. You're not. He's playing 4 Deer as well. It's like there was a capture on the east side, at least an attempt. Unfortunately, the Scholar... Wait, what? Elyona's pulling the scholar back. I don't think he realizes here. That wasn't a complete... Okay, sorry, it was a complete up. I'm being an idiot. Okay, it's because the decap was almost complete. So he's moving center now. Cora's backed off, and what? What Civ are you playing? I keep seeing more and more GG players doing this. Like, wait, is this Age of Empires 2 or Age of Empires 4? All right, guys, I'm calling it now. A classic call L with farms like that. Here we go. Elyona's got it in the bag, baby. Let's go. Yeah, so the reason why this is usually subpar is you can't supervise farms like this, folks. Remember, you can't supervise the TC, which means you can't increase the drop-off at the farm. Usually you want to place it around a granary, or you want to place it around a mill. Not today, though. So we do have a lot of Chicken New, but the weird part is Core isn't really attacking with them. Okay, what on earth are these farms? This is just wild. No granary gaming, guys. He says, no, I'm not paying for Song Dynasty. Screw that. And the best part is he's not doing like those weird farm... You know, sometimes people do like the mill with the space for a granary because they want to get it later. Not today. God. Cool. If you really just wanted all more food, you should just use our protein works code. Go to kill a pigeon and check out. I'll tell you what, the pancakes today were pretty damn good. I'm going to be trying the spicy noodles tomorrow. Not so spicy take. I still think Chuganeo is stupid and should be nerfed. I'm going to die on this hill. Crackety said I'm okay too. I said H3 nerfs are okay. He agreed to Chuganeo nerfs. We're a team. What? He has so much wood? Yeah, that's because he needs more farms. Yeah, I think it's time to go, guys. It's 75 Chuganeo. I think we're done playing with our food. Ghazi are going to try to ride in to their death. They're buying time for the archers to try and get the best trade out here. But I don't think Core has actually lost enough yet. 54 versus what, 40? Oh my god, no. This is not the fight. I mean, Elyona, you need a second wave of Ghazi here. They're just simply not here. They're not doing this. They're raiding instead, and that's going to lead to a loss of the main army. Archer count at 20, 36 Chuganeo. Dude, this game is over. Chuganeo, what a unit. There is something really inspiring. I don't know. Is that the word? Enjoyable. Enjoyable is the word. There is something very enjoyable about the amount of L's Deli are taking at the moment in Feudal Age. Kind of been waiting for it for a long time. It's overdue. It's a damn good meta. A damn good meta. Juji, Ibits, all take him out. See, it's kind of one of those sour experiences. You know, I want to be like, yeah! Deli losing, but at the same time, Juji winning. With Chuganeo. And here it comes. He's pulling the trigger. Tech up on the way. Now, remember, with supervision, you can get that in 20 seconds. It's insane. So, like, the issue is, unless Elyona is already in position on the archery ranges and denies the Imperial official, he won't be able to do anything about this tech up. He'll die to it, trying to dive it. French or water is OP? I'm sorry, what? I mean, you do get the cheaper boats. Flops Joro, thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Going back to Swarm. Speaking of Swarms, how quickly do you think you get a Chuganeo upgrade in? Woo-wee, Papa! 24 seconds, don't mind if I do. Well, I think Elyona knows what's waiting for him when he marches in here. Hence why he hung around on the gold instead. At some point, though, you have to face your fears. At some point, you have to realize that your fear is Godzilla, and you're a normal human being that's going to get stomped on. Oh, look! Godzilla! Chuganeo stand their ground. You know you're up Craps Creek without a paddle when they don't even start a step back. Dude, this is over. The Ghazi made this look competitive. The Archers will not. New wave arriving, but what? 25 Archers on the front line versus 36 Chuganu. You sub 12. Build something else. Like, please. Make it seem like Shuji is a diverse Civ with a variety. Like, I don't know. Queue up a Lancer. At least make me believe they do something other than this. No. Shiganu, once again, get the fight they're looking for. I mean, at least it's not Steeled Arrow +2, right? That would just completely break this open, but I think it already is broken open. New waves are coming in. And also, keep in mind, there's no farm transition yet, right? So Elyon is about to run out of food. Meanwhile, Core, just casually sitting over here on 21 farms, as you do. And yeah, the upgrade does make a big difference. +1 for them is actually +3. And the extra 10 health is insane. I can't believe... I mean, in fairness, like we said, if you're going Chuganu all in, you're not going songs, you can't get granaries. So in fairness to him, like, Core's win condition was now, which makes sense against Deli. It's like, these farms, like, although they seem memeful, they are correct. And golf claps all around, we call a Core W. Oh dear, oh dear. Well played, Mr. Core. Will I cast King of Dry Arabia today? Is King of Dry Arabia today? Huh? You sure that's today? Want to see a destruction on War with French? Well, now you spoil it. It was Friday. Wait. As in, like, it's already happened? No, it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's tomorrow, dude. Chill. Chill. Do we know what time tomorrow? Chill. Chill. Ooh. Ooh. Guys, look at the games we can cast tomorrow. You guys ready for this? We can catch some Marine Lord versus Elyona, because we like to make French people kill each other. We can catch Cat versus B, another civil war there. Balsin versus Dumu, a rematch before the other potential rematch in Wololo. That's kind of wild. And then we have Wham versus Recon. Ooh, Recon hasn't really been playing though. So I think that's going to be a wipe. Cat versus B. I actually think Cat might be able to take B. No cap. Like, Cat, dude, I mean, Cat has been looking really good recently. Puppy Ball versus CSO is going to be really spicy. Puppy Ball's been more aggressive in, like, the recent metas, and CSO is a very aggressive player. Core versus Anatan, I don't know, Core. I don't think Master Chuganu is going to work against Ano Chad. But good luck on that one. Louis versus Kiljadi, a rematch. Louis was able to free home last time. And I'm sorry, Voldemar. Okay, you know what's even more brutal is, like, if it's a bracket flip, like, it doesn't get much better on the other side, right? Ah, dude. I think we'll be casting some of these. Let me check. When's the start time? Do we know the start time? What's this main event? Is this the main event? Oh, yeah, it is. Hell yeah, we cast some of these. Have they sent anything in their Discord? I don't know. Was this meant to be the exclusive thing on their channel? That's what I'm not sure of. The interesting thing I was kind of highlight is the funny thing with AoE4 is, like, I know they want to have them exclusive on Steel Series, but technically there's no way to have them exclusive on Steel Series. And what I mean by that is there's nothing stopping someone else from casting them. It's more a respect thing, if anything. I don't know if this is meant to be an exclusive one, though. Is this one meant to be the exclusive one? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, they're not going to cast every game, right? There's no way. They're going to do 8 series in one day? I doubt it. Well, it's true that they can't stop you. Like, I just do it out of respect because I don't do that to people. But, like, legit, if I wanted, there'd be nothing to stop me from basically casting every single Steel Series tournament on this channel. I'm not sure. Let me have a look. It's got me very confused now. I'll ask him on the channels. B was banned from Wallow? I mean, he was banned from the last one. I don't know if he was banned from this one. He just chose not to. I think only the final is exclusive rest you can cast. Okay, I'm going to check with them anyway. I'll check. I'll have an answer on that when I get back. But for now, what we're going to do, I'm going to go prep to eat. Don't worry though, guys. We provide the entertainment. We keep on providing the entertainment. So what we're going to do now is we'll put a game up that we cast before. And then I'm going to go eat. After I've eaten, we're going to come back. And we are going to cast some more games. Damn, the biggest beatdown ever on Rebel Warlord map is doing really well. Pog. Love to see it. All right, so let me have a look here. Let's see what ones we could throw up. Ooh. You guys want a team game or a 1v1? Do you guys want to catch a core game? Where he's playing Chinese? Maybe some more Chugan? Maybe a spicy little core game? I've got Core versus Zern. This was actually from the Dry Arabia tournament. Someone who only speaks crap that's a front butt? Wait, what do you mean? What the hell? Yo, little thing about Smack Talk, by the way. I respect Smack Talkers if they do it at the start. If you're a pussy who waits until you won the game to type GGEs, I'm going to take a giant dump on you. I will lock on. I respect the people who are willing to get egg on their face. We do it ourselves all the time. When I play Dota 2, I use my laughing line and I spam it at people. And when I lose, I accept it. And I laugh at myself. Ha ha! There we go. All right. One sec. All right, guys. I got a cool game for you guys to watch. Really fun one from the King of Dry Arabia event. It is between Zertin and Core. We should rename this one from King of Dry Arabia to King of Deep Dry Arabia because these two love the late game a lot. Core versus Zertin in a qualifying series for the main event of King of Dry Arabia, an event taking place in July that's being hosted by Warm and Cutie. Shout out to her for bringing it together. Interesting one here, though. Abbasids versus Chinese. A matchup we don't really see too much these days. Abbasids have started to come back into the picture, but the Chinese have really just been banned. Right? They don't actually make it through on land maps that much. Water hybrids, occasionally they come out, but Zhuji just feels a lot better. Zhuji that we might see some of later on in this series, as Core has stacked that one up in his draft. No HRE, no Byzantines will be seen on this. For those who don't know what King of Dry Arabia is exactly what it sounds like. It is a tournament format where only Dry Arabia gets played. And yes, I believe it was invite only. Certain players got invited in. Other players have qualified directly for the main event in July. So, playstyle here. I mean, Abbasids are probably going to go military wing, right? To keep the Chinese honest. I think China benefits a lot from the new fast castle build in this particular matchup because Abbasids don't like fast teching civs. So we'll see if that's the way he wants to go. Knowing Core, I wouldn't be surprised if he leans a bit more towards the atypical 2TC build. I think it maybe fits the playstyle he leans for a bit better with China. But I would love to see the castle build. I think the flood point and also the target on the relics is very difficult for the Abbasis to contest, especially when they're trying to go second TC themselves. So scout rotation here. Looks like we might get a meetup. And the interesting part is actually this is beneficial to Zertan. Check the scout rotations by both of them. Core got less of the sheep already, and I don't think he quite realizes where Zertan went. Like they went into each other very quickly, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the rest of the pathing was hidden by Zertan. So Core could think that he went up to the north afterwards and then came down to the south, right? I'll have to see. Naturally, Core should find his way up here, so I'm expecting about a 50-50 split. As Zertan's final rotation should be to that back corner, and then Core should be to the north. So probably about a 50-50 split, which actually is pretty good for the Chinese, right? Like, considering that Zertan is on berries, it's nice to actually be able to get a 50-50 split against a Civ that should kind of be able to stay out longer. But this is why China can usually be quite busted, is technically you can scout your opponent's scout before they see you. So you can actually manipulate the rotation based on that. In fact, is he going to find anything up here? Ooh, okay, 4 sheep, but the timing is off, so that's just going to be an advantage for Zertan. Remember, those sheep numbers are deceptive as well because the Chinese are gathering sheep actively right now. The Abbasis are not. Nice Barbican. Check the skewer here. Stone on the fort is a little bit risky. You can't just wall it off because there will be like potentially archers, right? We can see his eco wing, but I don't think that's info available to Core yet. So it's almost like he's not going 2TC, right? Because if you were thinking 2TC, you'd be thinking about your stone in some way because of the risk of military wing, right? So this does strike me as more of a... wait, no, now that I think about it, like fast castle with Barbican is weird, right? This is at least Song. Sorry, I'm just thrown off by Barbican first. Core, do you do this a lot? Barbican first is not meta. Definitely not meta. Has not been meta for a long time. The Eco Wing from Zertan's intriguing. I think you go Eco Wing the majority of the time in this matchup because the logic is that China is going to turn it into a TC race, and this allows you to eclipse them, right? Because with the Fertile Crescent, you're able to get free TC for a similar price to 2, but then on top of that, you're able to afford villages at an insanely cheap rate compared to China. Expected military wing? Yeah, that makes sense to the Barbican then. To secure the berries and the gold, right? Because did you go? Yeah, you went for a close mill. I'm a little bit surprised by the close mill. I thought you'd actually drop a mill on the berries to begin with because of the Barbican detail. But yeah, that's why this feels a bit rough. Like, having to go Imp Academy second kind of slows you down. The optimal way to approach this is Imp Academy into Fast Castle. Because if your opponent's going to inflate free Eco Wings, you can just rush Relics and then play Song on a catch-up, which is pretty strong right now for China. And also, the liability that you have when you play a Abbasis free TC is that there's not going to be much safe resource quickly in the game, right? So if you're at 10 minutes and your opponent is massing Lancers or Palace Guard, you're going to be in trouble. Because at that point, the only reaction is Camel Archers, right? Which takes a very, very long time to scale. There we go. Move out to the deer. Song Dynasty is activated. And he has scouted that detail now, right? So I think he did see the Eco Wing choice. At this point, I think what Core is going to accept is that you just can't go 2TC. Because you're just going to be behind the Abbasis at that stage. Or not. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Well, because with Song, you're producing villages every 15 seconds, right? There you go, you're producing 8 villages a minute. Oh, dude, it's a bait! The timing on that. Core scouts the scout, pushes him away, and then cancels the mining camp. Dude. That's sick. And Zertan now is anticipating a greed game, so he's going to go free TC. Oh, that is so sick. I mean, Zertan should have been scouting for more, right? Like, he did play us a bit presumptive. Because, like, realistically, here's the thing. If your opponent's going multi-TC, as China, you shouldn't be running your scout home. Because their scout can't kill your scout. You move at the same speed, right? So the only way you lose your scout is if you complete fumble. But this is wild. So Core blocks the vision and now gets free info for himself. And it looks like he's going to just try to block the drop optimally on the gold and the deer. And it is indeed Chuganu now for Core. TC is going to go up, so can't delay it too much. What a play. So this is going to be a blacksmith quite quickly then, because I think you just rush siege engineering. Yep. You have to immediately get that blacksmith up. It's all about timing here. Maybe like 7 or 8 Chuganu max into a ram is all you need. Because this is completely undefended, right? Like Zerton now, by going free TC, he does not have the economy yet to afford units. Damn. Core is cooking. I love how we were like, yeah, this is going to be a really long game because it's China versus Abbasids. And Core's like, hold my beer. Speed run this one, boys. Oh, and he does scout it. Okay, so now knows about the Chuganu. This should be stables, right? Yeah, probably double stables because fresh food stuff makes you really cost efficient, right? Remember, at this stage, he's spending the same that a 2 TC build would, right? Because 32 food times 3 rather is going to be 96, whereas 2 TC costs 100 food per rotation. And he has got deer. Siege engineering about to tick as well, so we are going to start scaling right now. Scout will be able to see this happening. But if Zern doesn't rush double stable, I don't think he's quick enough here. It looks like it's going to be an archer range instead. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones if we're getting a quick game. Oh, sorry, twos if we're getting a quick game. Ones if we're still going deep. I've got a feeling that this can do damage, but I don't think it can end the game. Remember, Zern's still got a 5 eco lead already. There's no second TC coming behind us. Some pass scene where the security guard gets trumped by the paver. No! Just get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, wait, but this time the security guard did get out of the way. Cool. Oh, he's investing heavily. 12 Chuganu, 6 more coming. Steeled Arrow has already been taken. Zerton has a problem there. He has not dropped a blacksmith yet. I don't like this. A triple archery range instead of 2 archery ranges and a blacksmith is weird. You need undermesh. Like, undermesh allows you to break this very efficiently. Without it, these horsemen are going to get shredded. Easy at least has to give over the TC. Hey, look at that. Chuganu are also a siege unit. It definitely adds up, folks. Such a silly thing. Horseman now throwing back home. Looks like he's going to try to take the defense as you approach the second TC, right? Like, the upside is the way that Zerton set this up, jumping one side or the other, means you can't just ripple with your core and take out 2 TCs, right? Like, moving now far north for the other secondary TC is difficult. Chuganu. We'll start the shredding. Interesting here. If Core had actually gone for the ram, I think he could have dodged some of these archer shots coming in. I'll stand his ground instead, though. You see what I mean, right? If there was undermesh here, this would have been a wipe. Instead, he takes several horsemen with him. Wave 1 has been wiped out, though, and Core a full reset because the Chuganu are taking far too long to get here. I think overall that wasn't too bad for Core, though, right? Like, gets rid of the TC. He's behind by 10 eco. But now, because it's 2 TC versus 1 song, they're much closer together in terms of scaling. The Chuganu walk past the archers. Like, whoa, you can't watch us build this thing. VIP access only. Yeah, so this is problematic, right? Zerton needs to pull everything back. Double ram is now coming from the north side. I think he might have also been scouted moving out to the gold there. But he's seen on the berries. There's a lot of value in this north side right now. And there's a move to the south on the deer. Damn, Core is just sending it. Like a dog with a bone, right? Like he's locked on now. And the Chuganu count is starting to reach critical mass. We're up to 37 right now. Steeled Arrow now being prepped by Zertan, but that's still quite a distance away, right? Like, you're probably going to lose the TC before that comes in. Zertan, I don't think he's ready for a fight at all. You need double-digit horsemen here to stand a chance. Remember, also, he didn't go military wing, so no boot camp. No extra health here. And Chuganu, yep, watch that health bar. That was definitely a Chuganu, not the Ram there. It is pretty ludicrous, though. They're doing about 100 damage between them per flurry. Just makes the kill much quicker. So Horseman Archers are going to cut some reinforcements. Scout has moved north. There's a Chuganu with him as well, so it looks like he's going to start to intercept over here. Rams, I mean, hell, you could even go off the blacksmiths, the archer ranges at this point. Instead, he sends everything north of the attack click. Chuganu are starting to struggle against these horsemen, but this is the bigger problem. Zertan is now 1 TC against Song. And he's got, what, several villages out here? 9 villages undefended in this area. Zertan, quick with the fingers to move away. He's still going to end up losing 2. And great split. Core hunts at both groups. Yeah, this is the cardinal sin of no wheelbarrow, folks. You do not move quicker than the Chuganu. All of a sudden, Zertan's eco lead at risk of completely evaporating here. What are we... Ah, yes. The efficient body blocks to stop villagers from covering and gathering. And what an interesting game. Like, I think Zertan really did expect this to just be a full castle boom on both sides, right? And Core done a great job of baiting with that. I don't think the game is over yet. Zertan is getting a decent number of archers together. And, like, Core is splitting the map quite a bit. The other issue is, like, Core hasn't got long-term food, right? So he's going to have to start playing flank resources against horsemen, which might leave him a bit more paranoid here. Because he's got to worry about the horseman rates, right? So that horseman detail, that choice by Zertan, might be saving his bacon a bit here. Because if it was 60 archers versus 60 Chuganu, no doubt in my mind the Chuganu win. Wolf's now hunkering down. I think Zertan, he looks like he's thinking about castle, but that will... Can you get that? I mean, maybe the way that Core's playing the map a bit is a bit split, right? But it feels like a dangerous time to attempt it, considering more Rams are now in the way. Blessed Zertan just trying to take some berries away. Clash in the center, though. Chuganu stand their ground. Yeah, this is not a fight Zertan's winning. It's shredding time. Oh, no. Zertan, I mean, you have to try and start a step away from this to get some trades out, but you just saw how the tail end of that went ugly, right? Horsemen lose their fight, and then the archers can never win in a one-on-one on Chuganu, right? Like, what's the maths? It's kind of ridiculous. Is it not something like... Is it almost 2 archers for every 1 Chuganu to win? It's just not fair, whatever the number was. I've seen it time and time again. Good interception, at least, coming from Zertan. But Core, he's got enough breaking through here. Rams and 42 Chuganu now moving in. Is he going to go straight for the House of Wisdom? He might here. I think you just cut the production instead. Just don't let him reboom. A landmark snipe is kind of ambitious with just 3 Rams here. Dude, Core has no concept of Castle Age right now. 16 what you can do. I'm actually impressed that Zertan's kind of getting these type of numbers together, right? It's wild to see him with this many archers already. And floating resources towards castle. I actually think Core may have to give this up. I'm impressed, man. I thought Zertan was dead, but Golden Age plus the flank resources is a hell of a drug here. And all of this without fertilization tech as well. I'm actually trying to figure out where it went wrong for Core. The reinforcement cut hurt, but like when you look at the value situation, I mean, even Eco with the Imperial Academy, with the IOs, you'd probably expect the Chinese to be a bit ahead by now. The tech up on the way. Zertan finds a way to get out of this hole. Military wing is going to be the play. Now this is where the game gets interesting. Heading into castle, we're going to be looking at composite bows with veterancy for archers. That's where you can win Shikinu. Problem is, you're going to need a little bit of time to get those techs. So you need to draw attention away from your base, because if Core is knocking on your door when that tech completes, it will be a dive. Certain on the hunt again with those horsemen. It's interesting actually, because the horsemen go after the economy. Core will be in trouble. But the problem is, like, Zern's paranoia is if he doesn't cut reinforcements, he will die, right? Because this many Chuginu will just dive him. So he needs to stop them from bulking. It's kind of cool, right? Like, that dynamic where Core just building this many Chuginu, in a very weird way, protects his economy. it's the classic, right? Attack is the best form of defense. Think about it. He hasn't built a single outpost out here. He has 38 villages without textiles, right? If 10 horsemen find their way here, that's going to be a massacre. March into the main. Core about to hit 100 Chuginu. It's a strong number. He sees the upgrade, he knows. Core now needs to dive. And he needs to be fast about it. It's Golden Age 2, so the veterancy only takes 40 seconds. Sorry, 50. 52, if I remember correctly. Flash coming in. Cool. Desperation the dive, right? But the Chuginu count, although it may have said 100, remember, only 50 of them are here. Second wave's coming in. Boot camp is on the way in now in 5 seconds. Zerton. Well, he might have the protein in the arms of these lads to make it work. The archer upgrades are on the way. Veterancy 21 seconds away. 25 for the balanced projectiles. Cool. Needs the kill now. Rams hitting the primary TC. It's a dive pass. Shred is looking good. Zerton down to 60 archers, but Veterancy is now about to be in. Cool. There's no doubt about it. He's going to have to reset and approach this game in Castle Age. But he'll do so with a healthy lead here. 10 eco up and scaling. And he finally realizes it. Cool. Now just trying to get the hell out of dodge. It would have been nice if he could have got the TC down. That would have been huge here. But Zerton, just in the nick of time, threads the needle to get us deeper into the third age. Damn. Heavy damage done though, right? Like Core, behind this, he's even setting up the farm transition now. First granary is being dropped. Now, I imagine we should be looking at a rush into relics upon tech up here. This crazy game. Scary game now for Core. Astrom Clock Tower's on the way up. He won't have enough time to cleanly get a nest of bees out. He'll probably be slightly vulnerable to this. But he has at least started to condense his eco into his base, right? So that's a double-edged sword, right? If Zerton can break through, you're in trouble, but you don't have to worry about flank raids. Check that attack speed as well. 1.25 seconds for an attack compared to 1.75. Tech out complete. Supervision coming in. So remember, he gets the veterancy 3 times quicker than he normally would. Dive on the way, but I think Zerton may have to retreat from this. The Chuginu posturing upgrade about to come through. He's already doing well in the trades as well. Like, it's kind of wild just how damn competitive the Chuginu can be here. But with veterancy in, Zerton has to admit defeat on that. It's going to be a fallback. Behind this, no grab for relics, though. And yes, Zerton did get composite bows. 1.25 attack speed tells you that. It's usually, I think, 1.65, I want to say, for archers normally. Or 1.62. It's fairly high. So nice thing for him here is he can actually catch up on the farms, remember, because he has got the eco-wing, right? So mass farms into agriculture's a hell of a drug. It's a good contest against granaries, actually. Tests were done on this before, right? Like when you reach the hyper late game, Abbas's, if I remember correctly, are the best performing civ for food income, followed by, if I remember correctly, I think the order is HRE and then China. Wait, is Zerton going imp? Okay, there's some spend happening now. And it's starting to look like it, right? I just don't know what the value in rushing imp would be here. I guess Culture Wing, but like, you're still spending 3,600 resources, right? Like, the value in Culture Wing is earlier if you're going to do it. Looks like he was just waiting for confirmation. Gulim's now on the way. And no, Zern was on 3 TC. He's now on 1. But he has got Relic Gathering on the horizon. I like this. I think this maybe the one thing I'd kind of like highlight that Core maybe should have been looking at is a quick Monastery dump. But he probably feels like he just doesn't have enough eco yet, right? Because he's making that granary transition. Arch dive coming in. By the way, Zern's eco spread is crazy. he realizes that like that's his base, right? I'll give him this. There's no way Core would ever expect him to be gathering wood down here, right? Like, this is so weird. I think we're hunkering down, folks. Core now setting up the Nest of Bees. So this is what? Him forfeiting relics on the map? Playing for Imp, I guess. So now that we're getting into the late game, what do you guys reckon? 1's for an Abbasid win, 2's for a Chinese win. Because we are reaching the deep state. It's going to scare Zerton away. Cast to win. That's why I cast, baby. I always win. You're like, okay, P, why don't you play some Age of Empires 4 games? Because then I lose. The only way I lose when I cast is if I click on a high view game. Or an Abbasid mirror. Or a Chinese mirror. So yeah, I lose if I click on mirrors or high view. Man, that's a lot of Gulim spam coming up from Zone. I'm not sure how I feel about this for a guy who just doesn't have food right now. Wow, doesn't have food, and he's going back for a second TC again. Zerton has some significant issues here. Mass Chiganu is still really scary for him because his siege can kind of get annihilated. Nest of Bees, if he scales them, Core can actually just take out everything. Currently, though, middle of a switch. No more Nest of Bees coming for the time being, just Palace Guard. Core once again knocking at the door. More screens being built up as well. The one ambitious ram to take on a 12,000 HP structure, as you do. Skrill's are going to move in, though. And apparently he clicked a Chuganu. Whoops. Wait. Zerton! Whoa, boy, whoa! Oh my god, he could lose all the archers right now. If Core just targets this, right? Because one of the Nest of Bees will at least get a shot out. Remember, it takes 3 hits from Skrill's to kill him. One down. One Nest of Bees will fire. Skrill's are going to be able to take that one out now as well. Chuganu standing their ground, but the Gulims are going to get a damn good fight here with the double strike. So it looks like Core's army is going to get wiped out. In fact, Zerton's so confident about it, he sends the archers ahead of the Gulims. Maybe a little bit of a miss micro there. You want to front line with these guys. You don't want the archers to be taking the A-clicks. Damn. Good hold by Zerton, though. Core, in the meantime, does yoink away one relic, but it's still a 3-2 split in favor of Zerton. Now a 4 eco lead. But look at this. Behind this, Core now setting up the second TC. So Song means he's going to be scaling to 140 eco much quicker in this game. In fact, I think Zerton, this is a good start, but he needs to keep the pressure going now. Remember, once he gets in on this push, on this dive, what he's going to realize, the farms are already set up on one side. They're not set up for Zerton. That's the only fear I have here, right? Like, these Gulims are expensive. If Zerton doesn't feel like he's got enough food, enough farms to keep it pumping, he might hesitate to commit. I don't think he can afford to do that. However, with a key drop on the way from Core, this might just save his bacon. Yeah, Palace Guard in the choke point to hold. A few villagers are going to go down, but I think Zerton's going to have to admit that this dive is not going to go any deeper. Good hold by Core, good reset. Now I imagine we're going to be hunkering down for a later phase of the game. Still only 2 granaries. I'm wondering, did Core forget about the third? I'm trying to think what the reason is behind no third granary here. Like, great here is just worth it, right? You build a few extra farms around it? Or is it... Oh, he cleared the stone, so I think he's going to delete this mining camp and then maybe drop the granary here. That would make more sense. Zertan, in the meantime, is still pressuring, though. I actually like this from Zertan. I think he has a very strong point in the game right now. And if he wants this game to go later, he's going to have to waste a lot of time stonewalling himself in, right? Because Core is now scaling into Palace Guard. Damn, Zertan's doing a good job to actually keep competitive with food as well. He's sitting on what, probably 20 farms? 28 farms right now. He just got agriculture tech coming through. He's got level 2 eco. So at this point, he's kind of mirroring what Core gets, right? Because Core's getting extra per granary, 10% extra, right? But remember, you've got Golden Age for 15%, and then you've got the agriculture tech for another 15%. Core now raiding towards the villages, though. Heavy idle time, Zertan. This is the one weakness he has, right? It's like Palace Guard can outmaneuver you. Your army is slow in comparison. Oh, time achieved. And also Zertan's army completely out of position here. Oh wow, Zertan just sends them back to work. Troops are starting to arrive, so this should actually just reset it. But now I think this is where walls probably have to come in, right? Like Zertan's holding 810 stone. If you know it's going later into the game, like you can go keeps, but I think realistically, with how this is trending, it feels like it should be inevitable eventually. And that means you have to worry about 1.56 movement speed Palace Guard, right? Heavy losses here for Zertan, though. Just didn't seem convinced that he needed to pull the villagers away. He does pay the price. It's not paying the poper. And there you go. So yeah, it was what we thought. He was just trying to clear the stone. Because if he places a granary here, it gets some value, but he has to delete buildings here, and then the trade post is something you can never fix, right? I kind of just feel like Zertan's headbutting a wall here. Right, a proverbial wall, because there's no real stone wall. It's just that keep. He's been circling it like a shark, but I think instead what he needs is probably a tech up. And we did highlight, right, in that late game situation, you know, ambassadors can contest Chinese with enough pressure. You need to not let the game get too idled out. Because if the eco builds up and you both go towards your optimal armies, that's where China wins you to hand cannoneer pyrotechnics. Flash in the center though. Mango's moving in range. Screamers are going to start trading out, but the Mango is being ignored. Good hits coming in. Zertan says it's worthwhile. Because right now, Core is focusing on the anti-siege instead of the Mangoes. Wow, what a play by Zertan there. Core, I think he had the wrong target in mind. Mangoes need to fall for him to stand a chance. Instead, trying to just get the siege advantage when he doesn't have a front line left anymore just simply doesn't work out. Nest of bees should be enough to maybe scare Zertan away temporarily. But right now, the German finding himself at a strong point here. Oh wait, they're both German. Oh, that's going to complicate. The higher ranking German, that's going to hurt Core deeply. Finding himself in a dominant position right now. Starts to turn the screws. Core now trickling troops into a death ball. Cool. Another thing to consider here is not much safe resource behind this, right? It's got the 4K vein. Has at least got loads of stone, but gold is going to be the scary part. Zertan has already staked a claim on the south side and the north. And this is why Zertan, despite what he says about him trying to end the games quickly, finds himself in the late game quite often. Because he's very good, I've noticed this, he's very good at finding these golds at an optimal time, right? He locks them in, and that does lead to more of, I'd say, more of an attritional warfare approach. Because you do have all the gold, there's no rush for you, and your opponent usually is a bit stretched thin to contest. Wow, Culture Wing down the way, so Zertan is going up the 4th age. Meanwhile, Core, he's going to raid. It's not 4th age, it's 3rd age again. Imperial Palace now coming through for Core. This is a reaction to the no walls, right? But Zertan, ironically enough, a funny time to actually start addressing that. Has got walls coming in. Keep in mind, he doesn't have stone walls though, right? So Palace Guard can still break in. An interesting choice overall from Zertan. I mean, stonewalls take a long time, right? But it does give Core an opportunity. And Core already has a substantial eco lead, right? Like 20 plus ahead at this stage is China's no small feat. He's going to make it bigger at this rate. Houseguard moving in. And Zerton just got the bad news. It's 1.58 movement speed. Reminder that these guys move quicker than horsemen when they charge. The crazy thing is, look at Core's resource. This is what makes the Chinese economy so wild to me. I mean, he did cut production, right? But he's punishing the tech up, and he's getting his own. And his own tech up is going to protect him, right? So I imagine we're going to be looking at a Great Wall Gatehouse. Keep drops now away from Zerton. Flank force has at least been mopped up. So remember what we said. Abbas's, in theory, with the Flood should be stronger. But if you reach premium quality comp, you have to lean China. And the reason you have to lean China is quite simply the hand cannoneers. An extra 1.5 tower range from Pyrotechnics is wild in this matchup. Ancient techniques as well just allows you to compete with a lot of these things. This is why I think Zerton was trying to end the game in Castle. Is like his economy is notably stronger for multiple reasons. Improved processing is nice, but in some ways improved processing gets eclipsed by ancient techniques, right? Because remember, per dynasty you get an extra 4%. So at this stage, Core will get 12% extra from that. Whereas like before you access this age on each side, you had the agriculture, you had the golden age. There's a lot of desirable things for Abbas's in that mid game. I'm wondering, does Zerton just actually go for the Stonewall now? So I think that is the kryptonite for him right now. He's in a position where he has to keep overwhelming pressure because if the Palace Guard count ever goes up to 40, this feels over. Right? A keep won't keep them back. In fact, I think the only thing really missing for Core right now is a University. He has got enough gold just about to get it. Elite Army Tactics kind of breaks this game. Check this, Gillen Raid now coming towards the stone. I would be impressed if Core wins this. Not because of where he's at now, but where he was at a few minutes ago. Like, that should have been a GG state. Zerton locking both golds, having full mid-map control, should have made it over, but credit to him. Core now to 36 Palace Guard. They have got the extra 30 health. They have got the insane movement speed to flex it. Medical Center's now on the way from Zerton. Could he be going for an aggressive keep drop? I think he is. Bombards are also moving in. Clock Tower Springles with the shot triggers already there to play. But Core definitely outnumbered here. Bombard just ignores it all and goes to the castle. So this should be an outpost drop into a keep drop from Zerton. Comes on the way. Looks like Palace Guard are just going to dive in on the Bombard. Going to be a pullback, but looks like the Bombard is going to be taken out. So Castle's going to stay up. Palace Guard are going to be thrown away for this. The reason why these Palace Guard were able to do this, by the way, isn't just because inherently Palace Guard are broken. It's because these are not upgraded crossbowmen coming out from Zerton. They're still in the castle age. Goes for the dive towards the farm side, though. Yeah, this is why I thought we'd be seeing Great Wall Gatehouse, but remember, it was a Spirit Way play. So no strong point defense on the food. Looks like a small flank raid coming in. Castle should be able to buffer this away. Oh, wait, did... What? Wait, but Zerton has an outpost there. He doesn't seem to realize there's a gap in that tree line. Still, with that in mind. Zerton. He's got a lot of Ghoulems coming, Jesus. I think if Zerton just stonewalls with the 1500 stone he's got and floods Ghoulems, Core's in trouble. But if he continues to just palisade wall, I could see a world in which Zerton just runs out of gold. Ay, ay, ay. Even the walls working against him. Looks like the Ghoulems are finally going to get mopped up on the farmlands. More on the way now, the west side. Wait, why is Core building fire lancers? Wait, what? What? Huh? Are we really going for the landmark snipe? Oh, come on. So you have 34 torch damage. Some of that is offset. Remember the 5 torch armor? That's kind of wild, though. I mean, this could actually work because Zerton hasn't stonewalled. He just realized it. He scouted, right? The crossbow saw this. Stonewalls are on the way, but Zerton, this is insanely ambitious. I mean, I thought that Core was playing China, but Zerton now coming in with his own Great Wall. Great Wall, the Abbas is now on the way up. He's going to need a lot of distraction time for this. If he gets it up, Core has a big problem. Because you will have to fight the Golems directly, and Fire Lancers suck there. Speaking of which, Golems now marching in towards the keep. This might draw the attention he needs. However, it looks like Fire Lancers are starting to maneuver. Moving now towards the Palisades. Backside, Golems did dive into the farms again. Good blocker come out for the Palace Guard, though. And the Fire Lancers are breaking through. Wall. Oh, no, he sees it. Core, he knows what the plan is from Zerton. Now, the question mark is Zerton spread a bit too thin to make this happen. Golem Raid still doing substantial damage here. Villager count shrinking fast for Core. That is opening the door to more towards more Fire Lancers, but he needs to focus fire on this north side to break in and stay broken in. Zerton is doing such a good job of pocketing these golds as well. It's important because he's going for a Golem Flood and a Golem Flood only. Fire Lancers are starting to move into the base though. Zerton, his army's looking pathetically small here, guys. Only 37 bio units. And then, of course, the deceptive thing is 3 bombards. Those bombards are useless here. I'm getting a bad feeling. A really bad feeling. 2 bombards go down like that. Expensive losses for Zerton. Pascal wave also stacking up, so follow-up is coming in. We are legit looking at landmark snipe. And I don't think Zerton has the bandwidth to deal with that, right? Because the issue is you can back up with Golems to defend this, but that means you forfeit the entire map. That means the Fire Lancers take control of the golds, and it's GG. And here we go. Torches are out. Core now heading in. What a signature Core move. We know he loves it. He thrives on it. It's a landmark snipe. Certain choke points are going to work against him as well. The Golems, they just can't do anything. The pathing is not helping either. Oh my god. He deletes the buildings. But it's Palace Guard. Double melee armor. No way is he going to stop this. House of Wisdom about to hit the deck. And the TC, remember, going House of Wisdom first means the town center loses the fire armor. Core is going to get game 1. And he does it in Core style. Full on, just headbutts his way to victory. House of Wisdom down. And a good thing that the acronym equals HOW, because with how Zerton was ahead in this game, he has to be wondering how the hell it came down to this. Game 1 in the hands of Core. Oh my god, dude. Casting multiple Core victories in the same day? What channel is this? It can't be the Killer Pigeon channel. That's just not right. Told you it was going to be a banger though. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Welcome back. Is the Bronze League Legends coming back? I'd love for Bronze League Legends to come back. I'd love nothing more for it, but I need replays. And finding replays, I've always highlighted this, is very difficult for me to do on my lonesome. So it really requires people to recommend games. I'm pretty sure T-Knight is kind of the same way. He doesn't find the games on his own. Usually recommendations come in. So that's the challenge with it. Cheers, by the way, in celebration of Rebel Warlord. Gotta have one of my milky alcoholic drinks. The alcoholic's milkshake. We are indeed back live. I am full of delicious chicken tikka curry. And I am ready to now consume the gamers' games. So let me quickly get AoE4 open and we'll see who we've got playing live on the ladder, as I'm sure there's some people. I'm so well dressed. Oh, really? I feel like I'm dressed down. It's like a little shirt. Just a shirt with collar. I don't know. For me, I'd say this is very much dressed down. Usually it's 3 pieces and stuff like that. I gotta give it to him. Core may default to 1 mode in the late game, but I respect it. The mass horseman's, good lord. That's because I dresses down. No. Crackety dresses down. My boy Crackety turns up to a grand final in a hoodie. I should put sieves on spectating in my YouTube videos. Maybe. I think my worry there is cluttering the screen too much, but I mean, I could maybe ask my editor to try it, see if it works. Milk stained t-shirt, dude. You sure that's not just a white t-shirt? Crackety was wearing 2 t-shirts. That's right, he did switch up. He switched from, I think it was from the white to the black. He got all the forms. I don't know, man. I kind of want to see Crackety suit and a boot, you know? Kind of curious what that would look like. Right? I can't be alone in that. Like, Alright, let's have a look here and see what we've got online. Maybe Kigliardi? Passing the pink jacket was genius. Oh yeah, dude. Like, you know, he was like, you want to wear it? I was like, sure. And then I wasn't going to let him get away. He was like, nah, it's too small for me. I was like, there's a way. There's a way. Let me educate you on the way. Oh, dude. He very much looked like he should be passing judgment on people. Yes, the pink shawl for Crackety. Can we have the prediction too far gone? I'm not sure how far gone it is. If I bring it across to me. It's counting pretty deep. So we are definitely easily several minutes in. I think we will not put predictions on to be safe for this one. Besides, it's beastie. Come on, dude. I need to have weighted predictions. I can't let you guys get easy points that easily. All right, live from the ladder. This is the beauty of going deep in the day. We get to catch some Beastie Cutie live on his OG signature save. I'm not sure if he called Holy Roman Empire that anymore, but I'm curious to see what they can do up against Jeanne d'Arc. Kiljani usually quite attuned to the ways of Jeanne. Historically, this feels like a matchup that has heavily favored the HRE. Could the most killingy of killingest Kiljadis show us something different? Let's find out. We're going to hit the fast forward to try and catch up to live or as close as possible. Early game, I'm expecting this to actually be kind of feudal pressured by both. I think HRE can either go fast castle or play feudal. Jeanne players have just gotten better at countering that through their own TC shenanigans and pressure put into their opponents. And I think HRE right now just feels like they're in a really solid position to just be an attacker. Curious to see if that's the way BC wants to go. I know historically he is more of a late game boomery-esque HRE player. He likes to hunker down. He likes to get his Imperial online and get his cannon placements for the defense, but that won't be easy to do rather if Jeanne starts piling it on. Looks like it's going to be School of Cavalry built up only by Jeanne here. Now, usually in this matchup, when you play Jeanne, you go for range form. The reason is if your opponent doesn't want to play the Age, there's no point in playing melee. I think in general, even if you are up against an HRE all-in feudal, melee is really bad, and the reason is that she can't touch anything. Marching drills count so hard, right? Like, you know, we've said it before, Jeanne sucks when she gets kited. And with the 1.36 movement speed, archers can dodge you out like the plague, or over 1.38. So, that in mind, I think we have just got a fast castle build. Outpost pretty much confirms that, but that does offer up an opportunity to exploit. See, the advantage of going range Jeanne here is your ability to snipe out low villagers on the gold. And one outpost doesn't really stop you from doing that, because you can just pressure them down, hit them twice, and then the Divine Arrow does 40 damage. So 1, 2 normal, and then Q to get a kill. And I imagine Kiljadi, in this matchup, I think you just kind of mirror castle after applying a little bit of light pressure. I don't think you go 2 TC, it's way too slow. Walling Relics also kind of sucks here. You're not a Civ that escalates your villager production off of 1 TC. In fact, if anything, once you go level 2 of Jeanne, you lose a villager. If I had to highlight one small tweak I'd give across the Jeanne that would make a difference, I think it's that. We're already seeing some players talking about how the French buff, where you get 1 extra villager in Dark Age, is making a difference. And I think you could probably apply a similar logic to Jeanne, is that if instead of losing a villager, you replace it, like one gets auto-queued up in the TC that comes out in 0 seconds, I think that would offset this big problem right now, which is Zhone is a valuable tool you have to go for, but by going for it, you're going to miss out on extra eco. And that's kind of a rough start. The wolf will not be enough to take her down, but it does mean she's going to be low on HP. It's going to take longer to regen. Wall's up in the meantime. Beastie goes to the V for victory on the tree line. Has got the outpost closer by, so Knights will not find an easy breach target here. Now, the cool thing is, look at what's happening here. Kiljadi's adding an extra horseman to have the meat. He's got archers on the way, and now with Zhone coming across, this means you've got a blocker to repairing this wood line. Like right now, if Beastie wants to keep this up, this would be the moment to pull to repair, because the next 10 seconds, it's not going to be possible. Love that as well. Spearman count's just not high enough, right? So Knight's going one by one. Scout also absorbing is really good here for Kiljadi. Spearman insanely low. Notice that he's trying to just offset it and avoid giving any XP over. It will be a snipe on the Scout. Kiljadi a bit overzealous with the dive. But now the outpost rush is on. And keep in mind, we've got Divine Arrow charges. Yeah, we've got one available, so that could easily be an eco kill. Nice snipe there. Zhone can easily contest these Spearmen. Now, the outpost is going to go up first for Beastie, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough to stop the build here. Keep in mind, Divine Restoration is available. Garrison's going to come in, and it's going to be a pullback, so Kiljadi has to forfeit it over. Beastie gets the defense up. However, we're not done. Yeah, I love this out of Kiljadi, man. I think you have to play pressure point. You just can't just chill back here, right? Like, we mentioned the idea of going Castle Age, but it has to come at a catch. And 2 eco kills is definitely a start. So you have to aim for more than that. Farm's already starting to come in. Beastie understanding that he will not be able to get out of his base, and the last of his sheep just expired. He does have a pretty sick spawn here, by the way. The Archon wasn't placed on the tree line, which I like. It means that his mill could theoretically buff his eco. Unfortunately, it looks like he was half a tile off here. So we'll not keep that buff on his berry workers. Yeah, a little bit surprised by that. I think, you know, it's worth it. I get the tree line's going to be buffed for longer, but you can kind of keep that with the lumber camps. In fact, right now, this lumber camp placement is not ideal. Look at this placement. He's actually pushing his villagers out of range. Kiljadi, meanwhile, does have Shura in the way, so continued investment in this age. Beastie has half of what he needs to go into castle. But he's on berries. And as we mentioned, that berry buff isn't going to last. So this is going to slow down his tech timing by quite a bit. Unfortunately, I don't expect him to walk back in range to the buff either, because the Regnitz is probably going here. Because you don't want to block farms, right? Zhone is going to go honey. Oh, this is sick, actually. Yeah, you have to be really careful. Because double archer plus Zhone means you can insta-kill, right? Because you have the 2 archers hit first, and then Zhone goes for the dunk. Kiljadi, though, the A-click. Wait, what? Okay, he finally realized. There wasn't a Garrison on the TC, so luckily he'll get away. Knights getting mischievous here. Archer's also here to assist. The outpost in trouble, though. Knights are going to have to defend it. Unfortunately, it's too late. So outpost is going to go down. Best thing you can do is garrison and try to get some snipes here. Beastie definitely overextended with the villagers. No textiles means that they are still very fragile, but so far, defense is looking pretty good. And, you know, the tech up was delayed. Beastie's actually over-investing, I think, now in the age. A lot of spearmen, and now also adding in the horsemen. I think more than 2 horsemen is maybe a little bit too much here. Realistically, with Kiljadi's outpost being down, there isn't a clear target anymore. I guess Beastie's kind of worried that if he begins the Regnitz, he's going to get dove. Because as we mentioned, like position-wise, you're probably looking around this area, and the outpost doesn't really protect that. Knights will begin to circulate. The other problem is now, as you move further away to these berries, you're more exposed, right? So it's going to be a forfeit of the area. Beastie, now with the Regnitz to the back. So makes the appropriate adjustment here. Kiljadi. Well, notice he doesn't have a scout. He doesn't know. I mean, he should suspect, right? Like, when the berry workers pull off like that, they're up to something here. Does at least snipe out one of the villagers. Goes for another. That's 4 eco kills now for Kiljadi. So we're going to continue to scale more knights. Has he done enough damage here, though? I'm reluctant to say yes to this. It kind of feels like you should feel confident about your position, but your opponent's about to have an age up. And although, you know, he's lost 4 workers, when we look at what's in range of the Archon still, it's 14. So 14 getting a 40% buff, right? That's worth an extra almost 5 villagers. Sorry, over 5 villagers, 5.6, right? So that offsets the loss. And always remember, because you lose one villager when you convert zone, you're not as far ahead as you should be. We do at least have the consecrations, but it's on the TC, right? So that means we haven't got additional aggression coming here. Still, Barrett is going to be prepped in the meantime. Looks like there's also a rotation horseman. Moving towards the hunt, but good read by Killjoy. Outpost already on the way. He has the appropriate defense. Dive in. Wait, where you go? What? Wait, what? Was that a Seek Shell command? No, I think he just pulled it past. It's kind of one thrown away. However, this split could be desirable. Knight now gets a clash with the archers. Killjoy adding in the spearman. He's not going up, guys. This is all in on the feudal. Kind of dicey, but right now we have to remember that BC's struggling on food. He has got some farms for permanent food income, but outside that, there's no gathering. So the knights are kind of just trickling out here. And as you just saw, it means that these divine arrows can be the golden solution. Still, with that in mind, we are talking about a bit of a wait here, right? Only one charge, they take 60 seconds per. Meanwhile, Raid on the other side, horsemen are going to be moving in. They're only feudal horsemen, but he doesn't want to contest this, right? Understandably so. So first blood has finally been drawn on the other side of the eco. One knight is going to be peeled to deal with that. In fact, he's hunting for the full batch. Okay, so this must be Killjoy going castle then. There's no other reason you back off this far, because now you're going to allow your opponent to come out for relics. In fact, first one's already on the way home, so I guess Killjoy just kind of sees it as a done thing now. It does feel bad to just waste your time on this though. Like realistically, you want the horseman gone so you can suffocate the map, right? But the good news is at least you've forced BC to feel paranoid. He's going for relics one by one, so it's no mass grab. However, that might now be changing with an additional prelate now queued up. And hello, LA people. Hopefully having a good time this fine Thursday. Killjoy with a second TC. This is kind of dangerous, no? Like, you're still playing an age behind. You are at least securing D. I feel like your army is already kind of eclipsed to a certain degree, right? Once the spearmen get upgraded to vet, this is going to be a problem. Because at that stage, even like feudal archers aren't going to feel that great in this quantity. The other risk as well, like with what Killjoy is doing, the type of player that BC is, he could just hunker down and go imp with 4 relics. Right? Think about what's realistically happened here. Farm count is sitting at 17. Those are arc and buff farms, right? So add 40% extra on top. Right? Which ends up being, what was it? For 23.8 farms. Kind of a just nasty scaling that you get from this landmark. It's the reason why Arkan is, I think, quite easily the best landmark in the game for feudal. And if I'm being totally real, you guys, I don't think there's any landmark that comes that close either. Spearman. Are protecting the retreat. Nice line formation spread to try and get the brace in. Also kind of keeps him out of range of the archers. Umbrella is going to be able to make it back here. Looks like we've got outposts being upgraded. Spring on placements are in on the back one here. This dive is going to be expensive. Remember, that's a relic emplacement as well. So hits even harder. That coming through though. This choke point. It's a kill point right now. I mean, Jones, she's trying to get to the next level, but instead she goes down! And all of a sudden this dive feels like a waste, right? If Jones not here, you're not getting any secondary resource out of the exchange. Killjoy, map control just starting to slip away here. Guildhall is at least on the way at home, but now Beastie could be very quickly on his way towards Imperial Age. Think about what just happened. That was a big throwaway. You've now also got 4 relics at home. The 5th one is just not realistic, right? It's in the corner, there's a wall up. But 4 relics, that's an insane quantity of gold coming. That's 640 passive gold a minute. You can easily buy across into the food and find your way up in age. And here's the other thing. Here's the kicker. Because Killjoy threw so much underneath that double outpost defense, you don't even need to invest much in defending yourself now. What do you mean 1 vet spearman doesn't beat 4 hardened? Outrageous. Heavy mace is on the way. Is Beastie going to play the Age? That's a little bit surprising. I feel like he has a really good position just to rush up. Maybe he's worried about gold. He's down to 500, right? And the additional one is kind of forward-facing, right? So it's just not free real estate for him. That being said, he is still floating quite a lot of resources. Devoutness is on the way. Just always a valuable tech. Remember, they changed this. It's not just going to give you the increased 10% gathering speed now. They combine it with a previous tech so that you now also get the construction speed as well, which is quite frankly insane for cracking Imperial Age. Like, legit, what will probably happen here is they'll run these villagers north to this tree line to drop past Swabia, and they'll keep the buff for 30 seconds, right? And if you pull like 15 to 18, that's enough to pretty much be done with the build. It's insane how valuable that tech is. Guildhall was at least the choice of Killjoy, so he should have an eventual transition into Imperial himself. It's just going to be notably slower than Beasties, and that's actually a really big deal. When you get such a big edge in your imp timing, it leads to a lot of snowbally things, most notably the university techs, right? Elite army tactics, biology, incendiary. These are huge edges over a Castle Age opponent, and even if they then rush Imperial Age, they haven't got the gold to mirror that timing, it's going to be very hard to fight. Killjoy. He's getting a bunch of arbitrary together here. Which makes sense, right? Like, when we go into Imperial, that's the army he wants. If you think about it, like, at the core of it, everyone expects the French Knights to be the backbone of French and Joan. It's not. It's arbitrary. The reason is arbitrary just scale phenomenally well. They have a lot of perks that benefit them. They've obviously got the Pavis built in, which gives extra range and ranged armor. They get the 5 melee armor from Gambesons, which is insane, especially because of how cheap it is. And crossbow stirrups, plus Joan eventually getting that attack speed aura, basically turns them into Gatling guns. And here we go, past the Swabia. And we talked about that build speed, right? Wait, did he not clip the range? Okay, a few did. Still, a pretty damn quick tech timing, and Beastie. Now it is time for the Love Hotel. 17 food per villager produced. There's not enough beds to go around in this house, so many people coming out. And some peculiar walls by Killjoy. I guess he's going to finish the wall across here. He's just trying to create, like, what, a funnel point towards the TC, I guess. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Look at where the big vein is. You want to try to drop a red pass over here, right? So eventually it lines up nicely to give you late game control. And also, it blocks Sacred Site win conditions for your opponent. So definitely a lot of value in a landmark placement there. Meanwhile, level 3 Joan is finally in. It did take 18 minutes to reach this stage. Not ideal. We have got the champions coming out now. This is really cool, actually. Joan has this interesting dynamic up against the Holy Roman Empire. Because in this matchup, especially, they're going to defend with spears, right? In most matchups, when they rush Imperial Age, they open spears because they're cheap cannon fodder. Champions get bonus damage against that. So a much better tool for trying to breach. Being said, the spear placements are still a really big problem here. 10.8 tower range, by the way. Just process that for a second. And then ask yourself, why does this emplacement have more range than a cannon? It's a good question, for which I do not have a good answer. Devs like HRE? Question mark? Maybe. We've got companions equipment on the way. It's most valuable once you have level 3 Joan, right? Like, the health scales incredibly well. Damage is also pretty important for trying to get into snipes on Siege. Yeah, Krakeny usually focuses on their eco. I tend to focus on their defenses a lot. I think both are just as problematic, but the defenses are absurd. E-repairs, the better defense on the Relic Garrison, the extra damage, extra range. I think actually the thing that doesn't get talked about enough is the extra sight. The extra sight you get from a garrisoned outpost with a Relic is insane. Look how far he's seeing. That's pretty ludicrous. That's actually not far off of what you get from an Imperial Palace. Ah, you're that filthy Elsbat person. I expect nothing else but emotionless gameplay from a person called Spock. They suffer, but you just don't know. Hey, look! More cannon emplacements. We've been here before. Well, the upside is Pavis works on cannon emplacements because they are, in fact, range damage. The downside is they hit so hard it really doesn't matter. I mean, it stops you from getting one hit, Still they get Ken. What does Killjoy see his win condition as? I guess he's trying to play that obnoxious imp mass arbitrary bunch. Beastie's going to look to punish it though. Check this. Mass Spam and Mass Horseman. The signature Beastie QE build. Yeah, we just watched earlier Core end the game by Surging Horseman to Landmark Snipe. He learned that from somewhere. Interesting choice on the keep. I thought he just rely on outposts here, but apparently wants a strong point defense. I guess there's also unique techs in here that could be useful, right? Like Slate and Stone Construction is pretty handy. And also Reinforced Defenses are pretty damn good. Red Pulse. What? I am so confused right now. This is one of the most pointless Red Pulses I've ever seen. Dude, you're dropping an Imperial Age landmark to defend a 4K Vayne and Deer. But, I mean, I guess he's already got the keep over here. Maybe over here would have made more sense, though. Double gold. And if you really want the food, there's a boar there as well. I guess this does also protect his flank. To be fair to him, right, I think he was paranoid about horseman raids. And this is his logic for shutting that out. Remember, once you drop the red pass, the castles do get upgraded. Love this, by the way. That's cool. Jones champions are being spammed. Don't see it often, but can be very impactful. Remember, your opponent has got mass spearmen here. Villagers are caught running around. We'll go to retreat to safety to keep, though. It's actually really cool. The only problem with this Jones champion idea is that they don't upgrade when you get Imperial. They only upgrade when Joan upgrades. So, you're going to be waiting a long time, because Joan is nowhere near getting level 4. I think so. It will still perform quite admirably. Yeah, I mean, you can already see the stats are better, right? Like, by the time you go Elite Men at Arms, they're comparable. But really, where this goes over the top is when you get that level 4. We've actually seen a game from Beastie, by the way, where he shooed this off. He was able to get level 4 Joan while being feudal. And it made the champions insanely strong. Actually, I think it was level 4 while being castle. And he started producing them out the keeps. Doesn't like the new French cannon was made for this situation? Sort of. It's just still a very big cooldown, right? It's, I think, 240 seconds. You have to wait per shot. I mean, thank God you can now target it. It was so dumb before that it was auto-loaded. I'd still rather it be an attack ground. I think that's the ideal situation. That's how it might be relevant. The extra range is pretty cool, right? But I think the extra range makes most sense when you're like trying to long-range snipe. It's a little bit weaker when your opponent is looking to all-in you. Speaking of cannons, Beastie builds his first. Horseman, in the meantime, I'm going to dive in. Springall's unguarded here as the crossbows are out of position. So both of these Springalls are going to go down. Good strike there. Remember, these are elite horsemen. They have 7 range dump. They don't care about this damage. Castle is about to fall. Joan in with the dive, but big mistakes made there. She goes down. And Bombard may be forced to trade his life, but it's going to be worthwhile either way. Horseman doesn't even get the kill. Keep now down, and Beastie starting to swell up here. Killjoy needs a quick and firm reaction. Knights still not upgraded yet. Arbitrary are at least elited behind this. The veteran archers aren't of much use or much value. And it looks like the front line is going to be overwhelmed here. Spearman's starting to peel the backside of it. And we do have Gambus in tech, so this should be good enough to hold against wave number 1. Interesting detail here is the switch up. BC now going to mass men at arms as well as the horsemen. Wait, she just bought back. So 500 gold down the drain, just to throw 500 gold down the drain. Killjoy's got a really big problem here. He needs level 4 Joan to win these fights long term. Like, he held well there, right? But Beastie's eco should be swollen to the point that we just see a non-stop Zerg. That's going to be more premium in its quality, right? Elite Men at Arms, a solid solution, especially with the Horseman to assist. The Horseman to just close out the Arbitrier, and the Men at Arms mop up everything else, right? It's a nice 1-2 comp. And no, he went Arkin. This is just HRE builds for you. It's why they made that unique tech for HRE. where you get the plus armor for Spearmen as well as Horsemen. It's because logically, I mean, this is how H3 play most of their games. The problem is, Archon is simply too good. If you pass an Archon, you're pretty much passing on an easy win. And you keep being built up. Mango shots are coming in. Looks like Knights are going to surge around the side to get rid of that. Double Elite Knights should be able to clean this up in time. The Bombard, however, is another question mark. And considering he's hitting a keep that hasn't been complete yet, additional damage coming in. Both armies being reduced, but keep in mind behind this, Killjadi doesn't have many farms. He's sitting on a grand total of 16 right now. Meanwhile, on Beastie's base, it's getting a little bit out of control. 45 farms online underneath the Archon. This is a problem. This actually just might be over. Killjadi, the numbers are even for now, but I just don't know how you're meant to reboom this quickly. And also, keep in mind, you took this fight without there being elite army tactics. Well, EAT just came in. I'm not sure where Beastie is. Wait. I think he's going for a keep drop. Is he worried about the sacred sites, maybe? Yeah, okay. Oh, no. Beastie. You've got 3.5k gold. This is the unnecessary move. He realized it as well. He thought it was going to be a freebie. It is not. So Killjadi has all sacred sites locked in, has both the 8k veins locked in. He needs this to contest. Remember, you're up against 4 relic regnants. And a key drop will now happen on the central sacred site. Villages. An intriguing stone wall. It seems he's worried about the sprinklers though. Ah, that's sick. He just puts the blueprint up, right? The scaffolding. Because I think that also does still block. Doesn't care about the rest. Bombard's now sieging into it. Keep about to go down. And the castle definitely about to go up. So Killjadi's position here about to become untenable. Sprinklers have at least found a trade out. Get one of the bombards. The other two will... One will be able to survive. All anti-siege is now down though. And the castle is up. In the meantime, I mean, how far until we get that level 4? It feels like Killjadi's hanging on by a thread, and that's the one thing he needs to get over the edge. The other thing that is most definitely helping him is the fact that Beastie Cutie has gone up to 163 villages. That's a record this year, even for him. What scares Joe more? 5 Spearmen or a keep? 2 Bombards. Remember, Bombards do pure damage against Joan. Anything that's tagged Siege can't have its damage reduced when it's tagging range damage. And Joan reduces range damage. So, yeah, guys. If you want to know the best solution is to level 4 Joan, build 3 Bombards. Get them chem. 120 damage per shot's not a bad trade. Considering, like, what, capped out with Royal Bloodlines, everything else, she has, if I remember correctly, it's something like maybe 800 HP. Guys, what are you on about? This is just standard H3 gameplay. Yep, nothing else to see here. Just your normal, really. Everybody does it. And the Reboldiquin's coming out now. Ooh, TC being rushed up the other side instead of a castle here. Bombard's locked in the way there. Oh no, Killjadi. He's about to lose control of the golds. Dude, I thought we grew beyond this. I thought we'd evolved into a player that likes to end games quickly. But apparently, we're back to our old shenanigans. Drain the entire map. Why is he not decapping? False hope? I don't know. Oh my god, Killjadi didn't even try to pull away. He's like, just give me the gold, man. Give me the gold. It's the last piece I'm going to be able to see. Under 1,000 gold in reserve. Meanwhile, Beastie always floating about 2k surplus. Royal Bloodlines is finally coming in. So this is what we've been waiting for. Killjadi does need to get this horseman upgraded ASAP with what little gold he has left over here on the left side. Men-at-Arms, meanwhile, are starting to leak in. Now remember, there's a decent difference in movement speed here. 1.12 versus 1.24. So in a game of kiss and run, you can keep him running. Watch your Beastie QE versus Killjadi game, they said. It'll be fast, they said. Then I remembered. No. Men at Arms are going to come in. Castle. It's close enough to up that it can't be stopped now. It's going to cost a little bit here, though. Killjardy is going to lose some of the farmers. Tries to run back in, but loses several more with the rally. Starting to notice an issue here for Killjardy. It's been allowed to exist for a long time. Beastie, the only reason that this isn't over is we're sitting on 165 eco. For God's sake. Alright, I'm going to be biased here. I want him to lose. I really hate that this can be optimal late game AoE 4. It pains me deeply. 167. Bro, just send in the villagers, please. Every time he loses a unit, he's building another village. Oh, I can't believe this. 169. The best possible number. We've stopped now, right? We definitely. Thank God we've stopped. Whew. It's Wonder? I don't think it is. He doesn't even have Tithe Bonds, right? Oh, he does. Oh, that's right. I forget. They nerfed the income. Was it really down to 10? I always thought it was down to 14, to 15. I think they nerfed it twice, though. If I can find the outposts. I have the relics location, I can tell you. Here you go. Yeah. Kind of depressing how bad it is on Stone now. I mean, if he wants to go Wonder, he's going to have to trade. This is the most unnecessary trade game I think I've ever cast. Beastie is so firmly in the driving seat. I mean, I guess now it's kind of scary, right? Because Arbitrary count has swelled up to 54. And if you take a fight and Joan gets level 4, you're dead. Right, the attack speed is way too good. By the way, that attack speed buffer also works on Siege, like Rebordiquins. I can't believe what was in. Oh, more XP. Oh, that's juicy. Level 4 has to be getting close. Villagers just trying to shuffle around. Where the hell are we going? Wait, what? Okay, he's coming for the backstab, but that's a lot of XP. What? The villagers just get baited in. An absolute massacre. Finally, though, Beastie losing about 20 eco. Which means finally we can get a real army. That's Horsemen. Are going to mass die. I'm not sure really what the plan is here. I don't think that was intentional. Because they were in formation with a slow moving unit. Culverins are going to get sniped out though. Looks like Anti-Siege on the other side is going to be taken out. Divine Restoration is going to get pumped. And there we go. Joan de Blast is online. She births a cannon and looks to rock their world. Check this. 1.37 attack speed for Arbitrary. Everything gets shredded. Horseman down to 1.33 as well. Joan's champions down to attacking every 1 second. This is what he was waiting for. His moment to strike back. Killjardy, the strong line to hold. Now, a breathing moment here for 60 seconds. Beastie needs to do something with this, but he needs to be fast. Yeah, this is the problem right now. He's going mass mangoes, but you've still got Joan de Blast to worry about. I wonder if really what he actually needed here was to maybe go into hand cannoneers. Question is it going to be too late? I mean, Culverins, there are still a few left over, so Anti-Siege isn't coming out from Killjardy. Crossbows are standing their ground. Killjardy not thinking he needs to walk away here. It's going to cost him dearly, though. Joan barely staying alive. He's so focused on getting her out in one piece. Kind of just sacrificed the Arbitrary mass. Will be a snipe down. Culverins still alive. Mango's now arrived, and that might be the breakthrough. Beastie down to 20 military, but immediately researching. Meanwhile, the Arbitrary account has died. Killjardy down to just 23. Guildhall only has 1.5k gold, which sounds like a lot, but in this meat grinder can evaporate fast. Yeah, especially when Killjardy is using them as a front line like this. That's my biggest worry, is the timing was off on the Horsemen arriving. Cost him dearly. And by the way, those Horsemen are only now getting elited up. This whole while they've been fighting as vets. And CG Cutie. I mean, he tries to pretend he's not. Every time he gives you an excuse of, if you're going to let me build like 15 mangoes and 12 bombards, I'm going to take it. And I don't know why BC suddenly became Sylvester Stallone. But every time, he ends up taking it. Mass Sprung. I mean, you're up against mass spears, right? You gotta give him a little bit of a pew-pew. Keep in mind, BC has a lot of trade now, by the way. 14 is pretty good with the relics. That's enough to keep sustaining siege. And once he's done harvesting the last of the gold, expect a delete key. Hey, look at that. BC must have shopped at Protein Works. That's how he affords all that food. Click it now. Deals are pretty good, actually. We had the pancakes today and the cookies and cream shake. Delicious. Now, this should be a delicious target. Red Pass is going to be there. Rams are on the way, though. And he has got the siege work, so this thing does nothing. Spearmen are going to begin the dive. They're just here to be a nuisance, though. Rams are the primary killer. Horsemen now on the way to deal with this. The entire army is shifting across here. Red Pass might be in trouble, though. Spearmen keeping the villagers at bay. Ah, yeah, this is not going to be a quick enough mop-up from the Horseman, surely. He needs to start repairing. Instead, Kiljadi sends the villagers to work, burning it down. Red Pass is going to set ablaze, but it looks like he cleans it up just in the nick of time before he loses the landmark. Yeah, good choice there. It would have been more expensive to just keep repairing throughout that. So he remains a bit more efficient about it. Back to gathering, though, because this man has not got much food in reserve. Beastie. He's going to look to knock the castle down. This is expensive, right? Like, the consecrations make this more annoying to lose. Looks like there was originally an intent to scale into champions that somewhere along the line fell off. Which is surprising, because at this stage in the game, they're incredibly useful. Let's get a dive in, though. Unfortunately, it's not going to do enough damage. Kind of feels like you need the main army here. Horsemen are trying to sally forth on the north side. Now we've actually got the arbitrary moving out to the center. The mango is still a big problem here, though. Bombards. Also just starting to go the way. No trade, by the way. Like, this is a really big issue that we don't have any trade coming out. Means that Kiljadi is running on fumes. Guildhall only has 340 gold. He already pulled it out recently and exhausted the entire supply. There's going to be Valorous Inspiration, so nice buff on the attack speed, but I'm wondering, like, how long can you last once that deactivates? Looks like mango production has stopped for now. It's a beastie. This guy is just playing with his food. If he just sets up more full production, adds in a few more mangoes, he can crush this right now. Ah, yes. Back behind the most formidable defense. The wood wall that, like, doesn't really protect anything. Hey, look at that, guys. Bombards counter shown. Who would have thunk it? Late game is a different kind of beast. Joan now down. And no gold means no buyback. You're fighting without her. That means no secondary Valorous Inspiration pump. So this is where BC should now just win a fight, right? If you wanted it. Instead, he's hunting for the red pass again. Wow, he just wants this gone. I think he's a little bit paranoid that trade might be happening. So far, it's just been Kiljadi exhausting the last piece of gold to stay alive. Army is going to go for a dive, a trade on the right side here. But unless you're going for the bombards, I don't know what you're meant to get here. Remember, E-Repairs is there, so easy to protect. Oh, God, dude, Kiljadi, he's moving across the west now. I think he's about to become fully exposed here. Rams doing decent damage. Red Plus has got a cannon on the way, but now the Horseman Spearman can punish the eco. And Kiljadi, I think this is just going to be a wipe of the farms and a GG from there. I mean, there's just not much left to him, right? Getting picked for the bone. Arbitrary are great if you can force a fight, but with no stone walls and no control of the flanks, this is just classic BLCQE flanking mechanisms, right? He loves playing this style of AoE forward time and time again. Killjoy should have known better. Landmark down. Farm area all of a sudden not feeling so safe. Killjoy. What do we do now? He's munching his final wood line, right? Yeah. And the next one is too close by, right? Like, this is where BC's fighting. So whether it's gold or wood, one of these things has got to convince him that it's the end of the road. I feel like he's not going to give up until the arbitrary bulk is reduced, which is kind of understandable. We've seen how powerful this can be with Zhone to assist. Problem is, at any stage, Beastie realistically could just take it out with 4 mangoes. Just keeps avoiding it. They keep being rushed up. Killjoy. He's turning into a war over the last piece of wood. Now, keep in mind, Beastie really doesn't need this wood. He just really doesn't want Killjoy to have it either. Meanwhile, wait, is Beastie going for the landmark victory? Oh no. Killjoy needs to get home right now. If Beastie brings in a few bombards and more rams, this is over. In fact, 4 TC's already down. Guildhall's down to half HP. The School of Cavalry and TC are close by. Killjoy, I don't think he realizes what's happening right now. Like, this is absurd. Killjoy doesn't know. He doesn't realize what's about to hit him like a truck. And yes, remember as well, BC usually says, like, he doesn't want to go to the late game. It's that other people force him to go to the late game. Killjoy was on his deathbed just asking for an overdose of medicine that BC would never give him. He gave him just the right amount to keep him alive for long enough to have his fun. Killjoy, what is the play here? Is he going to try to landmark race? No. Trade count, by the way, is now... It's not still 15, surely. Okay, it is 15. They're just really trucked up together. 27 each way. Not exactly the most impressive, but seems to be working when he's at 14,000 gold. Why? In what world? This type of resource, Beastie's got enough money to pay for the wedding to Killjoy's mum at this stage. I mean, this is just out of control. Killjoy's trying to make his move. Beastie starts to master defense. It looks like we have got Foundation Inspiration to easily just clear up this first wave. But 6 mangoes just got queued up, guys. And this is the GG kill. If it hits the center of this arbitrary mass, Killjoy has nothing. Remember, Guildhall is down. There is no bank of Guildhall to fall back on. He will simply be all out of golden hats. Killjoy, just so much ego being lost. Pretty much everywhere. He's even gathering wood from the corner. Oh, God. Yo, some players are like, can you please, like, I'm private my data, don't watch my games, KP. This is another way to get me to not watch your games. Jesus Christ. Mangoes are coming. Killjoy. He goes to the snipe out, but it's not an insta-kill. With Siege Works, you're able to survive. Mango's shot does come in. Killjoy losing about 6. Soon to lose more. And Killjoy, I feel like at this point it's just spiteful. He's like, just give me the win. No. We keep fighting. Vamos. Mangoes. Just creeping on here. Killjoy basically isn't playing an RTS anymore. He's playing an ARPG. He just realizes the wrong game for that. 169 eco CGQE came out to play today, huh? God's sake. Alright, so 169 workers. Mass siege. What do we call it? The perfect game to sum up PCQE. I mean, like a Lumpet, he's got that reputation. Jesus Christ. That's like bringing someone back from the verge of death just so they can suffer more. I feel like H3 defense. Yeah, H3 defenses definitely need big buff, right? Wink, wink. In fairness, it is a combined effort, right? Like, Killjoy refused to give in, but yeah. The games always go like that. It's so weird as well, because you wouldn't think that those two games would go like that, but Killjoy is very, very reluctant, quite often, to give over a game, even when it's apparently over. I respect that. That game was a little bit, I think, of BC just not looking to end him, though. Jesus. Alright, what else we got here? Who's Elio up against? Yes, definitely nothing to do with the fact that you're an H3 main that you want H3 buffs. That's way too obvious of a correlation to be true. I tell you what, 200 Land Snakes would have been a good way to end that game. And it's against Arbitrie, so, you know, not the worst of ideas. Himeyama is tempting. You might check that one. Let me quickly check the ladder. Trying to think how much longer we want to go. I was like, let's do loads more games. I came back to that and I'm like, I don't know, dog. This is delicious. Why does everyone have Gorge, man? Kind of want something other than Gorge, you know? Do we take the Himeyama game? 1 second. I don't think we'll be able to cast the thingy games tomorrow, by the way. They don't start until 7. I think we'll still look to do a stream. But it just won't be a thingy. It won't be a... I don't think it'll be the tournament games. Because apparently that doesn't start until 7 PM, apparently. Which is surprisingly late. It's a weird time to start the tournament as well. Alright, I think... Let's have a look. Let's go for an Elio game. Yeah. Yeah. Cheeky little Elio versus Scarlet game. We haven't checked in on Scarlet in a while. Which tournament? The King of Dry Arabia tournament. I think it has a late start. At least with what's communicated to me, it sounds like it. Oh, no, I think they mean the lower bracket starts at 7 PM, maybe. I don't know what the plans are on the weekend, right? Because are they... Is it... Because they're having a... They're having it Saturday and Sunday as well? Yep, just hit myself in the head with a buckler from this. Don't mind me. Is that correct? There we go. That seems like a weird scheduling. Let me double check. So, King of Dry Arabia. No. No. Okay, they're being sane about it. It is going to... They just, for some reason, do the first round now, and then they'll do the rest after World Law finishes, which makes 100% more sense. Alright, y'all ready for this? Who else has missed Himeyama? Welcome back there for action, folks. This map is an absolute gem, an absolute treat, and I always love to see it. And what a fun one to cast here as well. Scarlet Devil from the region of China, playing on the Japanese and the pink, going up against El Yona, the Frenchman, on the French. Now, French did get buffed recently, by the way. They actually had their TCs buffed to now produce an extra villager in Dark Age. Actually, I think it's 0.6 extra villagers by the time you go feudal. A nice little buff there on the eco that maybe could be enough to make a difference here. At least that's the rumor that's been rumbling around. Let's see if it can, in the hands of someone like Elyona, who I'd say this is one of his signature civs, like one of his most played. Like you think Elyona, you're probably thinking French, Abbasids, and maybe Rus. Other side, the Scarlet Devil, I think they are historically known for playing China a lot, which is kind of on the nose for a player from China, right? At least in the early days. Recently, though, they have been playing a lot of the Chinese and the English. And that's true. Deli is definitely in there for Elyona. I'd say Deli more than Rus, right? Like French, I'd say is number 1. Abbasis to me is number 2. And Elio, a lot of Deli after that. He's going to be school cavalry opening. So let's hit the fast forward a little bit. I'm curious to see how this opening is going to begin. We already do have the fishing online. Remember, this is very cheap for the Japanese to do, considering they get the boats for 45 wood each. And what's really good about it in this matchup is that Knights cannot easily deny that. Remember, you have less torch power by building Knights compared to building Spearmen. So a slower burn through on a dock. And, well, if your opponent reaches age 2, good luck doing anything about it. Elio looks to strike now, though, and whoa, here we go. Reads on the correct side, gets the outpost drop right next to the dock. This is big. And right now, you can see, like, Scarlet Devil's like, okay, I have no reaction to this. There's nothing I can do, so I pull villagers. Your tech up's going to be quicker. It's coming for any second now. I'll get killed by Knight. And remember, this outpost, if you get an arrow sleds on it, it pretty much camps the entire pond. And what's your play against this? Maybe demos? What is it? Is it 2 demos to set an outpost on fire? That's 320 resources for 100 resource investment. So definitely be a favorable trade for Elyona. And it's really important you don't give that over, because this is really kind of a race trying to get towards castle. The interesting part about this matchup, by the way, is you'd think that French Knights would be able to offset the deflective armor of the Mounted Samurai. They don't. They get absolutely torn to pieces by Mounted Samurai. And there's a really big reason why. I'm going to share a secret, you guys. Lean in. You ready? Mounted Samurai don't trigger bonus damage. Did you catch that? Mounted Samurai do not trigger the Knight's bonus charge damage. Meaning that not only do they miss out on the extra damage of a lance charge, but they then don't get the +4 damage for their next 3 hits afterwards. That's why so often when you watch Mounted Samurai versus Knights, Knights get completely ripped into pieces. And then Onomushi as a follow-up afterwards is vile. This is a different build, by the way. Notice what we've got here, Shinobi. So this is going to be Shunshin to try and take down the outpost, right? Or is this just about defending against Knights? Like, that's a very weird defensive against Knights. And what the hell? What a sneak out. Scarlet went out to the far flank and went unnoticed here. I wonder, does Elyona look for it? This is pretty creative, by the way. This is a nice thing. Like, Japan can do pretty well. Any civ that gathers berries can do this really well because you get buffed gathering rates, and it's better than going deer. And the reason that's really important is when you kill deer, your opponent can see it through fog. They can't see when you're munching the berries. In fact, I've heard recently there might be an update now where they can see the berries disappear. But it's just not something you look for. Second outpost going up. Night dive. It's proving annoying here. This is also delaying Scarlet's time. And no, I cannot change the colors, I'm afraid. That is sadly a limitation with AoE4. Because if you change team colors, then capture age doesn't update correctly. So then usually what you end up with is team colors up here. So you get red versus blue. And then on the map, for some reason, you get pink versus purple. Don't ask me why. At this point, as a former developer, I have no clue how they spaghetti coded this together. And this is really delayed timing, though. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen a Japanese player have to do that with 2 outposts. That's wild. Double outpost on one side is pretty gruesome. Archers are going to be really annoying here, but it looks like they aren't moving in. Instead, Elyona, what's happening? Was he distracted by the Shinobi? He was. So he doesn't move the new archers in, which means now Scarlet can just move up an age into age 3 with very little damage done to them. Damn, that's kind of crazy. I really thought the Shinobi was going to be about attacking the outpost to get fishing back. Oh, he even gets the trade on the archer. Remember, Shinobi, although it's slow, they do heal health over time for reasons that I cannot explain. Oh, I know what it is. You know how, like, when you watch Naruto and all those shows, they'll eventually get their ass kicked, but they'll bounce back through the power of, like, friendship or something? Or just edginess, and then beat someone who's better than them? Shinobi. There you go, I explained it. I can't believe he hasn't been scouted doing this. You know what would really take the cake? Actually, would take the berries. If he came right next to Elyona's base and gathered the berries there. This is kind of sick, though. Remember, it was an 8 stack of berries, so by the time he's done gathering it, he'll have Mounted Samurai out on the map to contest. So wild that this Shinobi build has kind of worked out. I don't know if the Shinobi were really worth it per se, but the reason it's so heinous is like doing this against Knights is crazy. Shinobi get hard countered by Knights because the charge-in already dents almost half their health. So it's just a really bad trade. Right? And like your opponent can realistically just pull away, cycle charge if need be. But like the Knight will be able to take on a Shinobi one-on-one. Especially crazy when you consider the initial connection, right? Like, in 2 seconds, you'll do 50 damage to a Shinobi. And a Shinobi, if it has an attack speed like 1.12 or something like that. So they'll do about 50 damage in return. Actually, I think it's 46. Well, you have melee armor as well, right? So it ends up being 40, I believe. That's right now arriving. And we can probably see this in action. So let's see if we can catch this, because this is kind of absurd. So if the Knight charges... Did he get the damage buff? That one didn't, and I'm pretty sure that one connected. This one did because he touched a villager by the looks of it. Actually, no, I think it's because there was no deflective armor. So, like, if they charge into each other now, the Knight, if it connects with a Mounted Samurai, will not get his charge. Look at that. Look at it. You see it, right? There is no charge damage buff. Even though they done the charge, because deflective armor absorbed it, they didn't get the buff. It makes it so impossible to fight. Obviously, Elyona's an age behind, and that makes it difficult too, but that detail on top is just absurd. Looks like Elyona's trying to send it in this age. Spearman at least arriving. Outpost defense is kind of problematic here, though, right? Like, you're throwing Spearman away right now. Knights are also dying pretty quick. Outpost is going to go down, but second one's going to be able to survive. A few villagers are going to be picked. But this game looks kind of over. Elyona just doesn't really have anything now. Tech up is nowhere near ready. Army is really underwhelming here. Cannot state that enough. And by the time you get away from this, I mean, you're going to be down to what, like 15 military? Scarlet's going to be nibbling at your heels. Possible matchup. I think the one way you might be able to do it is you kind of go fast castle into Arbitrier. That's so difficult, man. Like, the amount of map control you give over to Japan is just insane. And what they do with it is scary. The issue with Arbitrier as a reaction is Mount Samurai can just flank attack. And then, weirdly enough, like, Onobagisha, because of the economy of Japanese, can overwhelm Arbitrier even with Gamsons. I've witnessed it. It's absurd. So you have to be out on the map. If you don't block Japan from their objectives, they get too far ahead. Dude, look at this. This is just so painful to watch. Mount Samurai just mop it up like it's nothing. And, you know, you'd think, okay, but Elyona's trading kind of okay. Yeah, but as they keep reducing, like, the numbers are getting closer here, right? And on top of that, every time you have to reinvest in Knights, you're further away from Castle here. In a game where you're running out of safe food. This is so cruel. Elyona has been camping the resources, expecting a move out. If only he knew. The secret berry and the secret deer. The secret cranberry on the secret venison. It's more of a canberry than a cranberry. Alright, I'm gonna applause myself for that. That was a great joke, guys. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Villagers. Ooh, Uman Bandam is big here. This is actually huge. You don't care about the Spearmen anymore. They die too quick. It's almost 30 damage per strike. Swarms in. He's even got the Shintos here to heal. Okay, this is getting out of control. He needs to get some kills ASAP before these guys get healed. Knights will turn around. No charge, but then again, what's the point? You don't get the bonus damage anyway. Spearmen are starting to stabilize this a little bit. As Elyona misread the situation. Starts to look like it. Has to pull away. Shinto is going to be sacrificed. But Army's once again even closer now. I think Scarlet is probably doing this the most difficult way possible. At this stage, you genuinely just add in a Rax. You could even just add Spearman and kill right now. So kind of expecting a transition soon. They did go double farmhouse, which is kind of cool. I respect it. But even just a normal Rax without Yorishiro to scale is a good idea here. Not even being oh no! What? Elyona, he found him! Scarlet Devil looks to move away. But it's going to cost him dearly. That's what, only level 1? Okay, yeah, it was only the Tawara, no Takazaiku. So Knights can keep hunting this down. And Scarlet, look at the eco lead now. I can't believe this dude. Elyona should be dead. I think he'd agree looking back at this game. Flower, he should be dead. But time and time again, Scarlet looked to just take the main fight as if the game was almost over. We believed in him. We should not have. When really what I was expecting behind this was a transition. That transition never happened. Not just that, look at the relic situation, right? He's only now starting to bank them, so no extra eco there. Elyona now 15 villages ahead. Are you kidding me? What a game. Scarlet really about to lose this. No, I actually think Elio's ahead. Like, Spearman count is now scary, right? 11 Spearman is enough to brace every single one of these Mounted Samurai, which means your Knights can then attack. Because remember, the brace will get rid of the deflective armor, so you can get your charging bonus. Line spread out here. Mounted Samurai standing their ground. Not doing a great job of it right now, though. There's enough left over to just kind of breach this line and fit it enough. Uma Bannerman also about to go down. That's going to be a big deal. Looks like he's going to have to peel away. Okay, good heals. That was sick. So the heals on the south side kind of kept it alive. Also looks like there was focus fire on the spears. Okay, I'm misreading that fight entirely. You know what? I'm going to blame the purple and pink. And wait. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Where are you going? They were heading for the fish. What? This is such a messy game. I give praise to Elyona. Immediately Scarlet wins. I've discovered that I have all the power in the world. Every time I make a call, it's wrong. But he shouldn't be. Right, like he had such a big lead with Mounted Samurai. All he had to do is not fight into the Spearman. And then in that fight, all Elyona needs to do is bunch the troops back together, maybe bring a bit of full production, poke. But each time, dude, it's like they're excited boys who've seen boobs for the first time. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Surely that's it now. Elio has no food. He has to go farm. We are 17.5 minutes in, and he's going 10, make that 11 farms. Other side of this, like, this is another reason why I think Koga just sucks. Like, why would we even Koga here? Imagine if this was Kura Storehouse right now, how over this game would be. Instead, Mass Samurai right on the south. Alright, guys, now I'm going to make a bold call here and say this should now be over. Scarlet Devil should win. If he somehow loses with 14 Mounted Samurai here, I'm uninstalling Age of Empires 4. I will legit install Age of Empires 2. $15 Mounted Samurai. Surely nothing could go wrong here. Free Uma Bannerman as well, which are basically slightly worse Mounted Samurai with more health. Surely nothing can go wrong here. Okay, I've cursed it like 3 times. So what are we doing here? We just hitting the delete key while having a heart attack? Knights. I'm going to ride in. He's going to come home. Oh, thank God. He's going. He's sending it. He's like, enough of this crap. We end now. Me send. Iona in trouble in the base. He hasn't got the spearman count right now to hold this back. Village is now in trouble. Several going down. Little raid for the Knights is now going to clear it up. 4 Mat Samurai versus 2 French Knights. Doesn't exactly seem fair, but I'm not here for fair. I'm here for done. Mat Samurai in. Spearman. Not worth what you paid. And that is going to be it. An unnecessary swing and a roundabout goes. But in the end, the Japanese cannot be denied. I tried, guys. Triple curse, but afraid it wasn't enough. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't, dude. 50-50 at a stage? I mean, dude, it's 50-50 because he, like, just basically washed his horse's internal organs on spears. Like, it's, it's so unnecessary. Oh, no problem, Sodium. I mean, I feel like the Mad Samurai maybe been handled better there. But you know what? Entertaining gameplay. Whoop, whoop. That's tasty. Look at Fat Blob. Thank you, Fat Blob. He's reminding you all to check out Protein Works. They got a big sale right now, and we got 10% extra off. Dude, they got all kinds of things, by the way. Pancakes, replacement meals, both in shake form, or you can get like the almost like pot noodle-esque type things. They've got spreads. I was actually impressed by the spreads. I didn't usually like peanut butter, but that was pretty cool. What else was there? They've got the new tropics, so they've got energy drinks. They've got a lot of things, actually. It's kind of crazy just how many things that they have on that website. Let me know if there's something you guys are curious about. I've tried a decent amount of them right now, so I can recommend certain things. Some things I'm not crazy about. Like, honestly, I think anyone who says they love absolutely everything about a range from a company, I'm like, that's sus as all hell. But, like, I had the tomato soup. I was unimpressed. I did not like the quinoa. I just don't like quinoa. I can't get on with it. But I can recommend a lot of the replacement meal diet shakes. The protein bars are pretty good as well. The chicken and noodle savory super meals are incredible. I actually like them. They're not like very taste heavy is the only negative I'd say about them. But like they're very healthy, right? And they taste reasonable. I just wish they had a bit more spice there. Which is why I'm looking forward to the Korean noodles they sent me. Hopefully they'll have the fire I'm looking for. And the porridge, I was impressed by the porridge. I'm usually not a porridge person, but really enjoyed the porridge. Even the pancakes today. We had cookies and creams pancakes. And they were actually, like, dude, I was impressed. So, like, here, I'll show you guys. This is kind of crazy. So, I don't know if you guys saw my tweet about it, and I was showing it off. So, the pancakes, £12 for 8 servings, which sounds really bad, right? But, should I show you guys what 1 serving was? Because we were, like, baffled as we were making the pancakes. We were like, okay, just use more mix. Make the pancakes fat, because I don't know why. Like, it's just not disappearing. So, we got all those. Like this, I think there was like 6 or 7 pancakes there. There you go. That's a lot of pancake for 1 serving. £1.50 to get that much is pretty banging. And they're loaded with protein. They had like 20 grams of protein in them. But yeah, then we put the so we got the cookies and cream one. They're pretty good. And I put the so it's here, the loaded nuts on top. I loaded my nuts on top of your pancakes. And we got the chopped brownie one. I really want the salt caramel, though. Yeah, this is pretty decent. At first I was like, oh, I think this may make it worse. And then I just went back and added more. I was like, no, this is nice. It has like a salty crunch as well. But yeah. That's like a snack of pancakes for you. There you go. Dude, just use 2. Use 2 and you're good to go. Damn. That sounds cool, Elephant. But yeah, I was impressed with that. They did send me some whey protein. I was like, what the hell? But like, maybe we'll use it when we go climbing. It might be good. What was the other thing they sent me? Oh, they sent me the new Tropics, their raspberry flavor. So we're going to be trying that soon as well. Oh, man. All set. I just realized we need to switch back to this scene. Why? Because I want to bathe in the glory that is my flag. Whey protein is actually healthy for anyone to eat. You don't have to work out. Yeah, no, because if you eat a lot, so that's kind of a common misconception. If you eat a lot of protein, though, I mean, I guess the whey element is what you're saying. But if you eat a lot of protein, it bulks you. So if you don't do anything with it, you will just like you'll kind of look fat, but you'll be like a muscly fat. If that makes sense. So like you do have to be careful protein intake. A lot of these are fairly protein heavy, but not insanely protein heavy. Like 20 grams isn't crazy. And like I said, right now, guys, 67% off, up to 67% off on everything. And remember, if you use the code KillerPigeon at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off. And also, by adding more to your cart, you will decrease the delivery cost. So, definitely a good deal. All right, let's have a look here. Have we got anyone else? Who else could we check out? Yeah, as long as you're in calorie deficit. But let's be totally real. How many of us are snacking? I think that's the nice thing about those meal replacement things. Like they kind of replace the snacking element, which means I'm not doing things like eating loads of biscuits, or sorry, cookies if you're American. How many grams of protein do I consume a day? Is it maybe like 50 grams? My main meal like is usually quite meaty, right? It'll be like minced beef or chicken. And then like the thingy, they'll usually have like 20 grams of protein or something like that. Like the meal replacement ones, if we have a quick look, because we usually have one of those most days, will be how much protein? Up to 25 grams of protein. Yeah, I mean like maybe 50 grams. Is that a lot? I'm not sure what the recommended dose of protein is per day. I think I can check that. Usually these have like recommended on them, right? Okay, this one doesn't have the recommended on it. But yeah, like this one here, this is the white chocolate raspberry swirl, has 24 grams of protein per serving. And 214 calories. 1.9 of fat, 24 grams of carbohydrates. 0.4 grams of salt. I'm a little bit surprised it's that much salt. It's not a lot, but like I thought it was pretty much done, but yeah. Oh. Right, what to do now? So I'm just thinking we're approaching, what, like 8 hours live? I'm wondering if we get ready to wind down soon. Okay, maybe I'm closer to 60 or 70 grams. I never really measure how much protein I'm having, so. But I am looking forward. The other thing I did get from them that I'm looking forward to trying, guys, is like they actually do coffee coolers. We tried the caramel latte. I'm just not a coffee person, so, you know, I will say I was able to drink it, which is more than I say usually of coffee. I just can't stomach coffee. But the fact we actually drank the caramel latte was, I mean, kudos to them. They done that. The one they sent me, though, that I'm really hyped to try is right here. Matcha latte. I'll let you guys know about that one. I'm a really big matcha latte fan. I think they're great. So that's kind of like, you know, that matcha latte, green tea. I don't like coffee. I don't like standard tea. I'm kind of a weirdo. I contradict the British ways. But yeah, I'll let you guys know about that one. I've got a feeling I'll really like it. But that one's not too bad. Like, you know, per coffee or whatever, ending at £1.18 is pretty nice. And you can have them cold or hot. And like I said, this is the other thing they sent me. I'll let you guys know about this one as well. Or not this one, sorry. This one. The Endless Nootropics. Which I think is like, was it 40 servings? For 0.82. Yeah. So, 40 servings, 24 pounds. So it works out as 0.82 per serving. Which is pretty good. These are like, you know, like G Fuels and all those brands. This is that type of thing. Although, instead of it being energy drink specific, what nootropics means, to those wondering, like nootropics basically means brain chemistry altering things. So if you define it, it's like a nootropic drug, which means it like messes the brain. Messing is probably not the right word. There you go, smart drugs. All that means is that basically like it enhances, attention, learning, those sort of things. That's the whole idea behind nootropics. They're healthy. Well, I think they're not unhealthy. I think is the easier way to go. If you drink enough of anything, it becomes unhealthy, is the warning I'll give you. Don't drink 15 of these in one day. But I remember I was talking to like one of the energy drink companies when they were talking about the nootropic range. They're like, legit, I thought it was cringe and they were lying. But then we like talked to some of our creators and they were like, they had like an Apex creator who was like, dude, when I drank this, I could feel the difference in my response to like aiming and stuff like that. So must be something to it. They're definitely catching on. That reminds me, I need to contact them about sending me another shaker. I want the shakers. Because I really like the look of the metal one. They sent me like the plastic hollow one, but I really want the metal one. That looks sexy. Alright. Even too much water is unhealthy. Yeah, like, what was that? Do you remember that guy? Like, he ate so much fruit that he basically ended up dying of like a cold or something. You guys ever heard that story? Apparently that's a true thing. Which is kind of wild. Alright, I think what we'll do now is get ready to wind down. Just because I don't think there's many other games going on right now, weirdly enough. Nah. And we've done quite a lot today. What is the plan tomorrow? Oh, God. Oh my... Guys, I'm so... I'm good with that. Streamception. Kind of painful. What we'll do, we'll get ready to raid through to someone. I'm trying to think. Are we going to be live tomorrow? If I am live tomorrow, it'll be by about midday. So around the same time we went live today. And it won't be for as long as today. It'll probably like 3 or 4 hours. So we'll see how it goes. Just because I'm aware I've got some things to catch up on, I need to confirm the schedule because I will be live with EGC Saturday and Sunday. So I might have a bunch of things I need to catch up to tomorrow so that I don't have to worry about the weekend. But that in mind, Monday we will aim to be streaming. Tuesday we'll aim to be streaming. Tuesday is when Stormgate's going to be released, so we'll actually be checking out some of that. And then I imagine Thursday, Friday. Thursday we'll probably aim to do some Stormgate. And then Friday, like some Age of Empires 4. So, kind of mix it up a bit. But let me see. Who do we raid? Any familiar faces? See, gotta get more players streaming. Like, where's Myriad right now, mate? 7 o'clock. He should be online. I'm disappointed. All right. I will raid. Are there any 20s going on AoE2? Don't think so. Grubby playing Mechabellum? Alright, guys. I'm going to raid through to... Is Credo doing something for Chari? I think he might be. Alright. We'll raid Credo. He's growing the Tash out. Look at him. He's trying to be our AoE4's very own Magnum PI. Alright, guys. I'm going to raid through to Credo. Ask him whether he's still struggling with balls or not. Really important that we get that answer. But that's going to be it for me today. Possibly a stream tomorrow. If not, you'll be able to catch me on EGC all weekend long, baby. We'll be hosting the remainder of Wallalow. But be sure to check out Protein Works, like I said. They decide whether they want to renew and how much they want to renew for based on whether you guys are purchasing. If you ever have any questions on products that I can recommend, feel free to ask here or ask in my Discord, !Discord to get there. That's going to be it. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch. I think YouTube we've caught up on. Whoop, whoop, Copper League. Maybe one of these days. Depends if I start playing the game. All right, see you all soon. Peace.